Harry didn't win. He lost the war, and the world moved on without its savior. They chained him in AZKABAN, where time freezes and hope rots. But in the darkest cell, the most unlikely hand reaches through the bars. Bellastrix. What begins as survival twists into a dangerous bond. Equal parts mercy, manipulation, and something no one will admit. Outside, friends fracture. Loyalties flip. Betrayals sting worse than curses. And in the middle of it all, a forbidden wand whispers a path that should never be walked. Power with a price. Freedom with a cost. This is a story about losing everything and deciding what's still worth saving. Welcome to Cosmic Harry YouTube channel. If dark, character-driven what-ifs are your thing, subscribe, like, and stick with me till the end. Let's begin.
Smoke still curled from the broken spires like the last breath of a wounded beast. Rubble sagged in the courtyards. Banners lay scorched and trampled in pools of rain and blood. The great hall's doors were a mouthful of splinters. Somewhere under a heap of collapsed stone, a suit of armor ticked and creaked as it cooled. Harry stood and didn't feel the ground. He saw the wand in his hand first, his wand scratched loyal, and then the other wand, bone, white and elegant, rising from the far end of the ruined hall as if it chose the darkness itself. "Do not move," said the high, cold voice. They were surrounded. Death Eaters in torn masks, Snatchers grinning with split lips, spectral shapes roosting in the broken windows like carrion crows. Voldemort's pale face shone in the lightning that flared beyond the shattered ceiling. Behind him, the world outside boiled black. Storm over sea. Drop them. A Death Eater barked, and wands thudded to stone like fallen ribs. Harry kept his a heartbeat longer, as if the wood might fuse into his palm if he only wished hard enough. Then he let it go. The clatter felt like betrayal. Ron's hand brushed his sleeve. "Don't be stupid," he muttered. The whisper had no heat. His mouth was split. Blood traced his chin. Hermione was trying to press a torn sleeve to someone's head. Hannah. Her fingers steady while her eyes shook. Ginny stood upright beside Neville, daring anyone to push her first. Luna had a smear of soot across her cheek like war paint, her gaze wide and faraway. Sirius was breathing fast, ready to spring even with his shoulder laced in a makeshift sling. Dumbledore, alive, older than stone and standing, was leaning on a broken banister, the blue of his eyes dulled, his beard clotted with ash. "Mercy," Voldemort said, tasting the word like an exotic fruit. "I am acquainted with it after all. Killing you would make relics. Living prisoners make monuments." His smile was the smooth blankness of a bone. "The boy first," he added almost carelessly. Iron circled Harry's wrists. The shackles were charmed to bite. He felt them grow heavy, as if grief had been forged into links and locked around him. A Death Eater pressed a thumb to Harry's pulse, as if checking that the prize still lived. Harry stared back, empty. "Potter," the man whispered through cracked teeth. "Thought you'd be taller," Sirius snarled. "Come over here and discuss height with me." "Nuff." Voldemort's eyes barely moved. "March." They were herded out of what had been Hogwarts and into the wet night. Harry's shoes slid in mud that smelled of cordite and damp moss. The air tasted of copper. He tried to fix on detail, anything that wasn't the smear of bodies or the way Neville's shoulders shook when he saw a mane of red hair under a collapsed wall. The faces of the fallen came too fast. Fred, Remus, Tunks, Colin. Names tumbled in his mouth like gravel, and he couldn't make them stop. "Harry!" Hermione said quietly, falling in beside him as chains dragged. "Keep your eyes on me. Breathe in. Out. I lost," he said. Her mouth opened. "Shut. We survived. That counts for something, does it?" His voice was a flat stone. Dumbledore's step whispered near. "Survival is a kind of answer," he said, soft enough that only the nearest could hear. "For now." Harry flinched at the sound of him. It was automatic, the old instinct to turn toward the man who had always had the next step. He kept his eyes on the ground instead. They passed through the gates, past gargoyles that had been burned to glossy slag. Beyond the grounds a road had appeared where none had been, an ugly seam of pressed earth leading into the night. The Death Eaters laughed among themselves as if leaving a party late. "Show's over," one said. "Azkaban's hungry?" "Azkaban?" Ron whispered, disbelief cracking through the shock. "All of us spared," Ginny said hoarsely. That's what he called it. Sirius's laugh sounded feral. "I've been there. He's not sparing us anything." The road ended at the cliff's lip, where the world fell away to sea. Lightning lit the horizon. Below, a narrow dock bit into black water. A barge waited there, iron-sided and low, its deck crowded with figures that moved the way cold does, without hurry, with certainty. Even from the cliff, Harry could feel the drag in his chest, the heat leaking out of his bones. "Dementors," Luna said mildly. "They don't whistle, you know." "I always thought they might." "Shut it," a snatcher growled, shoving her. Neville moved without thinking. Ginny's elbow shot out, too. The snatcher swore and lifted a hand. A masked Death Eater caught his wrist. "Orders," the Death Eater said. "Alive? Alive?" Voldemort repeated. "For now." They descended the slick steps carved into the cliff, links hissing, boots slipping, shoulders bumping. The sea was a machine in the dark, gears of water and wind grinding. The barge's deck thudded underfoot. Harpoons of iron rose from its railings. Everything was metal and wet and dull. The Dementors clustered near the bow like a bank of storm cloud, headless and patient. The air shrank. Harry's breath stuttered. He thought of the Patronus. Expecto. The word disintegrated on his tongue. He wasn't even holding a wand. And beyond that, there was the deeper blockade, the sense of magic kneeling somewhere inside him, hands behind its head. Dumbledore inhaled, loud enough to be heard. "Steady," he murmured. "Look at the horizon." "There isn't one," Sirius muttered. "There will be one," Dumbledore said. "There always is." Harry's chest hurt with the effort it took not to hate him for sounding calm. He fixed on a seam in the barge's deck instead, a line of rivets like a counting spell. 1, 2, 3. Voldemort moved among them like a ghost guiding tourists, his robes never touching the filth. "Do you feel it?" he asked conversationally, pausing by Harry. "The way the sea empties the air. Azkaban improves the sea. I admire places that do their work so thoroughly." Harry said nothing. Ron couldn't help it. "You admire yourself most of all." Voldemort's eyes flicked, amused. "There's some truth in that." Hermione's fingers found Ron's and squeezed. "Be quiet." Ginny, watching, set her jaw. Luna examined the Dementors like specimens. Neville looked like he might be sick. "Potter," Voldemort added, voice a silken thread as he drifted on. "You will find that despair can be educational." Harry kept his mouth shut until he tasted blood from biting the inside of his cheek. The barge pushed off, the dock falling away as if it were misremembered. Water slapped and hissed. The Dementors drew closer with the movement, as if the barge's motion were a summons. Cold unwound its rope down Harry's spine. Snatches of sound floated up from the deck, someone sobbing, someone whispering a prayer, the mutter of Death Eaters trading wagers about who would break first. Sirius leaned close without looking at Harry. "If they crowd, think of anything ridiculous." That time James flew McGonagall's hat into the whomping willow. It should have made Harry smile. It made the space behind his eyes ache. "I'm thinking of a cupboard," he said. "It's not helping." Sirius swore softly, which helped more than any advice. Rain came in like needles. The others huddled under it, Hermione and Ron shoulder to shoulder, Ginny with arms folded hard across her ribs, Luna tilting her face up to the water as if comparing it to other rains she'd known. Dumbledore wrapped his ruined cloak tighter. "We endure," he said again, not to anyone in particular. "Shut up," said a snatcher, but his voice was thin. Azkaban rose from the sea like a thought you've tried too long not to think. At first Harry mistook it for a cliff. Then the cliff squared itself into angles. Towers shouldered up out of the rain. Walls grew out of rock with the denial of something that refused to be called architecture. The fortress wore the storm as a habit. It seemed older than the sea, built by the idea of punishment and then let loose among people. Ginny's breath hissed between her teeth. Bloody hell. Language. Hermione whispered automatically and then absurdly apologized. "Sorry." "Force off." "Don't be," Ginny said. Even the Death Eaters grew quiet nearing the pier. The Dementors rose off the deck and flowed toward the fortress like smoke sucked toward a vent. Something in Harry's chest collapsed in on itself and kept collapsing. The barge bumped stone with a dull thunk. Black chains dropped. Gates opened on their own. They were driven up through a tunnel that sweated with salt and a colder kind of damp. Torches spat smoke that smelled of old soot. The light clung to iron spikes. At the first inner arch, a figure stepped forward, its face hidden by layered veils. Its hands were bone white with tattoos that crawled when Harry tried to focus on them. Its voice layered, one tone and an echo that didn't match the syllables. Once, it said. The word was a hook. Already taken. A Death Eater said, lifting a sack that jingled in a way that shouldn't have belonged to wood. The veiled figure trailed its fingers through the sack and then drew a circle in the air that burned for an instant and smoked out. The smoke smelled like old grief. Names, the figure said. Say them. They took them one by one as if a name were something you harvested. Potter. Harry. Harry said when it was his turn, and the echo in the figure's voice said a different name in a language his bones flinched at. Dumbledore Albus, said Dumbledore, and the echo laughed. Sirius Black, Sirius said. Daring. The echo hissed in delight, like a cat smelling milk. Ronald Weasley, Ron muttered. Hermione Granger. Ginevra Weasley. Neville Longbottom. Luna Lovegood. Each name made a mark on the veiled figure's ledger, a sheet of hammered tin strung with lengths of nail. Hermione shot at a look that might have been curiosity if she hadn't been shaking. Past the arch, the fortress opened into a hall with a ceiling so high it had fog. Doors like bricked mouths lined the walls. Chains dangled from rafters like ugly vines. Along one wall, several monstrous shapes coiled on iron cradles. Serpents grown grotesquely large, their scales ash gray, their eyes milk, white and bored. Their stillness made Harry uneasy. Above the doors, black slots exhaled a steady cold. Welcome, said a woman in robes stitched with sigils that crawled and froze. Her hair was sleek as oil. She smiled at Voldemort with the readiness of a good employee. Capacity was a concern, my lord, but the new wings are complete. How diligent, Voldemort said. Show me. He turned to the prisoners as if finishing a conversation. You will find your accommodations educational, he said. Do struggle. The place is hungry, and you would not want to offend your host. He drifted away with the woman and a handful of Death Eaters. The rest drove the captives forward in lines. They were sorted with a bureaucrat's efficiency. Couples split unless the guard was bored enough to let them cling. No, Ron said, yanking uselessly at the chain when Hermione was pulled toward a different corridor. Hey, Ron, Hermione said quickly. It's all right. We'll count. Count the hours. Don't be stupid. Since when have I? Since forever, Ginny said, materializing at his elbow. She caught his face in her hands and kissed his forehead with a fierceness that twisted Harry's chest. We're not giving them the satisfaction. Yeah. Ron swallowed and nodded, breathing like he'd run a mile. He didn't wipe the mark she left. Sirius tried to lever himself closer to Harry. A guard shoved him back with a truncheon. Sirius grinned, blood in his teeth. Save your tricks, he said under his breath when he caught Harry's eye. They expect you to be brilliant. Surprise them by surviving. The corridor swallowed him. Luna came by like driftwood, her chains handled loosely by a board snatcher. Don't listen if the walls start reciting your secrets, she advised Harry pleasantly. They do that sometimes. They're only trying to be interesting. Luna, it will be colder than you think, she added, then was tugged on. Neville's eyes met Harry's for a second and said more than he could have spoken. I'm still here. Don't you dare stop being here. Ginny, last of them, squeezed Harry's wrist hard enough to hurt. Don't let him live in your head, she whispered. Not tonight. Then she was gone too. They took Harry down a stair that bent like a spine and through a passage where the air tasted of rust. The guard walking behind him hummed under his breath. The tune had the wrong number of notes. At a rusted grill, the guard paused and struck it with a rod. Listen up, boy wonder. Try anything clever, and the clever part of your brain gets eaten first. He laughed at his own line and shoved Harry forward. The cell waited like the end of a thought. It was smaller than the cupboard under the stairs had been. Emptier. Stone floor, damp enough to bloom moss, a heap of straw that had once aspired to be bedding, an iron ring in the wall, high enough that a person chained to it would have to stand or hang. The slit of a window showed a slice of sea like a knife wound. The corridor's torchlight bled under the door in a thin underlining. They shackled him to the ring because that's what the ring was for. The man doing the work had the indifferent competence of someone who had untied and tied the same knot 1,000 times. He tugged once, testing, then patted Harry's cheek with 2 fingers as if he were smoothing a wrinkle in cloth. "Educational," the guard said, and left. The lock made a sound like a throat closing. For a moment there was nothing. That was almost the worst part. The pause, the empty room behind his ribs, the space where the crowding noise of battle had been. Harry stared at the window slit until his eyes watered. Waves flexed and struck, spray scissored the air white, rain stitched the hole shut and opened it again. He pressed his forehead to the stone, and it pressed back, unyielding. He tried to count again. Rivets, breaths, heartbeats. He got to 14 and lost the number. He started over. He got to 6. He started over. Somewhere above, a chain shrieked as if it had been reminded of its purpose. A man laughed in a voice that was also a sob. Far off, a woman sang and stopped in the middle of a word. He tried to think of something funny. Sirius's advice. Dudley, purple with fury because his new toy had made a noise that reminded him of a cow. Ron's ears going red because a girl had told him he had a nice backhand in gobstones. The time Luna had calmly asked a professor if she could keep a particularly interesting beetle. A memory came instead, his mother's scream. He hadn't asked for it. He hadn't summoned it. It unrolled itself out of the cold, as if the Dementors were already sampling him from the corridor outside. Green light, his father's shout, the sound of a body hitting the floor like something heavy and fine and broken. He bit his lip hard enough to taste iron again and blinked until the slit of sea stopped being a wand flash. The door groaned. They didn't slide in, they poured, as if the room had been built on a gradient. The temperature fell into his lungs and sat there heavy. The world's colors drained until even the black was gray. The air made a sucking sound, like a surprised intake of breath before a cry. Harry understood now why Sirius had said don't give them anything. The Dementors didn't take what you offered, they took what you were, and then asked if you happened to be offering more. He fought the familiar urge to raise his wand. He had nothing in his hands, nothing to focus through. The word for light lived stubbornly in his mouth expecto, but here the magic was caged and scolded and ordered to sit. The syllables tasted foolish. The lead Dementor, or the one nearest, it was hard to tell, paused with its leapless mouth angled toward him. It was considering his shape, he thought wildly, the way you look at a loaf of bread to decide where to cut. Cold lapped at his ankles. It crawled up the bones of his shins. The sound it made was not a sound. You can't have them, he heard himself say to the dark, and didn't recognize his own voice. Sometimes talk helped. Sometimes it made them tilt their empty faces as if words were minnows. Not my mother, he said. Not Fred's laugh. Not. His voice broke, and he closed his mouth hard over the rest. He had failed. The fact hung above him like a beam with the rope already knotted. He had planned and fought and believed and failed. Now they were going to pack him in salt and keep him on a shelf until whatever Voldemort wanted required him to be unwrapped. He tried to be angry. It was a warmer feeling, but it kept sliding away from his hands. Think of anything that isn't this. He had said that to other people, as if he were good at it. Think of the Quidditch pitch at dawn when the dew was still on the grass and the hoops were dark circles against a bright sky. Think of Ron snoring with his mouth open. Think of Hermione making a list because it made the chaos organize itself. Think of Ginny laughing with her head thrown back. Think of Sirius burning toast and swearing that the toaster had started the fight. Think of Dumbledore. No. He hit the brakes on that thought so hard it skidded. The Dementor drifted closer. Its robe barely moved. Cold threaded his ribs. The memory of laughter did help. 1/2 degree, a softening at the edge of the air. But the cupboard pushed back in, the smell of dust and cleaning fluid. The long nights of listening to the house breathe while no one said his name. Harry. He flinched. For a second, he thought the cell had learned his name. Then he realized the voice had come from beyond the door, soft and precise even through iron. "Hold," Dumbledore said, and there was something in the word that made the cold hesitate at the doorframe, as if it had been told it was early for once. "Think of the sea as being outside," he added, conversational, as if they were discussing weather over tea. "Not in you. Go away." Harry said before he could stop himself. A pause. "If I could move them, I would," Dumbledore said, his tone gentler than the stone deserved. "Endure. I'm tired of that word." "I know." The Dementor turned its void where its face should have been toward the slit of the window. The sea called outside by a calm old voice. Stayed there a moment. It didn't last. It couldn't. The thing flowed forward again. Harry shut his eyes. "James," he whispered, because his father's name was sometimes a key that fit a certain lock in his head. "Lily." His mother's. He said them like an incantation without magic, an invitation to the better ghosts. He tried to press his back into the wall until he met stone that had not yet learned how to be colder. Something touched his shoulder. Not the Dementor. He would have recognized that touch anywhere. This was weightless and real at once, the way a hand feels when you're sure you're alone and you aren't. "Harry," Hermione's voice said through the wall on his left, urgent despite the thickness. "We're here. Ron's here. Ginny's below. Sirius is, he's swearing a lot, which I think is a good sign." She took a breath that shuddered. "We'll count hours. On the next torch change, we'll knock 3 times. Then you knock twice. All right, we're going to make a system." Ron's muffled voice ghosted through, indignant and comforting. "Her systems keep people alive. Don't argue." He almost laughed, a rough cough that made the Dementor lean in hopeful. "All right," he said, and the word gave him a bar to hold. 3, then 2, Hermione repeated. "Harry, don't give them your happiest memories. Give them the ones that are stubborn. Like you," he said. "Yes," she said, and he could hear her smile even now. "Exactly like me." The Dementor bent over him again, patient. He felt the place behind his eyes click open to a long corridor of old hurts. He offered it one Dudley's gang, a summer's worth of running with breath like knives, a teacher's glance that slipped past him as if missing a step. Stubborn memories, not bright ones. The cold nibbled, his head went light. He breathed in, out. He could do that without magic. He could do that even when nothing else worked. The torch beyond the door guttered. Somewhere, a bell, not a bell. A length of pipe struck by another marked a change of watch. Hermione knocked 3 times. Harry waited long enough to feel like he was deciding something, and then knocked twice with the back of his head against the stone. The sound was dull. It was still sound. Footsteps went by slow, the guards humming picking up again. The Dementors retreated a little, as if a master had whistled. Left the doorway a rectangle of thicker dark. The cold didn't withdraw. It crouched and thought about him. He scraped his breath into a pile and sat on it like a dragon on coins. Minutes or miles of time later, the slit of a window changed color, going from ink to slate. The rain slowed, became a fine grit. The sea looked more like a surface and less like an idea. Harry let his knees fold and slid down the wall until the chain caught and held him in a position that pretended to be sitting. His shoulders burned. He put his face into his hands and let the darkness be something he made instead of something that made him. He thought of promises like found stones, smooth from handling. "I'll count. I'll knock. I'll be here when you answer." He thought of Ginny's hand on his wrist and how that had hurt enough to be proof. He thought, carefully, on purpose, of Voldemort's face leaning near and promising an education. He filed that too. Lessons could be learned both ways. Water dripped. Somewhere far off, a door screamed and then remembered it was only a door. The Dementor at his threshold made a small disappointed sound like a sigh, which would have been funny if any other part of this had been. He had failed them. The thought kept trying to climb onto his chest. He let it sit beside him instead, legs dangling over the edge. Fine. He had failed. He would have to do the rest from here, Harry. Came Sirius's voice from the right this time, stretched thin by stone but unmistakable. "You awake?" "I think so." "Good. I'm coming up with a list of things we're going to steal when we get out." So far I've got 2 boats and a set of keys shaped like ferrets. Harry huffed a sound. Why ferrets? Because I said so, Sirius said, as if the fact contained magic. Add anything you like. We'll argue about it later and frighten the guards with our optimism. All right? All right? Harry said, and meant it a little. The footsteps returned, voices the metal tongue of a bolt. The Dementor leaned in, a teacher pointing at a mistake. The day, if the change in the window could be called that, grew a fraction brighter. Harry curled on the cold floor, the chain and iron line across his chest, and let the next hour start. Outside the slit, the sea lifted and fell. Somewhere inside the stone, the fortress breathed. The door hummed with what waited on the other side. The cold tasted his knuckles where his skin had cracked. He lay there with his eyes open. He tried to picture the Quidditch hoops again, but saw instead a circle of iron drawn in a different place, in a room he had not yet seen, with machines that hummed and a wand that did not belong to anyone. The thought came like lightning, brief, white, a line drawn from nothing to something, and was gone. He was left with the dark and the sound of his own breathing and the knowledge that he was still doing that. He would do the next breath, and the next, and the next. In the corridor, the Dementors shifted, then settled, patient as winter. Harry pulled his knees closer, folded his arms around them, and rested his forehead on the cracked stone. Outside, thunder rolled, a giant turning over in its sleep. Inside, the hero lay small and fierce and not finished. The cold closed in, and he breathed again. Chapter 20. AZKABAN. A living nightmare. They didn't count days so much as the ways the cold found new doors into the body. Sometimes it came through the wrists where the iron had rubbed the skin raw. Sometimes it climbed the spine like a careful animal. Sometimes it slipped in behind the eyes and crouched there, patient. The torches guttered on a rhythm that might have been hours, might have been something the fortress invented to watch them tire. Hermione's knock, 3, then Harry's 2, had become the hinge of time. On the 12th or the 30th hinge, Harry couldn't tell which. A guard with a scar like a stitched smile banged on his door. "Yard," the man grunted. "Stretch your legs, D slower." The corridor was a throat of stone coughing up inmates. Chains clinked like mean laughter. Harry's knees argued with standing until standing remembered it had once been easy. He moved because the line moved. Because Ron's hair was ahead of him like a flare in fog. Because somewhere in the shuffle Hermione's shoulder brushed the air near his. The yard was a rectangle cut into the fortress, open to a slice of sky the color of wet slate. The sea had a voice here. It slapped and hissed at the walls as if insulting them from below. A few miserable black shrubs hunched in corners where soil had been poured and then regretted. Dementors hung along the top like a row of storm clouds that had forgotten how to travel. On the far side, a pit had been dug, wide and neat, the way you might dig for a foundation if you planned to build something that hated light. Figures moved inside it with the stubborn rhythm of labor. Once, Harry would have called them people, because they were, but from here, thin, gray, their movements slightly late to their own bodies, they were in fury. They heaved wet earth with quiet devotion. A Death Eater leaned on a spear at the lip, supervising the way a bored chef watches water come to boil. "Here," Ron said, and it was as if the word had weight. He slid an elbow without being obvious, making room near the patch of wall where the cracks ran like maps. Hermione was there already, eyes hawkish, hands folded like she distrusted them. Ginny came second, her jaw set. "You look like rubbish," she told Harry, which inexplicably helped. "Thank you," he said. "You smell like the ocean's bin." "Compliments now. We must truly be in hell." She shot back, but her eyes softened, quick as a blink. "You all right? Define it," he said, serious. Hermione asked over them. Present, grumpy, and much more handsome than the last time he was unjustly incarcerated. Sirius said, shouldering in, one hand pressed to his ribs. He flashed teeth at a guard out of spite and then dropped his voice. "Watch the corners. The snakes like to test the drain grates." "Snakes?" Neville asked, arriving with Luna, who wore a scrap of cloth like a scarf, patterned with little squares of soot. A's in literal. A sound like a rope dragged over stone made everyone freeze. In the shadow where the yard met a hallway, something huge shifted. Scales rashed across the floor. A head slid forward. triangular and deliberate, eyes milky as old glass but aware in a way that made Harry's neck prickle. The snake's tongue painted the air, then tasted the people at the edges like an expensive wine. It coiled half its length out and rested its chin on the flagstone as if the chill were pleasant on the jaw. Basilisk. Neville whispered, horrified. Hermione's face tightened. Not. Look. No crown ridge. Something engineered. Perhaps. Crossbird. Merlin. The head turned toward her as if the word were a bell. Don't be interesting. Sirius murmured. They love interesting. A cry cut the yard. 2 guards were dragging a man toward a low door banded with copper and ugly sigils. He had the look a lot of them had now, hollowed and alert at once. Madame Pomfrey moved without thinking, because the body remembers its job. He needs? She began. A guard shoved her back with the end of a spear. Needs are scheduled, the guard said. Today he needs a visit with the wonderful machine. The copper, banded door sucked them in and closed with an intimacy that made Harry's stomach lurch. The sea said something contemptuous to the wall. The Dementors tilted their cowls as if listening for the right note of despair. They had learned not to ask questions the first week. Questions used up water in the mouth and earned you answers shaped like laughter. Instead, they traded observations as if the right collection of facts could sketch a door. Second-level corridor has new runes. Hermione said softly, eyes still on the copper door. They glow when they think no one's watching. Not language I recognize. Suppression and siphoning. My Latin is no use, it looks older. Older than Latin, Luna said with dreamy certainty. It smells like fire that remembers teeth. Kitchen, if you can call it that, is 3 corridors south, Ron added. Saw them carry off trimmings at torch change. If you get there early, the bread hasn't met the rats yet. Sometimes. He lifted a shoulder. I'm trying to see patterns. The guards move like it's a dance they practiced once and never again. Third stare down from my block shifts, Ginny said. Subtle. Someone's either trying to fix the foundations or the whole place is growing. Sirius nodded toward the pit. Inferi stop when the bell rings, even if they're in the middle of a lift. The chime is for them, not us, meaning somebody's coordinating, meaning there's attention to detail, meaning this is not slapdash evil, which is the worst kind. Helpful. Neville muttered. I preferred slapdash evil. Madame Pomfrey, who had edged back but hadn't gone far, crouched beside a boy with a split scalp and hands that had learned trembling as a hobby. Hold still, she said, voice a blanket. She pulled a strip from her robe and pressed it to the wound, then looked at Hermione with a reflex older than either of them. Miss Granger, bandaging is fine, but if you can manage even a simple episky. Hermione had already drawn her breath the way one does before diving. She whispered, episky, careful, precise, the way she'd whispered over bruised knees in the forest, over knuckles split from training. Usually, the syllables made the air align. Here, the word fell with a flat clink, like cutlery dropped on stone. Nothing, not a spark, not a heat, not even the petulant fizz of a miscast. Hermione didn't flinch, and that was worse. She tried again, as if correctness might bully the world into behaving. Episky. The wound bled obligingly down the boy's ear and onto Hermione's thumb. She sucked a breath between her teeth, blinked hard once, and pressed the cloth in place anyway. Pressure, she said. Count to 30. Twice. Pomfrey's mouth pinched, her eyes shone, furious with helplessness. I can clean it with boiled water if I can get some that isn't brackish. We'll steal a pot, Sirius said immediately. We will acquire a pot. Hermione corrected, because habits keep bones from coming apart. Ginny's gaze had snagged on the copper door. How long do they keep them in there? She asked. Ron shook his head. Depends. Some scream longer than others. They come out different, Neville said, not looking away from the pit. Ernie Macmillan did. Looked right at me and didn't know we'd studied for the herbology OWL together. Walked past as if I was a table. Then he went and stacked rocks in the corner for an hour. Perfect stacks. Maybe he was never. Ron began trying for flippant and not reaching it. Don't, Neville said without heat. Please. The copper door opened. For a long heartbeat, no one breathed. The man who came out walked carefully, as if the ground might be a pond with a thin skin of ice. His eyes were polished nothing. The guards didn't even have to push him. He turned toward the nearest wall and placed his hands on it as gently as a person greeting a friend. Then he stood there waiting for a command. Hermione swallowed. Harry felt the room tilt a few degrees and then settle wrong. A Dementor drifted lower. The temperature found a new floor. Harry's breath stuttered once, which was all it took. The creature leaned as if he'd poured gravy. Potter. A guard called lazily, not even looking to see if Harry looked back. Smile. It confuses them. He didn't. He watched the man's empty eyes and felt a pivot click inside him. You could die like that while still walking. You could be kept somewhere inside a machine. He looked up at the row of headless things and thought of a Patronus and tasted nothing. Don't feed them your best. Hermione murmured from the side of her mouth, as if he were holding a bowl and she was reminding him not to spill. Give them something stubborn. He tried. He thought of the time Ron had eaten 6 pies at the Burrow and then sworn it had been an act of bravery. He thought of Luna explaining Nargles with the seriousness of a judge. He thought of how Sirius burned toast. The cold took those tiny flames one by one and said more. The yard's bell sounded. A bar beaten against another bar. The Inferi stopped mid. Have froze like paused film, then turned as one to climb out of the pit and file toward a different door. The giant snake uncoiled, each scale whispering. Back, a guard barked, sweeping a spear. Prisoners stepped where the spear wanted them to step, because the spear was a language everyone now understood. They herded them toward troughs along the wall. The food within looked like gruel had given up because of low wages. Harry crouched with his bowl. Ron sniffed. On the bright side, Ron said, we'll never have to worry about getting used to it. Luna, with complete sincerity, I think it's mostly kelp. Kelp is enthusiastic about being kelp. Eat. Madame Pomfrey ordered, because you obeyed a healer or you didn't get better. Stubbornly, Sirius made a face. We're redefining cuisine and grit simultaneously. Across the yard, a family clung together. 2 adults, a girl, a boy who might once have had a noise for a laugh. The boy reached for the girl's hand, and a guard rapped his knuckles with a stick. The girl didn't cry because she hadn't been taught that sound here yet. Professor Sprout sat on a low stone, hands empty, looking at the dirt like it ought to hold seeds if only she found the right way to ask. Harry's bowl was warm in his hands. The warmth was shocking. For a second, for exactly the width of that sensation, the yard retreated and a memory shouldered in without knocking. The great hall before it turned to rubble, candles buoyant, 100 voices braided into one everyday knot. Then the memory shifted, as if someone had taken the picture and rubbed it, until the colors blurred into green. The Dementors didn't touch you with hands. They pushed doors open and stood aside. The Battle of Hogwarts came back like it had been stored in brine and yanked up too soon. The scream was there, the spell that sounded like glass shearing, and the look on Fred's face the half-second before the room changed shape and he didn't have a face anymore. He felt the Elder Wand's gaze, cold and clever, and Voldemort's voice skimming over skin. He smelled the burned sweetness of the room of requirement. He heard his mother. No, not his mother, it was Molly, howling a word that filled him from the soles up, not my daughter, you. And then the word cut off because the green light went everywhere and Harry. He was on his knees, his bowl tipped, gruel pooling like a map of a country no one would want to visit. Ginny's hand was on the back of his neck, her thumb pressing the nape. Ron was a study in fury pointed upward at the row of cloaked things. Hermione had placed herself between him and the nearest guard without making it look like that. I'm fine, Harry said through a mouth that felt full of salt. You're alive, Hermione corrected. Fine is not a requirement. Sirius squinted up at the Dementors. You're ugly, he told them conversationally. Has anyone ever said, you should consider accessorizing? A jaunty hat, a scarf, something to pull the look together. A guard snorted. Entertaining yourself, Black? Always, Sirius said. The Dementors hovered, disappointed that the meal had ended early, then drifted a fraction higher. The cold didn't leave, it sat smug. The copper door opened again. A new prisoner came out, Seamus, Harry realized with a lurch. Seamus's hair was longer and his cheek was cut, but it was him. For one bright, painful moment, Harry thought of the way Seamus had laughed when he blew up his own cauldron in first year, how he'd called it redecorating. Seamus's eyes now were polished stone. He walked to a wall and stared at it. After a moment, he lifted one hand and traced a square in the air, carefully, as if drawing a window. Ginny's breath punched out like someone had knocked her. "I'm going to kill every one of them," she said, conversational and sincere. "Coo," Ron said tightly. "There's a cue." Hermione's gaze dragged back to Harry. "We need to talk about the suppression," she said, pinning herself to purpose. "It's not the wards. It's layered. I can feel it when I try. Something in the stone says no. Can stone say anything?" Neville asked. "It can if you carve enough cruelty into it," Luna said. "Words remember how they were spoken." Sirius wiped his spoon with a sleeve and slid it into his pocket with an expression of being owed. "Even if we can't cast, we can still plan. Watch. Count. You don't need a wand for counting." Harry stared at the copper door so hard the edges of his vision went blurry. Rumors had learned to walk since they got here. The giant serpents weren't the worst. There was a story about a corridor whose floor was made of thin ice over black water. You were sent to run across it with your eyes closed. When you fell through, you had to swim with the Dementors, watching to make them laugh. There was a story about a room where the ceiling came down an inch every time you told the truth. There was a story about a beast you never saw but always heard, breathing in the vent. There was a story, only a story, please only a story, that Voldemort had brought back something he'd found underground and taught it to whisper to the pipes. The worst story was probably the one that was true, that the chamber past the copper door took things you were sure you'd nailed down inside yourself and pried them up, one by one, and fed them to a wand. Harry's palm twitched as if he were holding something. He wasn't. He curled his fingers into his skin anyway until the nails left half moons. "Hey," Ron's voice gentled. "You still with us?" "Yes," Harry said, and he was in the particular way that meant he knew where each of them stood without looking. Hermione's shoulder a fraction in front of his, as if she intended to intercept anything with mass. Ginny at his left, leaning slightly forward the way someone does when they're about to throw a punch at a thunderstorm. Sirius a half step out to draw the eye. Luna and Neville close enough to touch, far enough to take a breath. Madame Pomfrey tied off a bandage with a practical cruelty that would have comforted anyone paying attention. "Eat," she said again, and this time Harry picked the bowl up and scraped the rest into his mouth. It tasted like wet paper. He chewed like a person agreeing to live. The bell clanged. Guards shouted. Lines formed, tilted, reformed. A snake lifted its head and sighed. The Dementors drifted up like indifferent saints. The family across the yard were divided by a spear. The boy barely flinched this time. Ernie, if Neville hadn't said his name Harry, might not have gone hunting for it. Continued tracing a window that would not open. As they were pushed back toward the doors, Dumbledore appeared at the far arch as if the fortress had conjured him for its own entertainment. He looked smaller in the yard, as if the sky had rubbed some of the blue out of his eyes. He saw Harry, and the barest shadow of a nod flickered, there and gone. "Professor," Hermione called without calling, a word under her breath. Dumbledore didn't change his face, but his voice carried, so gentle no one could object to the shape of it. "Endure," he said, "and observe." He glanced once at the copper door, and something unreadable moved under the skin of his expression. "There are always seams," Harry wanted, with a sudden ferocity that made his eyes sting, to be able to hate him. It would have been so warming, like a stolen flask in the pocket. Instead, he drew the word seams around himself like a threadbare blanket. He looked at the pit, at the bell, at the runes on the second corridor, at the way the guards' boots left different prints, depending on who had a limp and who did not. He looked because looking was a verb he still owned. They shoved him back into the corridor's throat. The door swallowed him with the intention of digestion. His cell greeted him with the air of a room faintly surprised to see the same person return. The chain said, "Let me remind you." The slit window said, "The sea is not for you." He sat and breathed, because that was still allowed. The Dementor outside settled like an unpleasant neighbor lowering himself into his chair. It waited. He waited louder. Sometime after the torch forgot its instructions and sputtered back into compliance, the cold pushed its hand through the door and pressed it to Harry's forehead. The battle came again, because the chill loved reruns. He saw Fred turn toward a joke and get an ending instead. He saw Remus's hands and thought of the book he would never finish reading. He saw Tonks's hair dull past pink. He saw Voldemort's face bend into something that thought it was a smile. The green light reached for him like an old friend. He didn't have a Patronus. He didn't have any spells. He had nothing that glowed. He had the knock. 3 Hermione had promised. He waited for it until waiting became a shape, and then the sound came, exactly the way she had said, and he knocked back twice with his skull. The Dementor inclined its head, disappointed that some other ritual had filled the air, however briefly. "Still here," Hermione whispered through the wall, her breath making the stone humid. "We're making a list." "What kind?" he asked, because questions were rope. "Things that don't require magic," she said promptly. "Counting steps, mapping corridors, stealing spoons, watching shift changes, making friends in other blocks, teaching Madame Pomfrey swear words she can use when she can't heal the way she wants." A muffled language came faintly, and then, shockingly, a laugh. Madame Pomfrey's laugh was a small thing and superhuman. "Add breathing," Luna said from further away. "Most creatures do it wrong because they get distracted by having thoughts." "Add not breaking," Ginny said. Her voice was less muffled. She had gotten as near as she dared. "Add not letting them decide how we think of ourselves." Sirius, "Add spoons." "Did we say spoons?" "Add more spoons, Neville, shy and fierce." "Add waiting like we mean it." Harry put his forehead against the wall. "Add seams," he said. "The word tasted like iron and something like hope. And when we find one, we pull." In the corridor, the Dementor sighed, as if bored. The sea banged its tin cup against the fortress and demanded attention. Harry closed his eyes and didn't go anywhere. He felt the cold try to move into his bones, and he rented the space to slower things, instead the counting, the list. The way Ron's sarcasm always came back with a receipt, the way Ginny's hand had pressed a yes into his neck, the way Hermione's voice made the world admit rules, even here. He thought of Dumbledore's nod and hated that he needed it, and decided he could keep the nod without keeping the man. He thought of the copper door. He thought of a wand he hadn't seen yet but would. "Harry." Hermione's voice came through again, softer. "You don't have to answer. I wanted to say. I don't know what I wanted to say. We're here." "No," he said, which was all the spell he had. The torch outside the cell hissed. The cold rearranged itself. Somewhere a bell rang for someone else's misery. Somewhere the copper door learned a new name. Somewhere the giant snake dreamed of warmth. Harry curled onto the straw the way you tuck yourself against a storm in a doorway, your shoulder pressed to the wood, listening to the rain be itself. He let the weight of the iron on his wrist be a fact without letting it be a verdict. He breathed until breathing was boredom. He thought, without meaning to, and then with meaning, of what would happen if they kept opening that door, and what might happen if they didn't, and how people like him had a talent for finding the place in the wall where the mortar was old. "Seems," he said again, to the stone, to the cold, to his own blood. His voice didn't carry. It didn't have to. The word sat down beside him like a friend too tired to speak. Azkaban breathed. The sea kept talking. The Dementor waited as interminably as a winter that has forgotten about spring. Harry stared at the slit of sky until it went from slate to black, and in that thin change he caught himself thinking not if but when. The thought sparked once, small, stubborn. He cupped his hands around it and warmed them there. Chapter 30 Voldemort's revelation, they called it an assembly, as if there would be minutes and tea. Bolts screamed, doors yawned, chains found wrists. The corridor's cold moved with purpose, nosing them toward the stair that bent like a spine. Harry counted steps, because counting was the thin rope he could still throw. He lost his place when a guard jabbed him in the ribs, and started again without apology. Around him, the prison emptied its rooms into a river of bodies. Luna's shoulder brushed his. Neville's breath came quick. Ron muttered the kind of cursing that sounded like arithmetic. Hermione kept her hand still by force and moved her eyes. Crowd control, Sirius said under his breath, one step behind. Keep together. If one of you goes down, stamp on my foot and I'll make a scene. You always make a scene, Ginny said, but there was a thank you threaded through it. The stair opened into a cathedral hollowed from rock and meanness. The central hall of Azkaban, the place the cold came from. A gallery ringed it 3 stories up where dementors hung like unlit lanterns. At the far end, a set of iron doors had been left ajar the width of a promise. Between the doors and the crowd, a space had been cleared with the precision of a diagram. It's bigger than the Great Hall, Ron muttered, staring at the ceiling that disappeared into fog. And uglier. Hermione's gaze snagged on sigils etched into the flagstones, old as the sea and twice as humorless. They've widened the suppression net here, she said. Feel it. Like a weight in your lungs. I feel like I'm wearing a wet jumper made of no, Ginny said. The guards fanned them into rows with indolent efficiency. Harry could feel the tide of the crowd behind, hundreds breathing too carefully. Madame Pomfrey had planted herself near a cluster of children with that implacable healer's stance that made even cruelty consider its posture. Professor Sprout stood like a stump, solid, rooted, hands empty but not idle. Dumbledore was there, too, a little apart, his chin lowered as if he were listening to something no one else could hear. Do not speak, a veiled official intoned. Do not move unless instructed. Do not faint. If you faint, you will be revived for discipline. Charming, Sirius murmured. As always, a bell sounded once like a hammer on bone. The iron doors widened. Air moved, not a breeze, but the sense of space admitting a new weight. The Death Eaters flanked the entry as if they'd practiced for a parade. They looked thinner in the light, their masks more ridiculous. Fear and triumph both make people small. Voldemort entered without hurry, the storm choosing to wear a body for the afternoon. The Elder Wand was a white line in his hand, the way a scalpel is a line. His eyes were the red of something that had learned blood by taste and then lost interest in anything else. Good, he said, in a voice that stroked the room against the grain. You are awake. No one answered. You didn't answer whether. He drifted aside, a host revealing his surprise. The iron doors yawned wider to let them see. The chamber beyond was a sacrament of wrongness. An altar had been made of metal that wasn't all iron, hammered into angles that hurt to look at. Runes crawled along its edges and then pretended to be still. At its center rose a pedestal with a rod cradled in metal claws. A wand and not a wand, black so deep it was like a hole, stood upright. Around the pedestal, circles had been raised from the floor. Lines of hammered copper inlaid with something that flickered when you didn't face it directly. Above those circles, bodies hung in a slow orbit, suspended in fields like thick glass. Faces upturned, eyes closed, skin gray with the color drained too carefully to be called death. Harry's body understood before his mind was allowed. His heart slammed once, then tried to stop. Mum, he said, too softly for anyone but the word to hear. His knees almost bowed. Dad? Lily Potter's hair floated around her head like a memory of flame. James Potter's hands were open as if holding the invisible. They were not corpses. They were not photographs. Their chests rose, shallow, measured by a machine that didn't believe in mercy. The fields around them made a faint wet humming, as if the air had been thickened with grief. Hermione's fingers found Harry's sleeve and closed. It was not to hold him back. It was to remind him he existed in relation to someone. Her breath trembled once. Ron's mouth opened and didn't close. Sirius made a sound that wasn't a word. They're alive, Ginny said, not a question. Her face had gone white and sharp-edged. Harry took one step before a spearhead kissed his ribs. He didn't feel the point as threat. He felt it as insult. The guard's breath smelled of pickled onions. Steady, the man said, amused. Family visits after the demonstration. Voldemort smiled as if someone had remembered a punchline. Mr. Potter seems overcome. How touching. He spread his hands with a mockery of largesty. An education. Then he walked to the pedestal, laid the Elder Wand across the iron claws like a baton being passed, and faced them, the way professors do before a blackboard. Wands, he said softly, ear instruments, conduits. They are also reputations in wood. The Elder Wand, for instance, is a story so loud it drowns out other truths. He lifted it, and it glittered like bone. But power is not a story. Power is pressure. It is the difference between one thing and another, harnessed without consent. He gestured lazily, and the copper rings at the chamber's center brightened by a shade darker. The suspension fields around Lily and James thickened, the wet hum increasing. Harry's stomach flipped. He had to lock his knees to keep from moving. He tasted iron and the copper of pennies, and an old sweetness that might have been a nursery he never had. "I have learned," Voldemort continued pleasantly, "that the soul resists separation until it is invited to consider the greater good." His mouth twitched. For a heartbeat his eyes flicked to Dumbledore and back. Invitation is an art, but harvesting is a science. Combine enough cores, align enough resonance, focus them into a vessel that has been taught to drink. He turned to the black rod. Even facing away, his voice smiled. "And you receive a tool that does not negotiate." He snapped his fingers. A Death Eater dragged a man forward from the first row of prisoners. A balding wizard with the look of someone who might have sold brooms and been kind about minor repairs. The man whimpered once, a small noise like a dropped cup. "No," Madame Pomfrey said, moving without permission. Two spears leveled at her throat. She stopped because skill is no use if your body isn't still alive to use it. "He is ill," she said anyway, as if naming the obvious might create a rule. Voldemort's smile didn't flicker. "He is useful." The man was thrust onto a copper ring. The air changed, hair lifted on arms. Harry felt something in himself lean, the way a tide leans when the moon insists. The black rod drank a little breath. A filament unspooled from the man's chest. No, from the space above his chest, from that stubborn, invisible place where people store their favorite mistakes and secret songs. It wasn't dramatic. A thread of pale light, the color of milk over flame, then another, then another. The man's expression softened, like someone falling asleep without meaning to. He did not scream. That was worse. The filaments braided themselves midair and slid into the rod's end. The rod throbbed once, a black pulse a person without eyes might have seen. "Stop it," Harry heard himself say, the words raw as scraped skin. Voldemort glanced over, his face almost kindly. "No, Harry. I don't think I will." The filaments ceased. The man swayed. Two guards lifted him back, and he walked docilely to a wall and placed his palm on it, as if reassured by stone. His eyes were clean of him. Neville made a noise that was almost a snarl. He dragged it back down and turned it into breath. Ginny's fingers had cut crescents into her own palms. Sirius had gone still. "Demonstration," Voldemort said, brushing invisible dust from his sleeve. "On a mild setting. Waste not." His gaze returned to Harry the way a cat's returns to the thing that will leap. "I keep my promises, you see. I said I would not kill you." He tilted his head. "Death is merely one method of ending. I am creative." Harry could not take his eyes off his parents. He had imagined them 1,000 ways, laughing, scolding, untidy and alive only in memories he'd borrowed from other mouths. He hadn't imagined this. His mother's eyelashes fluttered once. The dull field around her did not admit the idea of waking. "Lily and James," Voldemort said conversationally, strolling beneath them. Extraordinary raw material, a mother's sacrificial protection, a father's misdirected bravery. Preserved, improved by time. He looked up at them with the casual admiration people save for expensive objects. "The first time, I was over-hasty. I tried to extract what was mine with a wand and a spell. Children break. Their mothers are tiresome. This method is more elegant." Sirius spoke, not loud, but with the kind of quiet that makes rooms listen. "Say their names again and I'll—" "You'll what?" Voldemort asked, genuinely interested. "Keep breathing long enough to see you wrong," Sirius said. A sibilant shifting rustled in the galleries. The Dementors leaned forward, as if to get a better look at a play. In the hierarchs, something heavier slid. One of the engineered serpents, the sound of scales on stone, like sand poured down a metal throat. Hermione's voice came from somewhere close to Harry's ear. "This is a ritual space," she whispered. "Look at the order. It mirrors an old conjuration we studied, except inverted. The suppression is weaker in there. He wants magic active. He's feeding it into that thing." "The wand," Ron said, low. "The wrong wand." Hermione corrected absently, "The way you correct a miss, shelved book even in a burning library." It's not wood, it's Merlin, I don't know. Something taut. Harry tore his eyes from his parents long enough to look at the rod properly. It didn't reflect light. It seemed to decide what light was allowed near it. Even from here, he could feel its attention like heat from a stove, impersonal but interested in the shape of him. Voldemort sauntered back to the lip of the circle, every gesture a practiced lack. "Posterity bores me," he said. "But precision does not. A month, 30 days by your primitive calendar." He smiled. "On the 30th, the wand will be charged. The extraction complete, I will take it up and write a final spell with it across the sky." "What sky?" Someone whispered, not meaning to. "All of them," Voldemort said, hearing anyway. "The school will be unmade brick by brick until even the stones forget the word Hogwarts. The little rebellions hiding under floorboards will learn stillness. The ministry will be taught silence. The world will be set to one key." He looked at Harry for that last line, as if waiting for applause. Harry's mouth tasted of nausea and iron and decision. "You won't," he said. The red eyes warmed. "There it is," Voldemort said, amused. "There's the grit. I've missed it. It will be so satisfying to grind it." He inspected his nails. "Do attempt something. It will help the suffering ripen." He turned to go, then paused as if remembering an afterthought. His gaze flicked to Dumbledore. "Your favorite word, Albus?" he asked, voice a drawl. "Tell them." Dumbledore's face did not move. He stepped forward half a pace, enough to be seen by those looking for him. "Endure," he said gently. A hiss, a collective intake, slid through the crowd. Ron made a sound through his teeth that would have gotten him detention in another life. Hermione's fingers tightened around Harry's sleeve until the fabric creaked. Voldemort's smile was a tidy cut. "Yes," he murmured. "Do." He lifted the elder wand like a conductor finishing a movement. The copper rings dimmed, the floating bodies stilled into tablocks again. The black rod relaxed its tiny hunger. He moved away. The Death Eaters peeled from the walls to follow, some with their masks cocked to hide their unease. The Dementors drifted backward to their hooks. The iron doors began to close with the heavy intimacy of a coffin lid. Harry lunged one step, too, as if proximity were a spell of its own. Spearheads welcomed him back to wisdom. Between the rod and his reach, the doors kissed and sealed. The hall swallowed the last of the noise and burped cold. For a heartbeat, no one moved. The crowd stood in that terrible after-silence when the orchestra has left and you are still hearing the last note in your bones. Then the guards remembered their jobs. "Back," one snarled. "Back to your lessons." Sirius leaned into Harry's shoulder as if to anchor him without appearing to. "Why saw," he said, the words filing themselves in order only by force. "Was saw. That's not nothing. My parents," Harry said. The words came out child small, not because he felt like a child, but because the boy who had not known them had spoken up from where he'd been kept. "There, they are," Hermione said. Her voice dared the world to argue. "They are. We will hold on to that." Her eyes were enormous and bright and absolutely dangerous. And to the rest, Neville exhaled a breath he'd been saving since childhood. "He said a month," he said dully. That's a time you can put in your hand." 30 torches, Luna said helpful, as if converting measurement units. 30 breakfast spoons. 30, Ron repeated, and for once didn't make a joke of it. He looked at the iron doors like a chess player looks at a board that has grown teeth. Right. They were shoved into motion. Boots slid on damp stone. Someone was sobbing in a way that sounded like a cough. Madame Pomfrey pushed a boy's head down to stop a nosebleed and glared at a guard as if daring him to object to biology. Professor Sprout murmured to a girl who wouldn't lift her eyes. The family from the yard clung to one another and moved like a single organism. Ernie Macmillan traced an invisible square in the air as he walked, drawing a window that refused to have glass. Harry's mind kept stepping on the same image and tripping, his mother's hair floating, his father's hands open, the black rod drinking as if it had been taught thirst. He thought of the copper door from the yard and the chamber beyond, and the word seems like a stitch he wanted to pick at until the garment fell apart. "You're thinking loudly," Ginny said. Falling in at his left, voice a small blade. "Try to look dull." "Can't," he said. It's a recognizable face. Then look angry, she said. They expect that. Back down the spine of stairs past the runes, through the tunnel that sweated salt, into the corridor where the Dementors liked to lurk. The cold liked him much now, like a cat delighted by someone openly allergic. He breathed anyway, the way you refuse to apologize for a normal function in public. At his door, the guard with the pickled onion breath grinned and patted Harry's cheek with 2 fingers. "Family reunions make me peckish," he said. "Eat something for me." Harry looked at him, and for a dangerous moment saw the shape of hexes he didn't currently own. He breathed until his eyes cooled and went into his cell. The door shut, the lock turned. The bolt said no in a language Harry intended to unlearn. He pressed his forehead to the wall. It was blessedly solid. It took his weight without complaint. 3 knocks. Hermione, punctual to the soul. He knocked back twice, his skull a drum. The Dementor shifted outside, irritated that other rituals kept interrupting its meal. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked without any expectation he would say yes. "No," he said. "And also yes, they're alive." "Yes," she said, fierce and kind. "Yes." Ron's voice threaded in. "If he wants a month, he gets less. Spoil sport." Sirius said approvingly. "Let's disappoint him. Ginny, we need a plan that doesn't sound like one when you say it out loud. Neville, quiet but not small. We need to count different things." "Seems," Harry said, because the word had stayed when others fell through. The copper door, the bells, the pit, the way the snakes move, the way the Dementors feed when the bell rings, the way the runes hum. Dumbledore said observe, fine. We will observe him too. Hermione was already there. I'll map corridors from memory, if we each take a wing. No single points of failure, Ron said. If they take one of us, the rest still know enough. Stolen spoons. Sirius contributed gravely. I'm not kidding. Noted, Hermione said, and Harry choked on a laugh that tasted like old water and relief. He let the wall hold him up while his body remembered how to stop shaking. His parents floated behind his eyes, not dead. The wand stood in its cradle like a promise engraved in the wrong language. Voldemort's voice replayed, savoring, a month. The Dementor at his threshold leaned in, hopeful. It offered the battle again, its favorite rerun, but the memory snagged on something new and slid. The green light's reach met his mother's hair lifting in a field, and his father's hands refusing to close into fists. The cold tried to make them lessons, he filed them as reasons. When the torch changed and the corridor breathed that tiny stale gust it always did then, Hermione knocked again. 3 small heartbeats. Harry knocked twice, and after the second he kept his forehead against the stone and spoke as if telling the wall a secret it would be proud to keep. We have to stop him, he said, voice low and level. Whatever it takes. The wall, which had heard worse, hummed. The cold sulked. The sea threw itself at the outer stones and was thrown back, again and again, as if rehearsing. Harry sat down, gathered his breath the way poor people gather coins, and began to spend it carefully. In the slit of the window, the day folded into a darker shape. Somewhere above, iron rang like someone sharpening a resolve. 30 torches, 30 breaths. 30-somethings that would not feel like enough until they were. Chapter 4c. Sparks of rebellion night in Azkaban didn't fall so much as it settled, a heavy animal lowering itself over the block, pressing everything flatter. Torches hissed along the corridor, coughing light. Somewhere above, the bell that wasn't a bell clanged once and made the air shiver. The Dementor outside Harry's door drifted lower, waiting to be fed by sleeping. Harry didn't sleep. He lay with the chain a diagonal across his chest, and the copper door burned into the back of his eyelids and his parents floating in slow, measured breaths that weren't theirs. 30 days, Voldemort had said. 30. He counted to 30 twice and started over. It didn't make the number smaller. 3 soft knocks. Hermione. He bumped his skull twice against the stone, and the cold in the doorway twitched, annoyed by rituals that didn't involve it. We're meeting. Hermione whispered, voice careful, as if she could see the shape of the guard's shadow from inside her cell. Now, quiet. Ron sighed. How? He asked. Watch, she said, and the wall was empty again. A minute later, a sallow guard unlocked Harry's door, yanked the chain off the ring, and jerked his chin. Lavatory, he grunted. don't dawdle. You lot think better when you're miserable. Harry let him shove. He turned left, because left was the direction the guard chose, and because Ron's block was left. 2 doors down, another guard unlocked another door. Ron stumbled out wincing, then straightened the second he saw Harry's face. "There you are," Ron said too loudly, then grimaced as the guard glared. "What? I've been cultivating my bladder." "What a talent!" The guard muttered, bored, and jerked his head again. "Move." The lavatory was a long trough with a broken wall and a view of the sea like a punishment. Wind blew in thin, sharp lines. The water below slapped rock with lonely focus. A single torch burned with the resentful hiss of a servant who had stayed late. Hermione had claimed the far corner by the cracked pipe. Ginny hovered near the door, pretending to be unimpressed with everything. Luna's pale hair was a moth shape in the dim. Neville leaned against the wall like someone practicing not to shake. Sirius sauntered in last with a guard behind him who had a lazy grin and a dead tooth. "All together," the guard said. "Group P." Charming. He stuck his head back into the corridor to whistle at someone and, crucially, didn't watch them properly. Hermione didn't waste the angle. She stepped close enough that their breath made a small, warm country between them. 30 days? She said without preface. "We don't give him 30. We don't give him anything," Ginny said. Sirius nodded at the broken window slit. "We've been giving them our best faces. Time to give them our worst behavior. Without magic." Neville cautioned, scanning the ceiling for snakes. "We can't even Lumos." "Then we don't," Ron said. "We do it like Mum cooking with the power out. You use what you've got, and you tell everyone it was the plan." "What we've got," Hermione said, ticking points on her fingers, "was a map we can build, shift patterns we can record, bodies that can move, hands that can carry, eyes that can watch, and several spoons." Luna produced one from her sleeve with an unhelpful flourish. 4, actually. Sirius looked smug. "Told you." Harry heard himself speak before he decided to. "We form a circle," he said. "Not us. Everyone who can still stand up and think in straight lines. We make rules. No one knows all of any plan. If they take one of us, the rest don't shatter. We share small things fast. We practice looking dull." He tasted the word he'd been carrying. "We find seams." "Seams," Hermione repeated, liking the word like a book likes a smart margin note. "Yes," Neville swallowed. "We'll start with who?" "Everyone who remembers Dumbledore's army," Hermione said, and even in this place the name put a slight heat into the air. "We built a school in a room that didn't want us. We can build a plan in a prison that doesn't want us," Ron snorted. "I'm not naming it Dumbledore's army, Hermione." "I didn't say that," she said. "I said remember it. We need a name," Ginny said, deadpan. "Obviously. Not now," Hermione hissed. "Names matter," Ginny said. "They give people something to put in their mouths besides fear." She looked at Harry. "Well, Ron, helpful, not team we're all going to D, I suppose." "Team stubborn," Neville offered. "Team spoon," Sirius said. "Please no," Hermione muttered. Harry looked out at the narrow cut of sea and the seam it made with sky. The torches, the runes he could feel humming under the stone, the copper door. The word came out on its own. "Team AZKABAN," he said. Simple, short. Something you could scrawl fast on cloth, and someone could see it and know where to put their breath. Ginny's mouth tipped. "Team AZKABAN," she said, trying the weight. "Sounds like it wants to bite." "Good," Ron said. "Then it's us." "Use," Luna echoed as if blessing it. The guard glanced back, suspicious at the sudden quiet. Sirius launched at once into a monologue about the tragedy of Azkaban plumbing, complete with impressions. The guard rolled his eyes and leaned in the doorway. Hermione slid Harry a look that said, "Keep talking with your face closed." "Signals," she whispered. "Knock patterns aren't enough. Taps can be heard, and the Dementors like sound. We need fast visual ones, too. Cloth, bread crusts, fingers." Luna produced the scrap of suit-patterned cloth she wore like a scarf. "Wa could fold them," she said. "Triangles for go, squares for wait, circles for snakes." She looked pleased. "Everyone likes circles." Neville nodded. "We can pass them on laundry duty." "Laundry duty?" Ron asked skeptically. Neville lifted a shoulder. Some of us got lucky and weren't assigned to the pit. I can swap if someone's worse. He swallowed. It's not nothing. Nothing is a lot of something said wrong. Luna said, as if quoting someone sensible. Harry found he was smiling, small and dangerous. We recruit, he said quietly. People we know, people we don't. We ask for small things. We teach them to look without getting caught looking. We need eyes on every floor, count of every bell, and who goes through the copper door and who comes out empty. And we need, runners, Ron said. People who can get from one block to the other without making the guards itch. Ginny lifted her hand. I'm fast. She didn't say and small because she didn't have to. Hermione's mouth tightened. Also reckless, also fast, Ginny repeated calmly. Sirius tilted his head. I can get myself thrown into common areas when I need to by being irritating. It's a gift. Use it. Hermione said. Footsteps. The good mood, if that's what it was, folded and hid. 2 new guards swaggered in with truncheons and a hunger for using them. Don't in there, one asked, ugly with hope. Nearly, said Madame Pomfrey's voice, dignified. From a stall nobody had noticed was occupied. She stepped out, smoothed her ragged sleeves, fixed the guard with a look that in another life would have sent a 7th year scurrying to retake his NEWTS. Unless you'd like to discuss bowels in more detail, in which case I have diagrams. Her tone made an appointment of it. The guards blinked, wrong-footed. Sirius grinned broadly at them, which read as the opposite of threat. Back to your holes. The dead-toothed guard said finally, disgusted by ordinary bodily functions, and waved them out. They didn't push it. This was their first seam, not their last. Harry let himself be shoved back to his cell and pressed his forehead to the stone until his breathing forgot to hurry. The Dementor in the corridor rearranged itself, irritated that something like intent had briefly warmed the block. 3 knocks. 2. Then a new sound, a faint scrape on his door's lower edge. Harry crouched. A crust of bread scored with 2 triangles slid under the gap. Go. He stifled a laugh because laughter sounded expensive here. All right, he murmured to the stone. We go. The next days blurred into a montage of small treasons. In the yard, Hermione stood near Professor Sprout and drew her attention without appearing to. You always said roots find a way, Hermione murmured, eyes forward. We could use your nose for cracks. Sprout's mouth didn't move. Seeds are patient. People must be, too. A long beat. Yes. Near the Trows, Neville nudged a laundry cart with his hip and spoke to the woman pushing it without looking at her. Triangles mean go, he said softly. Squares wait. The woman, Hestia Jones, Harry realized a heartbeat later, didn't change her face. Circles snakes, she said. Clever. I'll teach my hands to say it. On the 2nd floor, Luna walked with a stack of rags and stopped by a hunched shape in a corner. You used to teach me arithmancy, she said mildly. I was terrible at it. Professor Vector didn't lift her head, but Harry saw her fingers twitch, 3 times fast, then 2. Ron staged an argument about the taste of kelp that turned into a distraction at exactly the right moment so Ginny could peel off, slide behind a slow-moving guard, and wedge a spoon under a door that tended to stick. Later, a boy from the next block found the door grateful to open. Madame Pomfrey taught 3 prisoners how to bind a wound with nothing but a strip of shirt and a length of stubbornness. You pull across, not tight around, she said, and if a guard glanced over, it sounded like nothing at all. Sirius made the guard with the dead tooth believe he'd swallowed a nail, while the man gagged and swore and discovered no nail at all. Neville counted the keys hanging from his belt and the order in which he touched them by reflex. Harry moved like someone who had learned to be furniture, upright, heavy, invisible, while his ears did the work. He learned the guards' boredom patterns. He learned which Dementor drifted lower when the bell was late and which drifting meant they'd been fed elsewhere. He learned that the runes in the central hall thrummed after the copper door opened, as if a heart someplace he couldn't see had skipped a beat. He learned that on the 3rd torch, change of the night, the serpent in the east corridor took a long, slow lap, and the guards got out of its way like men who had signed a contract with something they couldn't read. And they spoke in the ways left to them. Seams under the stair by the pit. Neville breathed as they passed in opposite directions. Mortar flakes when it's damp. Second, level guard with the limp counts off before the bell. Ginny muttered, eyes on the floor. He's always a second early. There's a vent above the copper door, Luna reported in that calm way of hers. It hums in E minor. E minor vents always have screws with hexagonal heads. That what? Ron whispered, half laughing, half accepting. Trust me, Luna said. Hermione sketched maps on her thigh with her finger, then redrew them when the corridors tried to rearrange themselves in her head. Siphoning runes, she whispered into stone. Counter, lines where. Old languages leave old seams. She began teaching anyone who would listen how to count silently on their knuckles to mark the turns in a corridor. Your hands remember when your head can't. At night, they refined their signals. They tapped with the backs of their heads. They slid folded rags under doors. They breathed the word AZKA into the cracks and felt it come back, a little larger each time, as if the prison had said the name to itself without meaning to. Not everyone will join, Hermione warned, realistic and kind. Some can't, some shouldn't, some are spies, right? Ron said. So we make it so if you're a spy you get bored, or you learn something we want you to learn, Ginny said, and her voice made the cold shift away from her a fraction. The first close call came on the 4th, 5th, the day. Time had become a card trick. They were in the yard, near the cracked wall where birds sometimes came to be sad. Hermione was showing Neville how to knot a strip of cloth so it would hold a message and come undone without tearing when Alecto Caro slid out of the shadows with that snake smile of hers and said, Studying, are we? Everyone went still. Alecto liked still. She walked up to Hermione, close enough to breathe her air, and plucked the strip from her fingers. Pretty, she crooned, girls and their crafts. Hermione's expression was perfect, a meme of resignation, a schoolgirl done being brave, a prisoner bored of boredom. It passes the time, she said, and laced defeat through the words like ribbon. Alecto turned the cloth over. The knot sat there like innocence. Her eyes narrowed, hungry for catching. Ginny's shoulder was an arrow pointing at danger. Neville's hand hovered and thought about fists. Harry forced his jaw loose and made himself breathe like someone who had accepted a certain shape to his day. Sirius saved them by being himself. He launched into an over. The top story at Alecto about the romance of prison crafts, about how in the old days you could tell a man's sentence by the size of his crocheted blanket. He made expressive gestures. He mimed knitting. He almost, but didn't, bump Alecto with an elbow. She sneered, disgusted by too much life. Make me a scarf, she told Hermione, flicked the cloth back at her, and drifted off to bully someone who would flinch better. Hermione stood still for one beat longer than usual. Then she breathed out and the breath didn't shake. Sirius, she said without looking at him. I will make you a scarf. Make it hideous, Sirius said. I want to offend every Dementor in this godforsaken post office. Post office, Ron whispered. Everything is a post office if you know where to stand, Sirius said. Later, in the corridor, a different guard overheard a too lively whisper and sauntered close. Harry saw him in the corner of his eye and said loudly, to no one, I think the gruel's gotten better. He spooned a mouthful of kelp paste into his mouth and tried to look hopeful. Ginny, catching on without even a flicker, said, it's worse. Which is better, because we'll miss it less when we're out. Optimism violation. The guards sneered, but moved on board. That night, the Dementors learned their patience again. The battle offered itself at the door like a salesman. Harry let it talk itself out. His parents drifted behind his eyes. He put them gently back into their field, not to let them be hurt by his remembering. He whispered the shape of a plan to the stone, small, almost like a prayer, almost like a recipe. 3 knocks, 2. Then the new sound, the one they were learning to love, scritch, scritch, a folded rag under the door with a triangle and a square. Go, then wait! Tomorrow! Hermione breathed. 3rd torch. Snake lap, Ginny whispered. I'll run the stairs during its turn. I can jam the barracks latch with a spoon. Sirius announced proudly through the wall. Don't ask how that translates to freedom. It's art. The pitch shifts at damp, Neville added. We can pry a brick when the bell rings and the inferi turn. Make a cash. Chash, Luna repeated, pleased. A cupboard without a family. Atska, Harry said, and the words sounded bigger than their four walls. He slept a little after that, not long, not well. Enough to let his body remember the trick. He dreamed not of green light, but of a seam in a wall that widened when he looked at it kindly. They began to reach others. The circle widened. Justin Finch, Fletchley listened with a lawyer's face and nodded once. I can stand in lines for a living, he said dryly. Use me. A witch Harry didn't know, sharp cheekbones, eyes that had seen too much, slid a folded cloth to Ginny and murmured, My daughter is 12. If this helps her reach 13, you can have my hands. A grizzled man with aural shoulders, but no badge anymore, met Ron's eye and said nothing. The next day the guard rotation on the second level got a shade sloppier. Professor Vector began counting under her breath in a pattern that made Hermione's head snap up. Prime, Vector whispered when she caught Hermione looking. They don't divide. They creep into everything. Madame Pomfrey's hands were everywhere at once, which meant she was everywhere, and everywhere she was she said, Drink, and pressed a tin cup into a hand, and sometimes the cup had a mark on the bottom that meant tonight. Dumbledore drifted through these days like a rumor in robes. He murmured to people whose faces opened like old books. He said endure as if the word were candy you could suck to keep your mouth from drying out. Once, he paused by Harry's door and said, conversationally, Small creatures can find their way where giants cannot. Like rats? Harry asked flatly. Like hope? Dumbledore said, and moved on. The sound in Harry's head when he heard that was complicated. He banked it like a coal. He would need heat later. It wasn't all forward. A man in the far corner of the block heard the whisper of Aska and laughed too loudly, and then cried louder, and a guard came, and no one saw him again. A girl agreed to carry cloth, and then didn't. Then cried when she told Ginny she was sorry, and Ginny said, You don't have to be brave for me. And the girl cried harder. And then later Ginny punched a wall, and skin split on her knuckles, and Madame Pomfrey bandaged it without a spell and said nothing at all. One afternoon, because the light through the slit was slightly less unfriendly, the copper door opened and Seamus walked out and turned his face to the stone again and traced his invisible window. Neville swallowed a curse and walked away, because if he didn't he would bite someone. That night, Neville knocked 3 times, then 2, then added a strange rolling thump with his shoulder. New pattern, he whispered. Means I am not okay. It still means keep going. Not okay, Luna said serenely, somewhere between them. Fashionable this season. Shut up, Neville said, and she hummed something that might have been a lullaby in a minor key. Close call number 2 arrived like a snake you hadn't heard because the rain was loud. They'd managed, through a choreography of boredom, to be in the same patch of corridor, Harry, Hermione, Ginny, Sirius, where the wall made a little bow and the stone remembered better days. Hermione was outlining in a whisper how to fold a square into a triangle without it looking like anything at all when the dead-toothed guard's boots stopped around the bend. Say Aska again, he said, voice oily. I like the way it sounds. Sirius's mind moved faster than fear. He took Ginny's hand, bowed absurdly, said in a carrying tone, The waltz, then! He hummed, loud, off-key, and swung her in 2 quick turns that made their chains clink. Ginny, the traitor, laughed, bright and rude. Hermione scowled. Harry rolled his eyes with such commitment he could have sprained them. The guard rounded the corner and saw 4 idiots. He sneered. No dancing, he said, and raised his truncheon as if to make music on bones. Hit me and I will sing, Sirius said sweetly. The guard considered the nightmare of that and, with visible effort, chose not to. He shoved them along. Hermione exhaled only when he'd gone. You terrify me, she told Sirius. I terrify me, he said cheerfully. Useful trait. That night, Harry lay with the chain across him and the list arranging itself in his head, the seam under the stair, the guard with the limp, the E minor vent with hex screws, the pit's damp mortar, the 3rd torch changed snake lap, the soft news that when the bell rang late the Dementors were hungrier and thus slower, the keys on the belt in the order 1, 4, 2, 5, 3. He thought of his parents in the field. He thought of the black rod's attention like heat and told it silently no. He thought of Voldemort saying a month with the ease of someone picking a day for a picnic and said out loud into the straw, "We're taking your month." "Rude," Ron whispered through the wall. "I approve." "Tomorrow," Hermione said. "Third torch. We test the latch. We test the vent. We test ourselves. Azka." Ginny breathed, and the word went into the stone and came out of it larger. The Dementor shifted, impatient with everything that wasn't its favorite meal. The sea hammered the outer wall like a stubborn student. The torch spit sparks. The night did its heavy thing. Harry curled around the thought in the middle of his chest and noticed, with a brief, astonished clarity, that it no longer felt like a coal he was trying to keep alive alone. It felt like a little stove, with people's hands stretched toward it, palms up, warming. He turned his face to the wall and spoke for the room, for the block, for the shape of the thing they were making with bits of cloth and patience and spoons. "We'll find a way to fight back," he said, not loud, not soft. "We owe it to everyone he's hurt." 3 knocks. 2. Then a dozen more, scattered up and down the corridor, out of rhythm, different hands, different skulls, the sound of people who had been quiet too long answering without a word. Harry closed his eyes and, for the first time since the battle, slept without falling. Chapter 5. Enemy of my enemy. The work detail was called drain clearance, which made it sound like spring cleaning instead of punishment. Chains clinked, short lengths between wrists so no one could swing wide, while the line shuffled into a service corridor slick with old salt and something that used to be water. The wind from the sea knifed through a split in the masonry. A torch hissed as if offended. "Watch your step," the guard drawled. "I'd hate to scrape you out of the grate." Harry kept his head down and his eyes busy. The corridor kinked twice and widened into a low chamber with a trench running through the middle where the sea argued with the fortress at every tide. Half a dozen prisoners were already there, hacking at mats of kelp and stringy debris with dull scrapers. A second guard leaned against the wall and picked at his teeth with a nail. And there, one figure apart, on her knees, a chain from her collar to a ring in the floor, hair matted like ruined velvet, gaunt as if Azkaban had been taking notes in her bones. Eyes too bright, fever, slick in the torchlight. Bellatrix Lestrange. For a heartbeat, Harry thought some look alike had been dragged in for the irony. Then she turned toward the movement. The expression was the same one he'd seen above the veil in the ministry. Delight at someone else's pain, sharpened into cruelty by practice. Except now it stuttered, as if the mask didn't fit the face underneath anymore. There were bruises that hadn't even bothered to turn colors, settled at a deep, mean purple. The corner of her mouth was split. Her wrists, what wasn't hidden by iron, were a map of chafed skin. "Potter," she said, and it was almost a purr, almost a cough. "How the mighty smell. Kelp suits you." Sirius stopped dead beside Harry. The chain between his wrists pulled taut with the motion. His jaw worked once, twice. He didn't look like a man, he looked like an old promise with its teeth back. "You," he said, and the word carried years. "Cousin," Bellatrix crooned, and the croon cracked in the middle. "Family reunion. Shall we have tea?" "Oh, no cups? What a pity! Talk again and I'll show you a cup," Sirius said, low and lethal. The guard with the nail laughed. "Now this I'll watch." Bellatrix's gaze flicked over Harry, as if taking inventory. "Hero?" she said, all teeth. "How's martyrdom? Does it itch? How's betrayal?" Harry said before he could stop himself. "Does it keep you warm?" Her eyes flared. He saw the old fire, madness polished into doctrine, but there was something else behind it, a rawness like skin under a torn bandage. She bared her teeth. "I served him," she hissed. "I gave him everything. He promised me. The rest caught, strangled." She laughed instead, sharp and wrong. "Promises are such lovely toys. Get to it." The guard barked. "Scrape. I want to see my reflection in that turd water." Chains clinked. Harry crouched and set to work with the rest, the scraper skittering, fingers numbing in the cold spray. The trench coughed up a slick of rot and weed. He could feel Bellatrix looking and made himself a shape less interesting than a rock. The wind shifted. The temperature went from bad to worse. A Dementor drifted into the mouth of the chamber like a spill of shadow. It didn't come for the line. It came for her. Bellatrix's chin came up, proud and feral by reflex. The Dementor hung over her like a promise collected. It didn't bother with the rest of them. It bent until the void of its face was a handspan from Bellatrix's mouth, drinking her breath the way you put your mouth to a glass and take the last swallow slow. Her bravado held 2 seconds. 3. Then he saw it. The flinch she didn't know she'd let out. Her lips trembled like a girl's ready to laugh at a joke that hurts. For a heartbeat, she was only a person being asked to give up what she didn't even know she still had. The guard with the nail watched. Rap. He said she's dessert. He confided to no one. Saves her for when he's bored. Voldemort's name wasn't spoken. It didn't need to be. Harry stood. The guard shoved him. Down, hero. Harry ignored him. "'Nuff," he said, fury coming out flat, the kind that cold can't dent. It surprised him how calm it sounded. "You want a show? Watch me scrape." The Dementor tilted, considering. Bellatrix's head snapped toward Harry, confusion and insult and something unguarded moving across her face like weather. He stepped into the creature's attention, not with a wand, he had none, not with a spell, he had none here, but with the sheer insolence of trying. He thought of stubborn things, the knock, the cloth scraps, Ginny's voice saying Azka like a blade. He thought of Bellatrix's hand shoved against his godfather's chest on a ledge in the ministry and forced his eyes to stay open anyway. The Dementor drifted back a fraction, bored by flavorless food. It moved toward the line, spreading its cold thinner like butter on too much bread. Bellatrix exhaled, once, shaky, and shoved her chin higher, as if anyone might think she had been praying. "Don't waste your chivalry on me," she spat. The spit had no heat. "I don't need your Gryffindor. What do you call it?" "Teamwork." "You need him dead," Harry said. Silence, except for water and the scraper's scrape and the way the guard's breath whistled through his nose. Bellatrix stared. The torch crackled. "Everyone needs him dead," she said finally, vicious and thin. "You especially," Harry said. She laughed again. It was closer to a bark. "He promised me a throne," she said, low, words tripping on each other like someone who hadn't said them aloud before because saying them would make them real. "A place at his side, at his feet, anywhere I didn't care. He promised me glory. Do you know what it means to believe a word so hard your bones rearrange to fit it?" And then, her mouth twisted. "Then he sent me here. Said I was too loud. Said I was volatile." The word tasted strange in her mouth. "Said I would inspire the wrong kind of loyalty." She swallowed. He laughed. There it was, naked as a cut hurt. Not the wound you press on to see if it still bleeds, but the old one you don't show because you know it does. Harry felt something like recognition slide under the anger, as unwelcome as truth. Sirius's breath sawed beside him. "You killed him," he said. "Horse. You killed my—" The word caught on the same ledge as all their words. "You laughed that night, too." Bellatrix's head swung to him. For a second he thought she'd meet grief with glee. Instead her mouth softened, a grotesque, almost smile. "I was good at laughing," she said. It was the only thing that sounded like courage. She looked back at Harry, faster than anyone else would have noticed. "Don't think I've forgotten anything." "I'm counting," Sirius said. The guard thumped his truncheon against the wall. No sentiment. Scrape. They scraped. The Dementor settled in the doorway, satisfied the cold had adequate company. Water slapped, weed gave. The trench spit up a bottle carved into a whistle that had never been blown. The line bent and straightened and bent again. Bellatrix worked with her chin lifted, as if defying the floor. Harry kept moving like a man who had learned to tidy while planning murder. He slid 2 steps closer to her chain. "You want him dead," he said again, quiet, as if he were building a list and needed to be sure. "So do I. So do all of us. We're not going to do it arguing about who hates him most." "Uzu," Bellatrix sneered. "Your little club. I remember your clubs. Posters and passwords and children learning how to be brave in closets." "Closets are underrated," Harry said, surprising himself. Sirius huffed a laugh that he didn't want. He would know. Bellatrix's mouth tightened. "If you've come to recruit me," she said, delighting in the word as if it tasted of insult, "save your breath. I don't join." The last word sounded like a confession he could have missed if he'd wanted to. "You don't have to join," Harry said. "You have to help. Two different things." She watched him the way a starving person looks at a loaf and then looks away because one is embarrassing. "And why would I help you?" "Because revenge," he said. "Because you know things we don't. Because I'm going to stop him and I'm out of time, and so are you. Because the only thing he didn't plan for is us deciding to be useful to each other." The laugh came back, more knife than bark. "Useful," she repeated, rolling it. "You think you can use me." "I think you can use me," he said. The guard with the nail pushed off the wall, bored with quiet. "You too," he said to Harry and Sirius. "Less romance." More muck. He caught Bellatrix's chain with his boot and yanked it. She curled. Reflex, not choice, and then set her spine straight again. The guard chuckled. "He called you volatile?" he said conversationally. "He's right." Harry didn't ask which he scraped. He kept his voice thin as thread. "We have a circle," he said to Bellatrix without moving his lips. "We pass messages. We count. We're finding seams. You want in or not?" "Don't mistake me for charity," she said. The word stuck on something and came out slow. "I won't be your pet Death Eater." "Good," Harry said. "We don't have treats." Her eyes flashed. He thought for one absurd second she might smile. Instead, she looked at Sirius again. "Don't get in my way," she told him. "Get in mine and I'll step on you," Sirius said. "Children," the guard said delightedly. "I do so enjoy family." The shift ended when the bell clanged and the Dementor stirred. The guard yanked Bellatrix to her feet and jerked the chain to see if she would fall. She didn't. Her lips were white. As the line reformed, Harry stepped one pace into her path and met her eyes fully. It felt like looking through a smashed window. Dangerous, messy, a draft coming at the wrong angle. "Decide," he said. Her throat worked. "Don't think this makes us friends, Potter," she said, drag of pride across every syllable. "I want to make him pay. That makes two of us," he said, and moved when the truncheon came. They brought her to the lavatory torch, changes later by the expedient method of Sirius being insufferable until the guard threatened collective punishment, and then deciding Group P would be the lesser irritation. The same cracked windows slit, the same single torch, tired of its job. Ginny posted at the door with an expression that would make a door behave. Hermione's eyes like a hawk's, ticking every detail. Bellatrix entered with her chain still on, wrists in iron, chin a flag. She looked at them like a queen surveying peasants and a stray dog that might bite. The torchlight made hollows under her eyes deep enough to store secrets. Ron went red before he opened his mouth. Absolutely not. Hermione didn't speak. Her face did, which was worse. "Trap," it said plainly. "Poison. History." Neville's fingers twitched at his sides the way they do when you want to make a fist and you're trying to be civilized. Luna tilted her head and looked at Bellatrix as if seeing a shape behind glass. Madame Pomfrey, who had been called, by accident, to the same time slot, stood with arms folded, the human version of antiseptic. Sirius leaned against the cracked pipe with a kind of brittle casualness. "In case anyone missed the announcement," he said. "We're auditioning a snake." Bellatrix's gaze found Hermione first, because Hermione looked like the one who would say no and make it stick. "Book girl," Bellatrix said softly. "Do you call the orders? Does it feel good to make lists in a place that erases them?" "Don't," Harry warned, too late. Hermione's mouth pressed flat. "We don't do blood or birth or any of that nonsense here," she said. Her voice did not shake. "We do survival." Bellatrix's eyes flicked, interested despite herself. "You think I care about blood in a place that boils it? No heat in it." Only fatigue sharpened into sarcasm. She turned to Ron, whose hands were fists. "Say your piece, little soldier." "You killed my brother," Ron said. "It came out raw and old. You laughed." Bellatrix didn't look away. "I was what he made me and what I made myself," she said. "It's not a defense. It's a sentence." She tipped her chin toward Harry without moving her eyes from Ron. "Your saint wants to use me." "We want to use you," Ginny said, voice like a blade being oiled. "He's not a saint. He's angry and so are we." Sirius didn't try to dress it up. "She knows things," he said. If we've learned anything here, it's that people are as useful as secrets. Useful. Bellatrix repeated, throat tight around the word. You're learning. Hermione looked from one to the other, running entire wars in her head. You will follow our rules, she said. No names given away, no plans kept in one head, no violence against anyone in this circle, no gloating. Not one word of it. Bellatrix's smile was a slice. I don't have much left to boast about, she said. Fine. Ron to Harry, no attempt to hide the hurt. You can't possibly trust. I don't, Harry said. Trust isn't the point. Time is. She hates him. That's the point. Bellatrix's eyes flashed, quick and hot. I know where he keeps trophies, she said, as if hating the words even as she hurled them down. Is that helpful enough for your committee? Hermione's gaze sharpened, despite herself. Where? Bellatrix's shoulders dropped a fraction, something like relief flickered over her face at not being asked to promise more than a fact. Hall of Quiet Iron, she said. West Wing, 3rd level, above the East Cistern. They made it from ship anchors and broken chains. He likes symbolism. The clerks call it inventory. The men who stand outside call it the silence. Her mouth twisted. Rookwood oversees it. He and a boy with a limp and a gap in his teeth that keeps whistling even when he's quiet. Every 3rd torch change, they swap with a pair who can't count. Harry glanced at Ron. Limp. Ron gave the smallest nod. He'd clocked the same man. Wards. Hermione asked, already mapping. Not the same as the central hall, Bellatrix said. Softer around the edges. He wants magic dead near him and obedient for him. That room listens for the wrong voices, not the right ones. The iron eats at spells. But there is She rolled her wrist, irritated at not having words. A pulse. When your pretty copper door sips too fast, the wards there dim for 6 breaths, I think. I learned to count them because I thought he might let me hold something again if I was good. She laughed. It broke. I was not good enough. 6 breaths. Hermione repeated, eyes gone bright with calculation. When the extraction overdraws, it trips the suppression grid on peripheral vaults. Of course it does. Serious to Bellatrix, grudging, what else? The door, she said, tilting her head, seeing the room the way a thief sees rooms. It's not magic that keeps it shut when Rookwood is inside. It's pride. He hates squeaks. Second hinge from the bottom has a hidden release to tighten the pins. Push it up and the hinge lifts a hair. She looked at Sirius's pocket. You have a spoon. Use cloth. Don't slip. Ginny's mouth twitched, involuntary respect. You notice things. I trained men to notice things. Bellatrix snapped, insulted by the reminder of her usefulness even as she offered it. They still bow if they hear a certain cadence and see a certain gesture. Left hand closed, right hand 2 fingers, flick. She showed them quick. And a voice that says inspection. I can't do his voice without a wand to reinforce it. But trained dogs still heel when someone says heel. Dogs bite. Neville said only when you're interesting. Bellatrix said, and for the first time there was black humor that had nothing to do with being cruel. Silence swelled. The torch spat and swallowed. Water somewhere far below breathed like a tired giant. Hermione looked at Harry. You asked for this, her eyes said. He nodded. I know. Ron swallowed hard. We do this and she. I know, Harry said. I'm not your project. Bellatrix said to him, catching it. Do not tidy me. I wouldn't know how, he said. Something pained and unwilling moved behind her eyes. She looked away. When she looked back, the expression had been folded and put away. You get 1 chance, Hermione said. You understand. 1. You step out of line, you go back to being nothing to us, and if I can do anything about it, less. Bellatrix's chin tilted. Finally, she said, rules I can use. Sirius exhaled as if a tight band had shifted half an inch. Welcome to Team AZKA, he said, making it sound like an insult and a dare at once. Bellatrix snorted softly. Team AZKA, she repeated. Fine. Your little bite. Little. Ginny said, affronted on behalf of the Wurge. Hermione said, because it thrilled her to be able to shush anything in here and have it work. They moved fast while the window for fast still existed. Hermione asked. Bellatrix answered when she chose and refused when she had to, and spat when pride required it. Rookwood's habit of touching his left pocket when nervous. The way the guard with the dead tooth always scratched his jaw before he lied. The fact that the snake they called the East Coil slept, if the stillness could be called that, on a hot stone at the third torch change, and guards made themselves scarce, then because even Death Eaters respected an animal that had never learned fear. Vent above the copper door hums. Bellatrix said when Luna brought it up as if she'd always known. Hex screws, yes, they've been painted over. You'll need oil. Grace from the kitchen. Or, she eyed the trench gunk on Harry's sleeve. Drain, it's disgusting and it works. Disgusting and it works is our brand, Ron said. Bellatrix shot him a look. Do you always narrate your own bravery? Someone has to, Ron said. Harry let the talk stream around him for a moment and stepped 2 paces aside to where the cracked window slit let in a square of salt air. Bellatrix's chain dragged as she followed, not that she'd admit to following. For a second they stood side by side without looking. Why me? She asked, too low for the rest. Because you looked at him and I recognized the look, Harry said. He didn't want to say it. He said it anyway. Because he used what you needed against you. Because you believed him until he made your belief small. And I've seen that. In a mirror. She blinked, slow, like being struck softly. Do not put me in your mirror, she said. It wasn't cruel, it was terrified. I'm not, he said. I'm saying I know the shape of it. She stared at him as if he were a riddle written in a language she hated to learn. You're going to get everyone killed, she said. It sounded like a prayer. Or saved. Which is worse? I'm sure I'll decide later. Decide fast, he said. 30 days got shorter. 26. Hermione corrected automatically from 5 feet away. See, Harry said. Bellatrix's mouth did a strange thing, almost a smile, not at anything funny, but at the accuracy of despair. Don't thank me, she said. I haven't done anything yet. Then do, he said. She held his gaze 1 heartbeat more and looked away, because looking longer would have been a kind of allegiance. Bring me a cloth, she said brusquely to no one in particular. If I'm going to be useful, I refuse to look like a rag. Ginny, without missing a beat, pulled the suit, marked scrap from around her own neck and tossed it. Bellatrix caught it with wrists that had learned to be quick even while bound. There was something like a nod there, aimed at the girl, or the gesture, or the fact of being given anything without having it taken back. The guard's whistle cut the moment. Sharp, officious. Move it, he barked, delighted to bark. Back to your holes, mold. They filed. At the door, Madame Pomfrey passed Bellatrix and didn't flinch, which was her version of shaking hands. If I catch infection on those wrists, I will clean them with seawater and your tears, she said primly. Don't test me. Bellatrix blinked. Yes, madam. Sirius made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a wound. Ron kept his eyes on the floor so he didn't have to see himself forgiving anything. Hermione's head was already full of rookwood and hinges and breath counts. It steadied her the way equations do. Neville touched the wall as he went out as if you could take attendance of stone. Luna hummed E minor. Harry waited 1/2, second after the others, and fell in beside Bellatrix. Their shoulders didn't touch. They might have been the same height in a certain light. Potter, she said, to keep the word sharp. Lestrange, he said. Don't say my name that way. She snapped, falling back on old habits, because new ones require softness. Which way? He asked. Like it's a name, she said, and then the corridor swallowed them, and the Dementor sighed, and the sea knocked its old rhythm against the wall like a door you intend to open. 3 knocks. 2, the new scritch. 2 triangles and a square. Go, then wait. Tomorrow. Hermione breathed through the wall. 2nd torch after the bell. We test the hinge. We count the breath. We don't get caught being hopeful. Triangle, then square, Ginny said. I run. Neville, cash. Sirius spoon, Luna oil. Ron, be boring. I was born for it, Ron said. Silence. And then, from the cell beyond Harry's right, the one the guards had given her, whether as test or entertainment, he couldn't tell. A new sound. Not knocks, not cloth. A voice soft and unlike the voice she used on purpose. Thank you, Bellatrix said. For what? Harry asked after a long moment. For not tidying me, she said. And for not making me say it twice. He put his forehead to the stone and closed his eyes. "We're not friends," he said, because the rule needed to be said to keep the floor from moving. "I would be offended if we were," she said at once, fierce as armor. "Good," he said. "Good," she agreed. Outside, the torch hissed its same tired hiss. The Dementor leaned in, hopeful for the old films. Harry offered its stubbornness. It took what it could get and sulked. The sea rehearsed being the sea. The prison shifted, minutely, as if some foundation bolt had been twisted a hair's breadth by a spoon and a scrap of cloth and a person who had been asked to decide. Harry lay back and watched the dark from the inside. The list rearranged under his ribs, new entries added in a hand that wasn't his quiet iron. Rookwood, 6 breaths, second hinge. He let the anger settle like coals in a small stove and warmed his cold hands over it, palms open. "Azka," he whispered to the wall. Azka came back from 3 cells, then 5, then more, echoing down the block like a dare. Hope didn't arrive with trumpets. It came on chains, gaunt and wild-eyed, sneering to hide the hurt, and said yes in a voice that pretended it still meant no. It would do. Chapter 6e kindled hearts in darkness. The plan didn't arrive as a trumpet. It came as a string of whisper-length decisions, folded into cloth, tucked under doors, traded like contraband warmth. "Seems," Hermione said, crouched with her back to the laundry cart as steam breathed around us. "We have 2 we can pull quiet iron, and the copper doors overdraw. If we time them together." Bellatrix's eyes were sharp and hollow at once. 6 breaths, she reminded, tapping her thumb against her palm as if counting old bones. "When the extraction gulps, that vault's wards dim. I told you?" "You did," Hermione said, and the words were not praise so much as mortar. So, Rookwood's 3rd level hall. Sirius jams the 2nd hinge with a cloth-wrapped spoon. Ron runs interference with the guard who whistles when he lies. "Carlin," Bellatrix said with the contempt only the betrayed can perfect, Jap tooth. "A coward even before the mask." "Carlin," Ron agreed tonelessly. "He likes stories if he thinks he's in them. I can keep him talking." "Ginny's the runner," Neville said, mapping with his finger on his own thigh. "Stairs 2 and 4. If East Coil begins its lap." "It will," Luna said serenely. "Snakes love ritual." Madame Pomfrey, who had ways of being everywhere at once without seeming to move, added without looking up from a rag she was wringing dry. "If anyone gets cut, I want cloth pressed hard and high. I don't have sympathy for bleeding." Sirius jiggled the spoon in his pocket with the satisfaction of a man about to propose to a lock. "And our opening move. Small creatures," Dumbledore said from the hinge of shadow and steam, as if called up by an old story. He looked thinner every day, worn to the threadbare nobility AZKABAN liked to dress people in. "They travel where we cannot." Ron made a face. "Please don't say rats." "Beetles," Dumbledore said mildly. "Less sentimental. Far better at taking instructions." He opened his hand. A beetle sat there, midnight, green with a polish that made the laundry's weak light seem interested. A thin coil of wire girdled its thorax like a belt. A whisker of bent pin trailed from it on a fine thread. Hermione leaned in despite herself. "You charmed it." "Charmed is a robust claim here," Dumbledore said, regret softening the edge of humor. "If you precondition a creature before it enters the suppression field, you can coax behavior that is not strictly magical but cooperative. It remembers patterns, it follows the smell of oil. When the wire meets a notch, the pin slides. Locks are proud. They resent being told they are simple. This will gratify them." Bellatrix's brow twitched, the first sign of something like surprise. "Teaching an insect to pick a lock," she murmured. "You've fallen far, old man." "I've always admired resourcefulness," Dumbledore said, eyes gentle on her. "Pride is less useful than doors are." "Show us," Hermione said. He did. He let the beetle climb the seam where stone met the laundry gate's latch, guided it with a breath of oil from the rag, watched, patient, as the wire kissed metal and the pin found its hole. There was a tiny cough of sound, as if the lock hadn't meant to open and was embarrassed to be caught doing it. The gate shifted half an inch. Sirius whistled. "All right, I'm impressed." Even Bellatrix's mouth admitted a reluctant curve. "That will get you in," she said, turning the idea over like a coin. "It won't keep you alive. That's what your left hand gesture is for." Ginny said dryly, copying the two-finger flick. Dogs heal. Dogs bite. Bellatrix corrected, but the words lacked venom. Dumbledore's expression stayed composed, grave as a quail. You will need patience, he said to me, and to everyone by pretending he spoke only to me. The first seam gives you a breath. The second gives you a hand. Don't spend both at once. We don't have aunts, Ron muttered. We have soon. Soon. Dumbledore agreed. Soon is not the same as now. Bellatrix's eyes slid to him. You always like the word later, she said under her breath. It's kinder to say endure than wait while I move the pieces you can't see. Bellatrix, Hermione warned, sharp as a snapped pencil. No, I said, surprising myself. Let her say it. Dumbledore's gaze touched mine and moved on, leaving a coolness that felt like advice. Small creatures, he repeated, as if the beetle were an apology. We broke, because you cannot rehearse forever without calling the guard's appetite down upon you. Sirius drifted off with his ridiculous spoon. Luna hummed her E minor vent, as if the prison had sheet music. Neville practiced counting his own breaths and tied cloth with the exactness of a person who had seen bleeding up close. Bellatrix stayed, as if the steam held her by the hem. She had done that lately. Stood a half-second longer than necessary, as if giving herself permission to be in the same air as other people. Where do you go, I said, when you disappear? Into walls that don't ask questions, she said, head tilted, mouth ready to bite. Why? Missing me already? Maybe, I said. Her laugh cracked. For a heartbeat it was a real sound, not the honed thing she had used as a weapon for years. She turned to leave, then stopped when the corridor sighed and light slid across her face like a blade. Tonight, she said. Hinge. Breath? Don't be slow. I won't, I said. Good, she said, and was gone like a curtain pulled across a window. The nightmares came for her like tax collectors. I heard it before I admitted I was listening, a breath snagging, a muttered no that wasn't the theatrical one she would use in front of a crowd. The stone carried the sound into my cell the way voices learn to find the path they need. Bellatrix, I whispered into the wall. Wake up. The wall didn't answer. A heartbeat later, her knuckles knocked once, reluctant, like someone agreeing to be helped. The corridor was in that knot, time between torches when everything held its breath. The guard on this stretch had a limp and boredom. The Dementor posted here liked to drift exactly as far as the door lintel and sulk. I palmed the chain on my wrist so it didn't sing and rapped twice on the bolt. You're safe, I said. I didn't believe it. I said it anyway. It's this room, his face, she said softly, the words like glass rubbed with a thumb. When he said I was loud, a breath that wanted to be a laugh and didn't dare. Too bright, he told me, as if the darkness didn't ask for a mirror. I got as close to the wall as iron and decency would allow and set my palm to the stone where I imagined her shoulder. Warmth pooled there slowly, the way tea finds the bottom of a cup. I chose you because you were bright, I said, because you made people look. He wanted all the eyes for himself. Don't you flatter me, boy, she said, automatic. Then, smaller, he let me believe I was singular. Do you know how intoxicating that is to a girl who never learned where to put her hands when she wasn't holding a wand? Yes, I said, and the word surprised both of us. Her breath caught. I killed your godfather, she said into the seam between cells, and this time it wasn't a taunt, it was an awful, unvarnished object set on a table between us. I laughed. I wanted to see if grief would make a sound. It did, I said, because grace only works if it's honest. It still does. Silence arranged itself. The Dementor shifted at the door, irritated that I was feeding someone else, and drifted an inch closer. I leaned my head against the stone and let the battle try to play its favorite scenes. I skipped them like a man moving the needle off a record. He loved me like a father, I said. I didn't know how to hold it. It was too big. It sloshed. I smiled into the dark because saying it aloud hurt less than hiding it. I was afraid if I stopped being a hero for 5 minutes he'd see I was smaller than the story. She breathed. So you are like the rest of us. Oh, unfortunately, I said. Fortunately, she countered, surprising us both, and then almost gently move your hand 2 inches left. Your warmth is missing my shoulder. I did. Her shoulder, if it was that, leaned. The stone remembered being softer for a heartbeat. We sat like that, 2 rooms pressed together around an old problem. "Will you sleep?" I asked after a time. "No," she said. "But I will stop arguing with the past." "Progress," I said. "Don't be pleased with me," she snapped. "I'll ruin it." I smiled. "We'll ruin it together," she snorted. "You are a terrible influence." "So I've heard," I said, and we let the dark hold us up until the torch hissed and the world resumed its dreadful habit of continuing. The small victory arrived smelling of rust. Second torch after the bell, as planned. The east coil's shadow slid along the second, level wall like a rumor. Carlin the Gap-Tooth had chosen that moment to be a fool at the stair. Sirius was mid-monologue at him about the tightening of hinges. Ron nodded sympathetically, already palming the keys he'd counted in his sleep for days. Ginny ran. The word Aska rode her breath. We were a list moving in 3 dimensions. Hermione's beetle had been released 2 minutes before. The copper door had overdrawn 15 seconds ago and would hiccup again right now. 6. Bellatrix said, eyes on a space only she could see. 5. 4. We were already there. Sirius slid the spoon up under the second hinge of quiet iron side door, cloth wrapped so it didn't squeal. The pin rose a hair. The door exhaled. Hermione's hand was steady on the edge. My shoulder replaced her fingers. Neville's body made a shadow in which a decision could be made. Luna poured a ribbon of drain grace along a line of painted over screws and hummed something that sounded like mischief learning to write music. 3. Bellatrix said. The lock gave. Dumbledore's beetle, patient as an old clerk, found the notch, and the inner catch unhooked itself with the shame of a prideful thing caught in a lie. Inside iron shelves. Hooks, boxes stamped with numbers that used to matter. The air tasted like blood that had been polite about it, and raised like a trophy that thought itself a tool, a rack of wands. They looked deflated. Some were splintered, some were intact but quiet, as if they knew they weren't welcome here. My gaze found mine as easily as a hand finds its scar. It lay third from the left, taped at the handle where I had cracked it that winter and swore I'd fix it proper and didn't. Hello, old friend. I didn't touch it. Bellatrix's eyes went black with want so fast it scared me. She stood inches inside the door, hands curling, wrists caught by iron. The room, which loved cruelty, wanted to make her fail the simplest test grab, be caught, be punished for needing what you were taught to need. Don't, Hermione breathed. Later, Dumbledore's word bitter and correct. Dogs, Bellatrix hissed, meaning guards, meaning us, meaning fate. Her gaze flickered to the far wall. Left shelf, she said. Third box. Rookwood keeps spares for inspection. A wand that will answer to anyone for a little while. Neville reached. His fingers came away with a pale stick that looked like a length of bone smoothed by river water. He wrapped it in cloth, fast, and slid it into my palm. It felt like a promise that hadn't decided who to keep. 2. Bellatrix whispered. We were out, hinge eased, beetle gathered, door coaxed back into its old foolish pride. Sirius's spoon came away like a magician's last flourish. The east coil's shadow passed the stair, and the guards melted respectfully into the walls because even brutes are not stupid. We didn't laugh. We didn't smile. We moved, which is what joy looks like here. At the corridor's bend, Carlin stumbled and caught himself on the rail. Something in his face folded. It wasn't theatrical. It was the human body remembering it's breakable. He went down hard, head striking stone, a sound like a plate you liked shattering. For one bright shiver of time, the block forgot to breathe. Don't look, Hermione hissed. We didn't. But in the stutter of motion, Bellatrix's chain snagged on a bolt, and she pitched forward. I grabbed her with both hands on reflex, because there are some things your body does without a permit, and because she was falling and I was there. She was lighter than she looked, all wire and will. We slammed into the shallow recess beside the old drain, bodies knocking the air out of each other. The world roared, the sea in the vents, the bell's late clang, the guards' shouts, Sirius lying spectacularly about something at great volume to draw attention to a place that wasn't us. Bellatrix's eyes were near mine. The space between us smelled of salt and iron and her, Adrenaline skinned my thoughts to truth. "Are you all right?" I said stupidly, because language doesn't update fast enough to keep up with life. She nodded once, sharp. "I hate you," she said, in the tone you use to tell the ocean to stop. "I know," I said. The moment hung, stupid with choice. She grabbed my shirt with both hands and dragged my mouth to hers. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't a storybook. It was a collision of hunger and breath, and the sudden discovery that you have a mouth, and someone else does too, and there is something you can do with the fact besides speak. I kissed her back, because not kissing her felt like a smaller kind of dying. Because I had learned something about mercy in this place, and some of it was for me. Her teeth knocked mine. Her breath was a disaster. My hands found her shoulders and pleaded with them to still be here. She made a noise that could only have been made by a person who thought she had given that sound away forever. We broke like surf hitting rock and leaned there, foreheads touching, breathing as if breath were a contraband we could be arrested for. "Don't tell anyone," she said, fierce and terrified. "I will deny it. I will kill you. I will kill them." "Liar," I said. "I am," she said, and almost smiled. "Say it again." "Liar," I repeated, and her mouth found mine once more, quick, as if tested and approved. "Move." Ginny hissed from down the hall, and we moved, because love doesn't cancel alarm bells. We rejoined the line like people wash up on beaches and must pretend they have always lived there. Carlin groaned, bleeding into his own hand. Madame Pomfrey set his head without a word and then accidentally, on purpose, palmed the key ring when no one was looking, because the world runs on competence. The Dementor at the end of the corridor shivered, as if insulted by some warmth it could not source. The wand, our anonymous, treacherous, beautiful stick, was wrapped and passed hand to hand like bread. It ended in Luna's sleeve because no one ever looked there. We walked. We didn't speak. Later, in the slit of dark that counts as night here, we found the alcove. It was an abandoned cell whose ring had cracked out of the wall and left an ugly scar. The door had a lazy latch you could bully. Sirius was due to fall ill near the stairs to cover for us, which meant he was enjoying himself. We didn't undress. We didn't have anything to undress from that would make sense elsewhere. We sat with our backs to stone and let our shoulders touch, gingerly, as if introducing old enemies who might become colleagues. She spoke first, voice low, fragile as glass put to good use. "He was my first spell," she said, "not him. The idea of him. I learned how to bend the air into a weapon because I wanted to be seen. He saw me. That was the first wound. I kept reopening it because I thought bleeding was a blessing." "I know," I said, and felt her flinch at the idea that I did, and I softened it. "Not like you. But I know." "I don't have anything to give you that isn't sharp," she warned. "Good," I said. "We need sharp." She turned her face. In the dark, her eyes had color again, however borrowed. "Say it," she demanded. "What?" "That we will make it out," she said. "If you say it, I might have to let myself believe the verb." "We will make it out," I said into her hair. Her breath stuttered once. She put her forehead to my jaw and stayed. "Together," she added under her breath, as if smuggling something across a border. "Together," I said, and the word fit like a stolen key. We didn't sleep in any romantic sense. We leaned and breathed and listened to the prison list its grievances. Once, her fingers found mine and tightened, not like a lover's so much as like a person clinging to the life raft you are. My cheek found the crown of her head and stayed, because if anyone deserved warmth it was the creature who had been banned from the idea. The world catalogued our tenderness and will use it against us later. That's fine. We have learned how to use things too. At some ungodly hour, a guard kicked the latch for the joy of hearing latches. We were gone by then, the alcove containing only the impression of two bodies that refused to be furniture. We returned to our cells with the taste of relief like salt on our tongues. 3 knocks, too, then hers soft. "Potter." "Yes, if you tell anyone," she said, "I will make your life an art." "Promise," I said, unable to stop being myself. She choked on a sound that might have been a laugh and might have been grief putting on a nicer dress. "You are drawn to the dark side," she murmured. "I like my sides complicated," I said. "Besides, you're not a side. You're you." "Fool," she murmured. But when she said it, her voice put mercy in the insult. Sleep. I did for an hour that tasted like stolen fruit. When I woke, the block had its usual morning flavor of iron and resignation, but something in the air had decided not to quit. The anonymous wand was still hidden where Luna had suggested, the hollow behind the cracked vent that hummed E minor if you listened like a musician. The beetle had a new job tomorrow. The hinge pins dreamed of cloth. Carlin would have a headache and less sense. Rookwood would count and miscount. The copper door would overdraw. For 6 breaths the world would forget to be invulnerable. Soon, Dumbledore murmured as he passed later, as if reading hearts by the torch's suit. Soon is not the same as now. But it is not later either. We're not waiting, Hermione said back, and for once the old man didn't say endure. He only nodded, a flicker of something like pride or regret crossing his face so fast the light couldn't photograph it. That evening, Bellatrix stood beside me in the yard, chains quiet for once, watching the east coil dream with its mouth slightly open. Her shoulder brushed mine. She did it on purpose, and the knowledge lit me from the inside like a smuggled candle. We will make it out, I said, because she'd asked me to. Together. Say it again, she said, eyes forward. We will make it out, I repeated lower. She let her head tip for 1 second toward my shoulder, that terrible, beautiful head. Then I shall permit myself to live long enough to see it, she said. There it was, the rare smile, unarmed, undressed, borrowed from the girl who had never been given permission to be one. It lasted as long as a breath. It warmed me longer. The bell clanged. The Dementors drifted. The guards shoved. We moved. Not for the wand, not for a plan, for a small stove in a cold room shared, for a hand that had been taught to be a blade and was learning other shapes, for the life we hadn't known we were allowed to imagine. Together, Chapter 70, Deception on the Horizon, the plan took shape like frost on glass. At first only a suggestion, then patterns, then a map you could read if you pressed your breath close enough. We pull 2 seams and make a third, Hermione said. Crouch behind the laundry boiler where steam whispered and the suppression wards hummed a half step lower. Quiet irons hinge and the copper doors overdraw. Then we ride the confusion. Bellatrix leaned in, chain-kissing stone, the lamplight burnishing the hollows of her face. 6 breaths, she said, tapping them out on her palm. That's what you get when the leeches drink too fast in his machine. 6, I told you. You did, Hermione answered, and the words landed like mortar between bricks. She looked at me, then at Sirius. We add 1 more seam, the polyjuice. Sirius grinned, all sharp edges and exhaustion. Nothing says good morning, fascists like the boss himself barking orders. And if the boss looks into a mirror, Ron muttered. We're dead and a little ridiculous. That's always been an option, Ginny said briskly. I choose impressive and alive. From the far edge of the boiler shadow, Snape's voice slid in like a knife that had given up apologizing. It will work, he said. We all started in spite of ourselves. He'd been there the whole time, gaunt as a rumor, hair lank with salt damp, eyes that old unreadable midnight. Polyjuice is not clever, he went on, resentful of the potion's popularity. It is stubborn. The magic resides in the ingredients and the identity. Time does the rest. Hermione's chin lifted. I thought the anti-magic field would ruin it. It dampens casting, Snape said. Soar. Brewing, if you are patient, accurate, infuriatingly lucky, relies more on reactions than on wand work. He produced, from nowhere and everywhere, 3 stoppered vials that clinked like the last coins in a desperate pocket. Powdered bicorn horn, shredded boomslang skin, knotgrass extract. Despite your heroic incompetence, Miss Granger, I expect you can keep a flame even. Hermione took them as if they were fragile secrets. Thank you, she said, because manners are armor. Snape's mouth twitched. It might have been meant as a smile in a crueler universe. He flicked his gaze at me. Only a fool impersonates a madman. Only a greater fool asks someone else to. Why help us then? Ron asked, unable not to prod. Snape's expression shuddered. Because I am tired of listening to him, he said. Then he added with the old acid, and because I do not relish the idea of Granger attempting polyjuice without supervision. I am fond of my remaining hair. Bellatrix watched him from under her lashes, neither sneer nor scorn left in her to spend. "You always loved the sound of your own disdain," she murmured. "It keeps you warm. And yours got you here." Snape returned without heat. "No moral lectures from the snake pit, Lestrange." His look cut to me briefly. "You are all children playing chess in a hurricane. Try not to swallow your own pieces." "Noted," I said. Dumbledore stepped out of the steam like a forgiving ghost, his face carved down to kindness and bone. "We shall need a small assistant," he said mildly. Opened his hand. A beetle, strapped with a thin wire belt and a pin like a lance, gleamed midnight green. He will remember which notch is friend and which is vanity. Bellatrix snorted. "Befriending beetles. You have fallen far, old man." "I have learned far," Dumbledore corrected, so gently it didn't sting until later. "Small creatures go where doors refuse us." He set the beetle on a warm pipe. It tapped its antennae as if impatient to be useful. "Polyjuice," Hermione said, taking command because someone had to. "We brew in the gray line near the laundry vent. Snape supervises for the initial boil I can strain and bottle. We'll need the last ingredient." "A hair," Bellatrix said light, as if the word might break her teeth. Ron's head snapped up. "We are not cutting off Harry's." "Voldemort's," Hermione said flatly. "We need Voldemort's." The room tilted a degree, as if the fortress had shifted to hear better. Bellatrix reached to her sleeve with hands that had learned quiet and slid a seam with the sharpened edge of a stolen spoon. From inside the hem she teased out a glass bead no bigger than a tear. Something pale floated within, trapped starlight. "How?" Luna began, eyes bright. "I took it," Bellatrix said, and for once there was no brag in it, only the bald fact of a choice. "Years ago. A loose hair on his robe. I thought." She shook her head. The old fanaticism flashed in her eyes once and died. "It doesn't matter what I thought. I kept it." Hermione's breath fogged the cold air. "That will do," she said softly. "It will more than do." Snape made a small contemptuous sound that a kinder man would have called approval. "If it fails, you will become soup," he said to Bellatrix. "If it succeeds, you will become a target. Not that you ever desired anything else." "Watch me," Bellatrix said, chin knife sharp we watched. The next hours dissolved into work and whispers. Hermione built a lab from a dented pot and 3 stolen stones that remembered being heated. Snape hovered, stabbing the air with criticism at every stage, which was how he said this matters. The potion went through its ugly adolescence, sludge, tar, a color no one agreed existed, before settling into the sickly, mossy swirl of success. "Fluxweed," Hermione murmured, "steady hand, steady flame, boomslang skin, knotgrass tincture, keep stirring, clockwise, counter, clockwise. Don't breathe it. Try not to exist while you're at it," Snape suggested dryly. Sirius ghosted the corridor, rehearsing stories to distract guards who loved being flattered by their own villainy. Neville tied cloth signals until his fingers remembered triangles without his head's help. Ron sharpened a stone on iron with a methodical patience no one had seen since he was 12 and trying to teach a chessboard to respect him. Dumbledore let the beetle crawl across his palm, murmuring encouragement to it, as if it were a first year who'd lost his timetable. "Small creatures," he said again, more to himself than us. "Doors are large and stupid. They respect only persistence." He found me later by the cracked vent that hummed in Luna's favorite scale, his cloak smelling faintly of smoke and seawater. "Harry," he said, and that was all it took to turn me 13 and brave again. "I am proud of you." It was such a normal sentence, I almost didn't recognize it. "For what?" I asked, because I needed the words to land somewhere real. "For making something larger than fear in a place designed to teach fear as a language," he said. His eyes caught the torchlight and held it like they always had, a twinkle that could fuel a child for a winter. "They move because you decided not to stop. That is leadership. It is also love." I swallowed. The words went somewhere in my chest and sat down like a guest uncertain they were welcome. "We're not done," I said. "No," Dumbledore agreed, and his mouth went gentle. "And yet." He lifted his hand, the beetle tapped my knuckle once, as if taking attendance. "Soon." It warmed me like a flask. Later, when everything cut and broke, it would hurt differently. We spent the night counting. Ginny mapped the stair rotations in a whisper. 2 and 4 I can do blind. If east coil starts its lap, I freeze. Dog gesture, left hand, right fingers, flick. They heal. Dogs bite, Bellatrix said, but there was a flicker of respect in her voice she would never admit to. Madame Pomfrey, Hermione asked. The matron's mouth was a line drawn with a ruler. I will stand where the bleeding will insist on going, she said. I have cloth and a will to live. Bring me the wounded, or I will fetch them myself. Luna cradled the wrapped wand we'd stolen from Quiet Iron, that treacherous, obedient little length of bone. It will answer someone, she said dreamily. We'll only need it to answer for a minute. Make it answer to me, Ron said, trying for bravado and finding determination instead. If all else fails, I'll poke an eye. Don't say I, Neville said faintly, and everyone let the laugh happen, because letting it happen meant we were still people. We slept in knives and half breaths when the corridor let us. When the torch spat and died and was coaxed back to life. When the guard with the limp traded boredom with a man whose jaw whistled when he lied. When the Dementor drifted off to scold someone else. Then, finally, it was morning by AZKABAN's miserable math. The bottle of polyjuice sat on the rag like an accusation. Bellatrix looked at it as if it were a mirror she had only realized was honest. I found her in the alcove where the latch forgot its job and the stone remembered being kind for exactly one body's width. The block outside breathed frost. You don't have to, I said. It was ridiculous to say. It was true. She lifted her gaze to mine. The old Bellatrix, crown high, eyes mad with belonging, was gone. In her place, a woman with pride left and not much else. I have to, she said softly. I am the only one who can do him without vomiting. Her mouth twitched. And even that is marginal. I stepped close enough that I could tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Everything in me knew how absurd it was to be tender in a place like this. Everything in me did it anyway. We'll meet on the other side, I said. Safe. Free. Her breath trembled. Be careful, Harry, she said, and the way she said my name was nothing like a curse. Don't do anything foolishly heroic. I grinned because that was the armor I had. Ooh me, she rolled her eyes, which was as good as a kiss. Then she pulled me in and made it an actual kiss, fierce, quick, like signing a name we weren't allowed to use. Together, she said against my mouth. Together, I said back. Hermione's hands were steady even if her eyes were not. She unstoppered the bottle, the stink rolled out, pond, scum, and old metal. 20 seconds, she said. Then it starts. It will hurt. Bellatrix snorted. Everything that changes shape hurts. She took out the glass bead. For a heartbeat, she looked at it. The hair within, thin as a promise, floating. Then she crushed the bead against the stone, caught the pale thread on her nail, and dropped it into the mud. The potion shivered. It went the color of a nightmare. Bellatrix lifted it with both hands and drank. Her body said no and then fine. She doubled, caught herself with her chain so she wouldn't go to her knees. Bones slid under skin, like a drawer being closed with fingers still inside. Her hair crawled backward into her skull. Her face forgot the softness it had been forced to learn and put on another shape, narrow, inhuman, beautiful the way knives are beautiful to certain minds. Her skin bleached. Her eyes opened and whirred. Wrong, easy, I said, and my hands were already on her shoulders, steadying her through a change that made mockery of the word. Her breath came in short, frightened barks until it found a rhythm that wasn't hers. She looked up at me. He looked up at me. It was a good thing I had already decided which way was up. For a split second the old fear, the basilisk look, the one that turns muscles to sand, rose in the back of my throat like bile. I swallowed it. Bellatrix, I said aloud, for both of us. The mouth that had never been taught softness twitched. The red irises, red how, flickered with an expression you would never see on the original embarrassment. Don't get used to calling me that, she said, and the voice was his and not his, higher by a hair, hoarse with disgust. Ron made a strangled noise. Ginny went white and then angry, which was how she survived everything. Neville looked like he might be sick. Luna tilted her head, seeing the edges of the potions lie as if it were a halo. Madame Pomfrey stared, and then set her jaw, as if it didn't matter what shape pain came in, she would fight it all the same. Sirius said, evenly, to a version of the face he hated most, If you hurt him. Bellatrix's lip curled with a borrowed mouth. I will bite my own tongue off before I let him win, she said, and if you knew how to read people, you could see it was true. Dumbledore inclined his head, grave as clergy before a war. Time, he said. Hermione wiped her hands and forced breath to be a tool. Bell, my lord, listen, command the outer hall first. Make them gather. Look bored, it's important. He is always bored. Her eyes flicked to me. Harry, once they move, we split. Neville, Pit Stairs, Ginny Runner, Ron Carlin, Sirius, Hinge, Luna Vent, Madame Pomfrey, Treyage, Snape. She hesitated, then nodded. Shadows, change plans if needed. Dumbledore, Beetle, small creatures, Dumbledore murmured, and set the beetle on the floor. It paused, cleaned its antenna, and began to move with the determination of a thing that will not be told no. Bellatrix, Voldemort, rolled her shoulders, testing the cage. She looked down at her hands and flinched at their thinness. Do I? She began. Couldn't make herself ask. She drew a long breath and then found him, the way an actor finds the line that unlocks the scene. The sneer came easily. The walk arrived, glide, not stride, as if the air owed you its obedience. Even Ron flinched. It was that good. Hermione handed her a rag to wipe the corner of her mouth. Your speech, she said, steadying. Short, imperious. Don't shout. He doesn't raise his voice. He makes others lower theirs. You've been watching, Bellatrix said, and for the first time that fact didn't sound like worship. She flicked the rag away like something offensive. I know his bones, she added quietly. I wore his shadow long enough. Dumbledore reached into his sleeve and produced, God knows from where, a sliver of wax. He pressed it into Bellatrix's palm. For scent, he said. Foolish, perhaps. Useful, perhaps, she snorted. He smells like old snakes and new graves. Exactly, Dumbledore said mildly. We were out of minutes. The corridor shifted, the air thickened, the Dementors drew closer, as if some signal only they could hear had been sounded. Bellatrix. He looked at me one last time. The red eyes hardened. Then, in the smallest flicker of time, the edge of them softened and the pale hand found mine. Thin fingers cold, the pressure all Bellatrix. For luck, she said. I squeezed back. For later, I said, because we had decided to believe in verbs. She tore her hand free before the gesture could look human and strode into the corridor with the posture of a man who thinks the world is furniture. Ginny's breath hissed. Ron swore softly. Neville forgot to breathe for a full second and then remembered with a wheeze. At attention, Bellatrix said, and the voice was a blade drawn. It slid down the hall with the certainty of a command that has never been disobeyed. All of you, with me. Now, the guards nearest jerked as if a wire had been plucked inside them. Every Death Eater in earshot stiffened, then turned, then began to gather, because that is what men who love orders do when orders arrive. Carlin, gap-toothed and stupid with his own importance, paled to the color of old milk and snapped at the nearest prisoner to get out of the way so he could obey faster. From the corner of my vision, Dumbledore nodded to me, small, private. Now, he set the beetle down, bent and whispered to it, as if to a child who knew a secret path. It scuttled, wire glinting, toward the first lock. Go, Hermione breathed. Her hand touched my sleeve and was gone. Goo. The block became a theater. Bellatrix, as Voldemort gliding toward the yard, the Death Eaters falling in like pins before a magnet. Hermione melting into the flow where prisoners were being shoved aside. Sirius strolling, too casual, thumb brushing the wrapped spoon in his pocket as if it were a talisman. Ginny slipping to the stair with a runner's economy, hair like a flag she'd hidden for this moment. Neville ghosting toward the pit, hands already rehearsing the brick he'd pry when the bell rang. Luna humming under her breath, E minor to coax the vents painted over screws awake. Madame Pomfrey stationing herself in a shadow with the quiet ferocity of someone who has decided the world will live because she says so. Snape vanished, which was either his greatest gift or our worst mistake. Dumbledore's beetle found a seam and leaned its wire lance into a notch with the stubbornness of an idea that has waited. I moved, because that was my job. because that had always been my job when other people decided to follow me. I felt the cold claw at my ankles and ignored it. I felt fear try to become a map in my chest and redrew it. Bellatrix reached the yard. The Dementors swiveled like weather. She didn't look up. She lifted her chin by a less than inch that meant kneel. She didn't have to shout. "All units," she said. His cadence, his drawl. That bored venom. Central Assembly. Now, delays will be punished with invention. The guards fell over themselves to obey. One, braver or stupider than the rest, risked. "My lord, shall we?" She turned her head a fraction toward him, and the look she gave with that borrowed face would have stripped paint. "Shall you what?" she asked, a silk thread drawn taut. "Shall you question?" He went white. "No, my lord." "Then you shall move," she said, and even knowing who it was, even having kissed the mouth that now issued the order, I felt a coil of fear as old as my first day in a cupboard twine around my ribs. People obeyed. The corridor emptied of brutes and filled with us. The beetle's pin slid home. Somewhere out of sight a lock sighed and forgot its duty. Another would, and another, if we had counted right and been kind to small creatures. Sirius's spoon kissed a hinge and pretended to be nothing. The vent gave a sulky little squeak. The bell, late, began to clang. Dumbledore's eyes found mine one more time, bright, proud, encouraging, all the things that make you move when you might stop. "Harry," he said, so softly that the word was mine. Goo, I went. And the plan, our impossible, stitched-together plan, leapt like a spark into tinder, hungry, bright, and terrifyingly alive. Chapter 8, The Best, laid plans. For a little while, AZKABAN forgot how to choke. Locks clicked open with the furtive politeness of guilty things. Hinges lifted a hair under cloth and spoon. A beetle no larger than a thumbnail marched like a soldier who believed entirely indoors. In the spaces between, breaths, heartbeats, 6 counts, people moved. Hermione's fingers brushed my sleeve. Now, I slid out with her and Ron, the corridor too narrow for the size of our intention. Behind us, Sirius sauntered, all careless shoulders and concealed fury. Ahead, Luna drifted like a quiet idea. The wrapped wand nested against her ribs. Neville's jaw was set in an angle I recognized from wartime photos of strangers who decided not to run anymore. From the yard, Bellatrix's borrowed voice rolled like silk pulled taut. "With me." The words went through the walls. The guards poured toward them without knowing why their knees wanted to bend. We kept to shadows that knew our names. The suppression fields here hummed dull and heavy, but thinner than usual, a stretched drumhead waiting for the wrong drum. I felt it in my teeth. "Left?" Hermione breathed. A sentry came around the corner, bored and whistling a tune with missing notes. He saw us and opened his mouth to be stupid. "Stupefy." Hermione snapped. The wand in Luna's sleeve, our treacherous, borrowed stick, didn't leave her hand. The scarred stub I'd hidden in my waistband didn't move. The red flare came from a length of wood no longer than my finger, knotted and ugly. The kind of wand you'd never pick in a shop. The sentry went down without a complaint, eyes rolling up and pride smearing across the flagstones. Hermione's breath shook once. She caught it and kept moving. "One," she whispered, in that classroom voice that had held our lives together. No alarms. Ron slid the man's baton under his chain and offered me a humorless smile. "We're professional criminals." "Shut up," Ginny muttered, gliding past, hair tied back tight, runner's eyes scanning, counting, promising. We passed the pit. Inferi stood motionless halfway through lifting slabs of stone, frozen by the bell that hadn't decided whether to ring again. Neville didn't look at them. He had learned not to, the way you learn not to stare at a photograph you can't change. He carried a length of chain looped twice around his hand, links quiet as if choosing their moment. A shape unfurled from a vent, scaled, patient. The east coil tasted the air, tongue like a cut of shadow. We were beneath its notice. I tried not to breathe my relief too loudly. Another corner, a second sentry, this one young, jaw already whistling. He had time for O, and half a word that might have been U, before Sirius was on him, not graceful, experimental. A fist, a knee, an apology that sounded like a joke. The boy went down. Sirius caught his head to keep it from cracking on the floor and set it gently on the stone. "I hate that he's a child," Sirius said, voice thin. "Plan," Hermione reminded. "Right," he said, and smiled like a wolf. The quiet iron hall slept, the hinges we loved slow, blinking. We didn't need it now. We needed the heart. The corridor sloped. The hum grew. We slipped down together, a string pulled through a maze by someone who had memorized the path. At a bend, the Dementor stationed there leaned in as if our warmth had whispered an insult. Luna's mouth shaped a word without sound. Expecto. The silver that wasn't there yet trembled in the air like a promise. We reached the copper door. Closer, it didn't look like copper. It looked like the floor of a sea turned vertically, greened and scratched and grooved by centuries of salt. The runes carved into it crawled when you didn't look and pretended to be still when you did. The beetle from Dumbledore's palm, our ridiculous knight, climbed the seam between door and frame and prodded a notch like an old clerk with a key. 6, Bellatrix had said earlier. Tapping out the breaths, I was now counting without wanting to. 5, 4, the door sighed. Not open, but less closed, and that was enough for Hermione to insert the blade she'd shaped from a furnace tool and lever. 1, 2, 3. A click like a guilty tongue. We slipped through. I had seen the chamber once before and learned then that you don't get used to the wrongness of it. The altar squatted like a confession you didn't mean to make. The circles of hammered copper drew the eye against your will. Above them, bodies floated in fields that had been taught to lie. Lily, James, others too many to count. The black rod at the center of it all drank the room the way a well drinks falling coins. Mum, Dad, they weren't photographs. They weren't memories that belonged to other mouths that I'd borrowed. They were here, breathing because the machine told them to. My chest went small. Hermione's hand found my wrist and squeezed. Twoo, she breathed on an old count in a new room. We moved. Ron and Neville fanned right with Luna, angling for the nearest circle of copper. Sirius ghosted left, eyes on the altar's underbelly, looking for screws, for pride, for anything he could offend. Ginny went toward the fields themselves, jaw set, fire already in her eyes. Hermione reached into her robe and produced a chisel and a little hammer, the kind of tools that look innocent and are not. Runes, she said, nearly to herself, and placed the chisel delicately between two carved marks that made your eyes water if you stared. Old language. Counterstroke. The first strike was quiet and filthy with effort. A rune flinched, as if embarrassed to have been seen. The field around a witch I didn't know, cheekbones, gray hair, mouth stern even in sleep, shivered. Again, Hermione said, and raised the hammer. I fumbled at the edge of my mother's field with both hands, because sometimes you have to try the stupid thing first. It bit at my palms with a hum like bad electricity. The sting went up my forearms and nested near the elbow, spiteful. Mum, I said, because I was allowed the word in this room if nowhere else. Hold on. Harry, Ginny said, warning and apology in one breath. We have to. I know, I said and swallowed my throat. I know. Sirius slid under the altar like a mechanic. The spoon clenched in his teeth, his hands learning the feel of the machine's pride. It's all vanity down here. He grunted, pleased. They polished the bolts. Of course they did, Ron said. They're evil. They're not savages. Neville had pegged his chain into a loop and slipped it around a pillar. He braced and pulled. It groaned, the sound of metal reconsidering itself. Luna crouched beside him, the wrapped wand in her hand, pointed at a spot that would matter if magic was in the mood to be social. On 3, Neville panted without looking back. 1, 2, now, said a voice, amused and absolute, and the torches answered. They leapt along the walls in a line of light like laughing mouths. Voldemort stood on a narrow balcony that overlooked the altar as if all this were a bad theater, and he the reviewer. His hands were empty, he didn't need them. Behind him, to left and right, a flock of Death Eaters unfurled like bad wings, masks polished, shoulders squared to impress him. Along the floor were more, scores of them, stepping from alcoves and shadows and holes you'd call mouse, holes in any other building. Bellatrix was ahead of them all, at the base of the steps. Bellatrix, not the terrible mask. Her borrowed face had dissolved back into her own some time between the yard and here. Polyjuice timekeeping running out precisely when we no longer needed the trick. She had thrown the rag away and the pride back on like old armor. Every eye that wanted to blame someone found her like a lightning rod. Ah! Voldemort said softly, savoring the vowel. Wests. Everything inside me tried to run and found nothing to run with. Sirius rolled out from under the altar, smile gone, spoon clenched until his knuckles whitened. Hermione's chisel wavered. She did not let it drop. Ron swore without flair. Ginny's mouth set in a line I knew from when she had decided to survive something at the age of 11. Near the far wall, Dumbledore was already here. He looked as though the light had found him earlier than it found the rest of us. Harry, he said quietly, as if shushing a child before a dangerous game, and inclined his head. Voldemort spread his hands with benevolence so poisonous it made my teeth ache. Proceed, he invited. Spoil something. Indulge yourselves. A hiss, deep and dragging, arrived from a tunnel mouth I hadn't seen. Nagini uncoiled and filled the space like a verdict, scales catching torchlight, head lifted with that languid contempt snakes wear like jewels. Death Eaters who were clever shifted away from her path. Dementors slid along the galleries overhead, drawn like crows. Go, Hermione whispered, because sometimes the only way out is through. Now. The room exploded. Ron's shoulder charged the nearest robed idiot and brought him down, fist in cloth, knee in ribs. Neville's chain sang. He swung it like a flail and cleared a space around Luna. Luna lifted the wrapped wand and, with no fanfare at all, intoned, Expecto Patronum. There's a sound a Patronus makes that isn't a sound. It's the hush you get when grief shuts up for a second out of confusion. Silver burst from the tip, not brilliance, not a stag that breaks rooms, but a fox, quick and clever, tail a ribbon of light. It darted, yipped, threw itself with all its small heart at the descending dark. The closest Dementor reeled like a drunk met by morning. Clever girl. Madame Pomfrey breathed, and waded into a tangle of limbs to drag a bleeding boy clear by the collar like a nurse removing a stain. Sirius's spoon flashed, ridiculous, miraculous, and the second hinge under the altar lifted a hair more than it wanted to. A bolt came loose with the reluctant dignity of a conal unbuttoning his coat. The machine shuddered. Make it ugly. Sirius told it, and grinned through blood. The first curse to hit us came from the balcony, a scalpel of green that cut air. It lanced through the gap between me and Hermione, and chewed a chunk out of the altar's rim. Stone screamed. Hermione didn't flinch, because Hermione does not flinch until the world stops moving. Reducto. Ron bellowed, the borrowed wand answering his hand long enough to blow the mask off a Death Eater's face. The man stared down at his own surprise as if it had betrayed him and tripped over another. Nagini came like a paragraph of an old book none of us wanted to reread, jaws opening with practiced storybook hunger. Neville saw her and, before I could shout his name into a sentence he'd have to disobey, he was running with all his not grace, chain whistling. He dove, slid, popped to one knee like a boy who'd practiced Quidditch dives until his skin learned them. The chain looped twice around the snake's neck. Now! Luna cried and threw the wand. Neville caught it badly, looked like he'd botched it, then brought it up in both hands with the kind of stubbornness that outruns finesse. Diffindo! he shouted, voice cracking. Light like a blade. The chain snapped tight. The head came off. The body thrashed. The sound that came from Voldemort was not human, and in that noise I understood for a clear, brutal second how much of what he called immortality had always been paperwork. Longbottom. Voldemort breathed, venom and astonishment twining. Impudent weed. A bolt of purple tore off the balcony. Neville half turned. The spell caught him in the side and picked him up like a bad idea. He hit a pillar and went down with a sound that made Ginny scream his name in the register for miracles. "I've got him!" Madame Pomfrey snapped, and did. Dean Thomas came in from the left with a chunk of broken iron and a laugh that sounded like pure defiance. He cracked a mask like a plate. The man beneath fell as if apologizing. "This is for all the homework you gave us!" Dean yelled at no one and everyone, because joy is a weapon too. A Dementor sank behind him like a horrible idea realized too late. "Dean!" I shouted, started toward him, but a swirl of bodies jerking and spells flogging air shut the path. Luna's fox darted, teeth in the darkness again, valiant and outnumbered. The Dementor paused. It is an awful thing watching a person's happiness be removed with surgical efficiency. Dean clawed at the air, at his own face, at a moment he couldn't reach. Expecto. Luna cried, and the fox grew brave, flaring, trying to be two foxes at once. It wasn't enough. The Dementor took what it came for and left him hollow-eyed and standing, mouth parted like an unanswered question. Dean, Ron, gasped, choked. He swung the stolen wand like a club and broke 3 fingers on someone's jaw. "Keep moving," Hermione shouted, voice raw as a scraped knee. She seized my sleeve and shoved me toward the altar again. "Harry, the field. Hit the counter, stroke on your mother's ring. The 3rd mark. Not the 2nd. I can't feel." "You can," she said, and the faith in her tone steadied my hand more than any spell could. "You can, Harry." Now, I wedged the chisel where she pointed and brought the hammer down. The rune screamed like metal heated too fast, and the field around my mother flickered, faltered, came back. Again, I raised the hammer. On the balcony, Voldemort watched us as if we were an experiment in a dish. His head cocked. His mouth made the curve it makes when he has decided to keep something for later. "There is an informant," he said conversationally. His voice carried the way River does. It was amusing to watch you suspect the wrong ones. So human, he tipped his head toward Bellatrix. "My Bellatrix, chin up, face white. How quickly you turn." Ginny had blood on her lip and fire in her eyes. She spared Bellatrix one look that could have killed a softer woman. "Traitor!" she spat, flung a curse so hard the borrowed wand squealed. Bellatrix rolled, elegant even in fury, and came up with a knife she'd made from a hinge pin, eyes like storms. "I didn't," she snarled back. "Think, little girl, if I had, do you believe I'd be standing where the killing is heaviest?" "Convenient," Ron snapped, anger a-boil. "Always convenient for you. Shut up and fight." She hissed and planted the knife in a Death Eater's thigh with a twist that said she'd always been good at pain. The man screamed behind the mask and sat down rapidly. "Children." Voldemort sighed, delighted. Dumbledore moved, finally, hands rising, voice dropping, power coiling. A wave of force rolled from him, not bright and glorious, but dull and crooked, as if someone had taught light to limp. 5 Death Eaters went down, masks skittering. Dumbledore staggered theatrically as if he'd been struck by a rebound and fell to a knee. He stayed there. His eyes, for one heartbeat, were not twinkling at all. They were something like, what? Calculation. Pity. He adjusted his sleeve. No one noticed but me. I brought the hammer down a second time. The field around my mother hiccuped, sagged, thinned like old cloth. "Mum," I shouted as if distance could be redefined by want. Her eyelids fluttered the least amount a person can move and still be said to have moved at all. It broke me open. "Don't die for a symbol," Voldemort said, generously. "D for a result." He flicked his wrist. The altar's base spat chains like a nest of iron snakes. They whipped around ankles, wrists. Men and women who had been brave were now tripped. Sirius snarled at one and bit it like a dog. His teeth came away bloody and chain-tasting. He laughed like a madman and kept going. Back, a Death Eater bellowed. The line of them closed like a zipper. Somewhere to my left, Professor Sprout went down under 3 bodies. Neville crawled toward her, bleeding and furious. Ginny stood over them, wand in both hands, blasting and breathing in equal measure. Luna's fox snapped at everything that didn't belong in the living world and got thinner.
Harry!
Hermione's voice had that tone it reserved for moments when arguments are expensive. We are outnumbered. We knew, I said, because knowing is a kind of courage. We are losing, she said, because accuracy is another. I looked up. In the gallery above, Dementors thronged like a storm cloud fed honey. On the floor, Death Eaters ringed us jeering behind them. Inferi began to fill the doorway in tidy, horrible lines. Bellatrix fought like a thing with something to redeem and no time left to do it. Sirius was bleeding at the mouth and still smiling because that was his way of saying he loved us. Ron had planted himself in front of Hermione the way trees plant. Hermione kept striking runes like someone grading a test the world had to pass or else. Voldemort's laugh was a soft thing that made hard things in me crack. Enough, he said, the word a leash. The curses from the balcony consolidated into one broad stroke of force. It slammed across the room, not elegant, heavy. Bodies went to their knees by reflex. My bones obeying before my mind formed the thought down. Chains fountained again. The machine groaned and tightened, proud of the wrong things. The Dementors descended to their marks. Sirius spat blood and a line of doggish poetry and tried to stand. A curse took him in the shoulder and spun him, and he knelt, grinning, because he would not give them a proper expression. Always was a showman, he panted. Stop, Madame Pomfrey snapped, as if scolding battle the way she would a student caught running in the corridor. All of you, stop. We couldn't. A man doesn't stop falling because a good woman tells gravity off. Lay down your toys, Voldemort suggested. The Elder Wand hummed in his hand like a tuning fork for wrong key signatures. Kneel and be clever, or stand and be ended. Around me, one by one, the people I loved chose to kneel, because living is not the same as losing, and because this was not the last breath we meant to take. Ron's jaw as he went down was a hinge forced. Hermione's eyes, above her hands on the floor, were still moving, mapping, counting, refusing to accept the size of no. Ginny's mouth blood in a thin line. She spat once on the stone, and then lowered herself with dignity that made several masks turn away. Bellatrix was the last. She looked at me, only me. She had decided to be that foolish, and something like apology moved across her face with the speed of a secret. Then she knelt, back straight, chin up, as if refusing to give the posture to the person who had asked for it. A Death Eater jabbed her with a spear as a reflex. She didn't flinch. The spear quivered, impressed despite itself. Dumbledore rose slowly, as if age had remembered him. His robe was ash-streaked. His hair had found the light again. He swayed. Tom, he said softly. Those of us who knew how to hear tone instead of words heard too many things. Albus, Voldemort said, fond, terrible. Still shepherding. Still counting, Dumbledore murmured. He lowered his eyes. Hands seized my arms and forced them behind me. Iron bit, my knees hit stone. The altar loomed, altars always loom. My parents floated above it, asleep in a language that hadn't been invented to name this kind of sleep. The wand in the metal claws stood, polite and hungry. Voldemort came down from the balcony as if walking upon stages makes gravity kinder. He did not hurry, he never does. He stopped in front of me and tipped my chin up with the Elder Wand like a man examining a coin he intends to spend loudly. Harry, he said, warm. You made it interesting. I admire that. Most people are so predictable. His breath smelled like old parchment and new graves. "Go to hell," I said, "because I have a gift for dialogue." "Oh," he said, amused, "I brought it here. Why travel?" His wand's tip rested at the hollow in my throat, a point of pressure small and infinite. Around us, chains whispered. Above us, the floating bodies obeyed the machine. Behind us, the people we had gathered bowed their heads and made their mouths quiet, because there is power in deciding when to speak. Somewhere beyond the ring of our enemies, I saw Dumbledore watching, not dazed, not defeated, measuring, the way men do when they have drawn a line in the dark and are waiting to see who crosses it first. He saw me see him and gave me that soft, private smile that can carry a boy for a winter. For the first time since we left our cells, my hope faltered, then cracked, dust in the mouth, grit in the eyes. Not because we were beaten, beatings I understood, because we had been expected, because someone had written our plan down for us in ink that washed off their hands easily. Voldemort's voice moved close to my ear, almost kind. "Tell me," he murmured, "how does it feel to be exactly as smart as I needed you to be?" I shut my eyes only because I chose to, not because he asked. Someone among us had sold us out. The realization settled like cold water inside my bones and stayed. Chapter 90 shattered trust. AZKABAN learned our names again. They took our food first. Thin gruel thinned further, then water that tasted of old metal. Chains returned, shorter and heavier, rings in the floor that made a shape out of kneeling. Torches burned colder. The Dementors hung closer, their patience fattened by our failure. When the bell clanged, the air didn't shiver, it flinched. They moved my parents. The morning after the ambush, the copper door opened without ceremony. When it shut again, the fields above the altar were empty of Lily and James Potter. The space they'd occupied looked the way a mouth looks when a tooth is pulled, raw and wrong. No one said their names. Saying names was expensive. We were herded to the barracks mid-block and left there like tools you mean to break by leaving them out in the rain. Knees to stone, hands to rings, eyes to floor. A guard with a dead tooth and a talent for whistling inspected our silence and found it satisfactory. "Days," Ginny said later, in a voice that had to climb over pain to get out. "It's been days, but it feels like a season." Madame Pomfrey moved between cots without a wand, making a field hospital out of absence. Neville lay with his side, wrapped to the rib and a color in his face we'd decided to call alive. Luna watched the vent hum E minor and rested the back of her hand against the stone to feel its song. Sirius sprawled like a man trying to make more space than he had. His smile was too white and bloody by half. "What we have," Hermione said, sitting with her back to the center post like a captain in a ship forced to be still. "Is time enough to talk, apparently." "We had time enough to plan," Ron said, and the words hit like thrown cutlery. "We had time and we spent it on a trap." Silence was a living thing in the room. It looked expectantly at Bellatrix, as if it had placed a bet. She sat on the end of a bench with her wrists cuffed together and resting in her lap. Pride had climbed onto her like a coat she hated but needed. "Say it," she invited, voice like a knife she knew how to hold. "Get it out. All this was your idea." Ron's eyes were raw, his jaw a hinge forced. "Your diversion. Your hair. Your timing. We followed you into his mouth." "You followed Harry," she said evenly. "You always do. I gave you seams. You walked on your own feet." Sirius rolled his head without lifting it. "Less philosophy, more not murdering each other," he said. "We can audition new enemies later." Ginny stood. It wasn't dramatic, it didn't need to be. "Look at me." She pointed at Bellatrix, who did, and at Ron, who didn't want to and did anyway. "We cannot give him this. If we turn on ourselves, he wins twice with one hand." Convenient speech. Ron shot back, not at her, for a convenient traitor. Bellatrix's mouth curled, but something hurt moved behind her eyes. "After everything I've done to help, you still think it's me?" Her laugh cut and blood. "Ungrateful fools, stop," Hermione said, standing now too. The rawness in her voice wasn't anger so much as grief dressed up as discipline. "We are not doing this like children throwing chairs in a classroom." "Then do it like adults," Snape suggested from the cot in the corner he'd chosen because it had shadows. He had a split lip and a stare that could salt fields. "Compute probabilities. Examine motive. Consider who gains from a failed revolt." He didn't look at Dumbledore when he said it. That would have been art. Hermione's gaze snapped to him. "You slipped away before the locks opened," she said, quiet and precise as ink. "I saw you, Severus. The guard corridor. You said you were going for cloth. You didn't have cloth when you returned." "Perhaps I finished my errand," Snape said silkily. "Perhaps I found a better use for my hands. Perhaps I was tired of Granger assuming she is the only person allowed to be useful unobserved." Ron was on his feet before I could stand, the ring biting his chain. "You slippery." Dumbledore's voice fell through the room like a blanket. "Enough," he said, not loud, not soft. He looked battered the way saints look battered in stained glass, artfully, to inspire. "We do not repay cruelty with cannibalism. The room is watching. The room was watching. You could feel Azkaban leaning in. It loved a good scene." "We have to name it," Neville said, harsh with pain. "We were expected." Someone told him. "The obvious suspect is the obvious suspect," Snape drawled. "How tidy. How comforting for a conscience that prefers circles." Bellatrix bristled. "Say my name." "You prefer I sing it," Snape said, tired. "Lestrange." He tasted the syllables as if they were poison he had built up tolerances for. "She is the obvious suspect, which makes her a bad one." Dumbledore spread his hands, palm up, peacemaker to the bone. "This is an old trick, beloved," he said. The word landed without embarrassment because he made it. When people are hungry and punished, they are also careful with affection. Don't let him choose your carefulness. Hermione flinched as if the word beloved had been a slap. Ginny's mouth thinned. Ron cursed under his breath and sat, which was how he said "I'm not done" without paying for it now. I stood because it was time to. "Listen to me," I said. The ring on my chain clinked. The sound was terrible and useful. Heads turned. Snape's eyes did a slow, insulting roll. Dumbledore's softened, pride like a fire banked. Bellatrix didn't move. "We're not taking another step?" I said. "Until the prison stops looking at us like it knows our lines. We will eat when eating arrives. We will work when work arrives. We will not move toward anything like a plan. Not for days." Anger rippled. Relief did too. It shamed me to hear it. People are built to hope. They need a leader to say not yet only if the leader knows how to make later into something other than cruelty. "Watch," I said. "Well, listen. We let him get bored. Bored men make mistakes and boast about not making them." Ron's eyes were hot. "We do nothing. We do everything but move," Hermione said, catching it, translating for the room. "What count? We record. We teach our eyes to see new seams. Meanwhile," Neville said, jaw set, "we bleed. Meanwhile," Madame Pomfrey snapped, "you heal. Or try. Because in another week, if you tug at that bandage the way you're looking at it, I will stitch you with my teeth." Soft laughter, the blessed kind. It loosened something tight in the air. I looked at Bellatrix and made the choice I knew would cost. "I trust her," I said, "with my life." It went through the barracks like a draft. Ginny's chin lifted, measured and not surprised. Hermione's mouth pressed into a thin line that had more thought than fury in it. Ron made an animal noise and looked away. Neville's eyes, ancient with new pain, went to the ceiling and did not return quickly. Luna watched the vent as if the room's music had changed key. Sirius chuckled in a way that said, "Well, we knew this fight was coming." Snape's lip twitched. Dumbledore's eyes warmed, twinkling with a father's indulgence for a son making a noble mistake. Bellatrix didn't move. Only her hands did, a half-inch shift, as if she'd been bracing for something and found she could spend the strength elsewhere. "Good," she said finally. It was not triumph. It was not gratitude. It was a fact like a rung on a ladder. "Then I'll earn it again." "Earned," Sirius said, surprising himself and everyone else. "Not earn. Past tense. For tonight. Tomorrow's a new language," Bellatrix said, and that almost smile passed over her face like weather. "We can learn it later." Dumbledore nodded to himself as if the speech he'd written in his head had been delivered on cue. "Endure," he said gently, the word told through the barracks the way bells do when they have more to say. I remembered the balcony, the fall, the measuring. I filed the word in the cabinet where I kept pay attention, and don't be fooled by kind men with beetles. "Rest," Hermione ordered, because if she didn't far worse things would ask to be in charge. "We'll watch in shifts." Snape smirked and turned his face to the wall, which was his way of saying good plan without toxic shame. Ginny came to me later and put a hand in the middle of my back, between shoulder blades. "If she hurts you," she said, not threatening, naming a possible future, "I'll set the sea on fire." "I know," I said. "Good," she said, and walked away. Night in the barracks was a weight. The rings made kneeling a suggestion even in sleep. The Dementors drifted past the grates like men who have forgotten doors were invented to be opened. I lay with my cheek to my sleeve and counted my breath, because breathing is an occupation. 3 knocks. 2. "Soft as dust, Bellatrix," she whispered, not using my name as a weapon. "Are you awake?" "Yes." Silence poured in, then words came out of it. "I hate that they hate me," she said. The sentence sat on the stone between us and watched us both. I did not think I could still care. I thought I had burned that out to make room for. She stopped. For him. My mouth tasted of salt. "You saved Ginny's life," I said. "You blood for Neville." You handed Hermione the shape of the hinge before she asked. "What failed?" she said, strangled. "My plan. My hair. My pretty voice, him in my mouth. A rough laugh." I wanted to believe it would be enough to be useful. Useful is a word you learn when belief has humiliated you enough times. "It was a good plan," I said. "A good plan can still be outnumbered." She exhaled. The sound scraped, and people died on it. "Yes," I said. "Truth to grief is what clean bandages are to wounds." "I keep thinking," she went on softly, "if I had held the cadence differently, if I had come in 5 breaths sooner, if I had left the rag on my mouth longer, if I had not wanted to be brave, if," she strangled the "if" and killed it, because she knew how to kill things. "He always said I was too loud." "He said that because you were bright," I said, "and because he wanted to be the only light in the room. Do not flatter me." She snapped, and then, less sharp and more wounded, "Please don't flatter me. I will break it and use it wrong." "I'm not," I said. "I'm telling you the thing I've learned hurts less if you hear it often enough. You were a mirror. He hated what you reflected that wasn't him." She made no noise at all for a long breath. Then, quietly, "I love you." I shut my eyes. You'd think in a place like this the word would sound out of tune. It didn't. It sounded like what the sea must say to the stones when no one is listening. "I will keep coming. I will keep coming. I love you," I said, because it was true, and because it would buy us breath later when breath got expensive again. The Dementor paused outside our wall and listened. It leaned in, disappointed to find happiness used in the wrong place for its appetite. "Hold on," I said, to her, to myself, to everything I wanted to keep. "Well, find them. My Lord will keep them where they hurt you," she said flatly. "He believes in symmetry. He believes in certain kinds of theater." "Then I'll go where he thinks I won't," I said. "That's all we've ever done." She made the almost laugh again, the one that sounded like learning to be human hurts. "What will you do?" she asked, cautious as stepping on a beam in the dark. "About the traitor? Watch," I said. "Be careful. Don't name it too soon." "You think it is Snape," she said. This time there was no knife in it. It sounded like someone setting tools on a table. "I think Snape wants us to think," I said, "which is worrying on a different axis." She hummed. "Good," she murmured, surprising herself perhaps by the word. "Don't become stupid for me." "I'd need much more practice," I said, and she snorted, and we let the night be what it was without trying to decorate it further. Days fell over us like thin blankets. We worked. We were watched. We were punished for the wrong kinds of industriousness. The pit demanded labor. The laundry demanded steam. The corridor demanded that our feet remember the choreography of obedience. Food returned in measured insults. The Dementors learned our routines and got lazy. We learned, too. We counted the timing of the bell when it came late and what that did to the guards' patience. We marked which hinges had begun to resent their own duties. The left on the east door, the third from the bottom on quiet iron. We watched Carlin scratch his jaw exactly once before he lied, even to himself. We saw that the east coil slept longer and coiled tighter one torch, changed before the copper door hummed. There were tremors. They started the 5th day after the ambush. At first they were only feelings in teeth and wrists. A pressure when the copper door drank too fast, and somewhere else had to give. Then the flagstones rattled like cheap teeth, then hair lifted on arms. Then the Dementors collectively tilted their heads as if a note had been struck in a register they disliked. The guards pretended not to hear, because pretending is the only magic they have. "The wand," Hermione said, head bent, fingers on stone, eyes gone far. "He's close. 3 weeks. Luna guessed, serenely, maybe 2. Rituals never end on time." Snape smirked without humor. "He will end it with a flourish. He always does." Ron and Hermione snapped at each other twice, in public, which meant they were tired. The first time it was over nothing, a rag, a spoon, a miscount. The second time it was about everything, risk and grief and how to spend breath and whether holding hands is strategy or sin when a Dementor is watching. They apologized badly and then better and then ate in silence that sounded like practice. Neville healed the way stubborn things do, slowly, then all at once. Ginny stood between him and the world with the silent authority of a guard dog who has contempt for her job title. Madame Pomfrey slapped hands that reached for bandages they weren't allowed and told the sea to stop being damp near her ward corner, and it obeyed shamefacedly because even oceans have sense. Dumbledore became the person you wanted to talk to when you didn't want to talk at all. He said, "Endure the way other men say I'm proud of you." He moved keys with his beetle for us to get at water and said it was nothing and made it look like nothing. He mended spirits with a look and a story that had edges sanded off. He walked past me once and murmured, "Soon is not now, Harry," with a smile that felt like a hand on a boy's head. And still his eyes measured, and still I remembered the balcony. And still I watched him the way a lock watches a key. I hated suspecting anyone. It felt like I had let the prison inside. But the cost of not suspecting was everything, so I decided to be cruel to the part of me that loved people unexamined. I began the work. I sat with Ron and drew a plan in the air with words, a direct assault, stupid and brave, at dawn 5 days hence. The pit wrote, the stairs, the bolt cutters we didn't own, the wishful thinking in it dressed up as logistics. I told him because he needed something to clench his fists around besides grief. Because I trusted that if this plan leaked to anyone, it would not be by Ron's mouth. He swallowed it whole like a dragon chewing a coal. "Dawn," he said, grim. "Good. Dawn hates them." With Hermione, I suggested smaller, quiet, slower. "Not the chamber," I said. "We nibble the edges." Quiet iron again. The vent. The cistern, We loosen, loosen, loosen. Then when he reaches, we let him fall. She looked at me long. You don't believe the first plan. I believe in the people who need it, I said. She understood what I wasn't saying. All right, she murmured. Triangles for nibble, squares for bait. Sirius got a third version without being told it was third. Distraction plus theft, I said. You tell a story. We pocket the ending. Curtain. He grinned, bloody and full of joy that shouldn't exist here and did anyway. My specialty. To Neville, I said, heal. It wasn't a plan, and it was the bravest one I could ask of him. To Ginny, I said, don't run when the bell is early. She nodded, lips thin, bargains in her eyes we'd talk about later if later existed. To Luna, I said, sing at the vent when the tremors come. Listen for when the screws change their mind. She hummed E minor and approving B's came out of the stone. To Madame Pomfrey, I said nothing, and she said, I will stand where the dying will insist on going again, which is what she always said, which is how we still had a we. To Snape, I said, you should know we're going to be idiots. He looked at me as if checking the label on a bottle he'd always distrusted. Finally, he said, dry as the salt on his sleeve, something you are qualified for. To Dumbledore, I said only, I need your beetle 2 nights from now. His eyes warmed. He was generous with tools if he believed they made the story better. Of course, he said. Small creatures are the language of doors. He leaned closer in the bustle of the corridor and pitched his voice for me alone. Harry, he said so gently my name could have been a blessing. I will keep them steady for you. Take your time. Choose your moment. Come to me when you want the locks to listen. I will, I said, and my stomach tightened around the promise, because making it felt like carving something off myself and handing it to a man who was in the habit of collecting carved off pieces. Bellatrix watched me weave and didn't ask what knot I was tying. Once, when the guard with the dead tooth sneered too long at my back, she stepped between his stare and my spine, not protective exactly, more like insulted on behalf of the dignity of backs. Watch where you put your eyes, she suggested to him. He grinned and went to bother someone whose courage didn't irritate him. Why 3 plans? She asked later, near the vent that hummed in the wall that remembered to be kind for exactly 1 shoulder width. So one of them will be true, I said, and so the truth will not be where he expects it. Who do you tell which? Her voice had no jealousy in it, only interest sharpened by survival. I'll tell you last, I said, and she snorted so softly the stone might have mistaken it for settling dust. Good, she said. If you treat me like your favorite, they will sharpen their knives on me. I don't have favorites, I said. You absolutely do, she said with vicious fondness. It's adorable and dangerous. We didn't kiss there, because the guard rotation was tight and the Dementor was in the mood to be petty, and we were learning new kinds of discipline. We stood a hand's breadth apart and let being almost touch be enough for a minute. The tremors grew teeth. The copper door drank and the vaults dimmed elsewhere, and every time the room remembered that it was built to shake. The wand, his wand, the new one, the wrong one, was nearing complete. I could feel it in my teeth the way people feel storms in their joints. Soon, Dumbledore said again, twice, 3 times, to me, to the room, to himself. Soon, I said once, to the wall, to my mother in a field I could not see, to the part of me that had not learned patience well. I knelt because the ring in the floor suggested it, and because a guard would make a hobby of me if I didn't. I curled my hands around the chain and let my head bend as if I were praying. Perhaps I was. To what? To reason. To luck. To the beetle that would remember which notch meant yes. To the fact that kindness lasts longer than malice and is more stubborn. The prison breathed around us. The sea knocked. The Dementors drifted and sulked because we were not interesting enough. The bell hesitated and then rang. I had a month of doubt to spend and only a handful of coins left. I would spend them carefully. I would name the traitor in a way that would peel the paint from his kind face. Not today. Soon. Chapter 200. The hidden snake AZKABAN's night had 3 parts: the hour the torches hissed, the hour the sea rehearsed drowning the walls, and the hour when the dementors drifted like the thought you didn't want to have and had anyway. I chose the middle hour for treason. We had decided to wait. Waiting, I was learning, could be a weapon, but waiting didn't mean stillness. It meant moving inside the places no one watched. I started with the easy lies, the ones that looked most like hope. To Ron, by the laundry vent, breath fogging, I said, dawn in 3 days. Pit route, straight push. No tricks. I put grit into it, something for his fists to hold. Hit them before they yawn. His eyes sharpened. Good, he said, jaw a hinge. I like yanking a man out of his sleep. To Hermione, at the cistern where the stone sweated, I said, not a strike. Nibble, quiet iron. The vent screws. Overdraw the copper door at shift change. We loosen until it falls on its own. Her mouth tipped, proud, worried, both. Triangle for nibble, square for bait, she murmured. I'll set watchers on the screws. To Sirius, in the corridor bend the guards avoided because the walls shed powder on their cloaks. I said, kitchen fire and stolen keys. You talk the guards into being heroes. We walk through their backs. He grinned. Always wanted to be a terrible influence. To Luna, I said, sing when the tremor begins. If the screws answer, we move later, not now. She nodded as if I'd told her the weather for the next life. To Neville, I said, heal. That's your plan. He scowled like a boy told to sit out a match and then admitted, quietly, A. To Ginny, I said, if the bell is early, you stand still. She didn't argue. She touched my sleeve once quick, as if that were a promise to obey. To Madame Pomfrey, I didn't say anything. She said, I will be where the dying insists on going. Try to make my job boring. Then I went to Dumbledore. He was where good men like to be when there's nothing good to be done between cots, speaking softly enough to feel like privacy. He turned at my approach with the gentleness he wore like a robe. Harry, he said, and my name was a warm stone put into my hand. Boat, I said, pitching my voice for him alone. Second bell tomorrow. The storm side. We have a skiff stashed in the drain channel. No fight. Gone. It was the ugliest lie because it was the nicest, the one that lets you sit down. Dumbledore's eyes warmed with such palpable relief it made my skin crawl. Prudent, he murmured. Merciful. A victory's shape doesn't always match its noise. Small creatures, I said, because I wanted to see if he'd give me the beetle without asking. He smiled. Small creatures will be ready, he promised. Doers enjoy being surprised. He meant the lock. I meant the man who loved it. I left him with his smile and swallowed the taste in my mouth. Bellatrix was waiting under the cracked vent, shadows making a private alcove out of open floor. She didn't ask what. She asked who. You told him something kind. She said, the word halfway to a sneer, halfway to a bruise. I told him what a kind man would want, I said, and what a man who wants to be the author of our escape would want to hear. She watched my face as carefully as a thief reads a latch. You hate suspecting him, she said, even thinking it looks wrong in your mouth. It does, I admitted. But wrong things have lived there before. Her smile was violent and fond. Good boy. 3 knocks. 2. The sound passed along the wall like a rumor changing shoes. Watch, it said, ears open, mouths closed. We went to our positions for the middle hour. Snape stepped out of the barracks with the kind of patience that made other people angry. He was a smudge against darker stone, more posture than man. A guard raised a hand to stop him. Snape turned his head a fraction, and even without a wand the look he gave could curdle milk. Infirmary, he said. Unless you'd like your sores cleaned with brine and prayer. The guard, who had a sensitive relationship with his own bowels, waved him on. I hadn't been brave or stupid enough to plan around having my cloak. Azkaban wasn't the sort of place that forgot to confiscate legends. But shadows here worked like cloaks for those who learned their hemline. I kept a person's width between us and moved when he moved, stopped when he stopped. In another life, Moody would have grinned and shouted, "Constant vigilance," handed me a biscuit. The corridor smelled like cold iron and old damp. The torches did their resentful hiss. Far above, the wind made the noise of a long letter being folded badly. We turned into a service run where the sea pressed at the stone and spoke in vowel sounds. A Dementor drifted from a side arch like a surprise you knew was coming. It paused, tasting. My breath went shallow by instinct. Everything in me wanted to think of nothing. Thinking of nothing makes you edible. I thought of Bellastrix saying I love you like she'd been insulted by the word and used it anyway. I thought of my mother's eyelid flicker when I'd hit the right rune. I thought of Ron's stupid little smile when Hermione had threatened to dock his rations for sarcasm and then didn't. Warmth came like a match cupped in both hands. The Dementor lost interest, turned toward a darker feeder, drifted on. Snape kept moving unhurried, the walk of a man pretending he had nothing to hide because everything he owned was already suspicion. We descended 3 steps and passed the grate where Luna swore the prison sang in E minor. It hummed like a mouth closed over a note. Snape didn't hear it, or he did and loathed it, which looked the same. He turned into a narrow passage I knew led toward the yard's east outbuilding storage, accounting, the places where evil likes to be respectable. I ducked behind a stack of crates that smelled like fish old enough to have grandchildren and peered around a plank. Lucius Malfoy waited there, hair tidy as ever in a world that had forgotten the definition. He wore a warden's cloak cut like a threat and carried a swagger, cane that contained a wand and 3 kinds of entitlement. The mask was gone. The face was worse. "Severus," he drawled, pleased with his own appointment to the theater of this moment. "You walk as though you've been invited." "I walk because I dislike scurrying," Snape said. He didn't bow. Lucius noticed and pretended not to. "And?" Lucius tipped the cane toward him. "Your friends." Snape went still. "They plan something soon," he said, voice bored in that way that invites a man to be bored with you. "I will keep them calm." My hands clenched. Calm. Keep. The words burned. Lucius's smile was a shallow dish. Any water poured into it would overflow immediately. "Dear me. Such charity," he purred. "The Dark Lord values your steadiness." He reached into a satchel and withdrew a small cloth-wrapped bundle. "For your patience and your trouble." Snape took it without looking, because looking is what makes something poison. The bundle thunked lightly. 2 loaves of the good bread, the kind with a real crust, sat inside, and something else, a small stoppered bottle that flashed dark and viscous. A draught. A bribe. Lucius leaned in, conspirator proud. "If they must break themselves," he said, "do make sure it's in a way that amuses." Snape's face didn't move. "Your wit will be the last thing that dies in this building," he murmured. "You'll be insufferable even as a ghost." Lucius laughed like he'd been complimented. "Carry on, then." A footfall behind me. I flattened. The guard with the dead tooth sauntered by, whistling the way people do when they don't know how to be quiet and want you to think they've chosen noise. He glanced once toward the alcove where Lucius and Snape stood, saw 2 men in the middle of an agreement, made the sensible decision not to see. Snape slid the bundle into his robe and turned away, his lip curled in reflex at something only he could smell. I retreated before he did. It's an art, leaving last looks for other people. I walked backward until the crates swallowed me, then sideways, then up the 3 steps one at a time when the torch guttered, and asked for my breath as a fee. My heart thudded in my throat the entire way back, not because I was afraid of being caught, though I was, but because fury moves the blood faster. They plan something soon. I'll keep them calm. I rehearsed the words until they were sharp enough to cut the night, and then I carried them like a knife. Ron listened with his fists. The knuckles went white when I said, Malfoy, and white again when I said, bread. He didn't swear. It was worse. I'll kill him, he said level. Get in line. Sirius murmured, half asleep and wholly dangerous. After me, Hermione's eyes closed once. He took bread, she said, voice like the edge of a ruler. Of course he did. We knew. I said, we didn't know. Now we do. Bellatrix stood at the edge of the circle like a statue that had been defaced and learned to love the mark. At keep them calm, her mouth twitched into a smile that had nothing to do with joy. Of course he would choose a polite verb, she said. Men like that always do. It makes a cage feel like a philosophy. Tomorrow, I said. We do it tomorrow. In the drain room. No audience. Hermione laid a hand on my forearm in a quiet warning I didn't want. Harry, don't solve it. Show it. Let the room see. Cleanly. I'm done with clean, I said, and hated the sound of my own voice. I want something that makes sense. She didn't flinch. Then be careful. Sense is what the trap uses. I slept like a man leaning against a door, hearing steps in the hall. The drain room looked as it always did, too wet, too cold, too honest about where the sea wanted to be. A guard with a red patch on his cheek supervised from the threshold with a slouch that said underpaid. Our chains were shorter than they had been and longer than they could be. The trench coughed up weed and the smell of old storms. The East Cole's shadow was a ribbon on the wall. Snape was late. Not unusually, not dramatically. The sort of late that says, I own the idea of time. He came in without looking at anyone who might be hurt by eye contact. Hermione stepped into his path with the moral authority of a syllabus. Ron moved as her anger's hands, which was their old trick when they wanted to be efficient. You sold us? Hermione said. Quiet, because quiet carries farther. We were expected. You slipped away. You met Malfoy. He gave you bread. You told him keep them calm. Snape's expression did nothing more than tilt. You have been busy, Miss Granger. Answer her. Ron growled, grabbing his collar. Say it. Say you did it. Say you liked it. Snape's gaze dropped to Ron's hand on his robe, as if surprised a Weasley ever touched something that clean. Let go, he said. Make me. You don't want me to, Snape replied, which could have meant anything. Sirius drifted up on Snape's other side like a storm cloud flicking with lightning. I'm bored of your vowels, he said. Try a consonant. Yes or no. Snape's eyes flicked to me. For the first time since the meeting, I saw something that wasn't contempt in them. Not kindness. Something like the feeling you get when you look at a door you've used so often you know where it sticks and still you hope it won't stick this time. Think what you will, his look said. Say it, my fist said. I did what I had to. Snape said aloud. Ron slammed him into the wall. The guard twitched, considered the effort of intervening. Decided this looked like catharsis. Hermione didn't pull Ron off. She didn't need to. Snape's eyes went narrow and cold in the way they used to in a classroom right before he took points that no one could afford. Listen to yourselves, he sneered. A chorus of righteous bleating. You fail loudly, so someone must be chosen to swallow the echo. We saw you, Hermione said, and the steadiness of the words was a magic all its own. We heard you. Not everything said in the dark belongs to darkness. Snape snapped back, and there it was. That crack in the wall where he kept a different man. He shut it with a sneer before anyone could use it. Think what you like. Blame is a soothing hobby. You're out, I said. My voice came out tired and more like my father's than I'd expected. You don't hear anything from us. Not a knock, not a cloth, nothing. Something moved behind his eyes, Pain, maybe, or a man measuring the weight of new silence. How original, he said. Exile the undesirable. It keeps the pews tidy. You're a Death Eater. Ron spat. And you're a child. Snape said, not cruelly for once. Both of us are tedious. Dumbledore arrived with the inevitability of a bell. He looked like a watercolor of compassion, edges soft, colors bled. My friends, he said, and made it true for a second. We will not improve our situation by sharpening it upon one another. Then why does it feel better? Ron shot back. When I'm holding him by the throat. Because anger is quartz, Dumbledore said gently. It looks like clarity for a while. Headmaster, Snape said, and the old address slid out on a breath as if he'd forgotten to take the word out of his vocabulary. There was a plea in it that most people in the room were too angry to hear. I heard it and hated myself for hearing it. Dumbledore's hand set on Ron's wrist for a heartbeat and lifted it, not with strength but with grandfather gravity. Release, he advised, and Ron, insulted by the word's accuracy, did. Snape smoothed his robe as if pride could buff out fingerprints. He didn't look at me. He looked at the floor where the sea made its own map and said, quietly, almost to himself, for Lily. And then louder, in the voice built for defense, I will not ask to be in your club. What did you say? I asked, even though I knew. Nothing you deserve, he said, and walked past us, past the guard, past Dumbledore, who stepped aside without seeming to and watched him go. The old man's shoulders dropped half an inch when Snape's back turned. Relief looks like that in everyone, even saints. It could have been the angle. It could have been the light. It looked like a man who'd successfully shepherded a room away from himself. Hermione saw only the victory of a decision. Ron saw only the shape of his anger finally fitting something. Sirius saw only the back he'd wanted to hack for years, walking away untouched, which is a different kind of wound. Ginny watched the ripple of reaction pass and set her jaw because leaders have to install sturdiness manually. Bellatrix's eyes went from Snape to Dumbledore and then to me. She said nothing. Her mouth's corner bent as if she'd learned a word she didn't like the sound of and knew she'd have to use anyway. The guard clapped once, delighted by human nature. Show's over, he said. Back to scraping. All that emotions made the drains sentimental. We scraped. The trench released a stink older than courage. The East Coil's shadow flowed along the wall, patient as a sermon. The Dementor at the corner leaned in and listened to our breathing for the cough of a soul leaving and, disappointed, drifted a finger's width away. Dumbledore came to stand near me as if we'd chosen to converse. Thank you, he said, soft enough that my skin, not my ears, heard it. For being decisive, it can be a kindness even when it hurts. Kindness doesn't feel like this, I said. Most medicine doesn't, he replied, with that small rueful smile that made you want to live up to his disappointment. He put a hand on my shoulder, the weight of a simple thing done complicatedly. Soon. I nodded because the moment required a gesture and because my mouth had no interest in starting a war with that face in public. He left a warmth that felt like permission. I stood in it for exactly as long as it took to realize I didn't want it and stepped aside. Bellatrix bumped my shoulder with hers on purpose later, as if to reassert which hands I belonged to. You saw it, she said. What? The way he breathed, she said. Like a man who has put down a heavy thing that wasn't in his hands to begin with. I saw it, I said. Good, she said. Don't let it turn you into stone. You think better when you still bleed. I'm tired of bleeding, I said. I'm tired of not, she said. Terrible pair. Perfect, I said. She almost smiled, which is how she says I'm terrified without paying the fee. We told the others it was done. Not formally, not in a speech. In the way decisions announced themselves, seating arrangements shifted. Late night whispers grew one person shorter, Cloth signals changed lanes. I saw relief run like water through the room, finding every low point to fill. People need names to put over holes in the floor so they don't have to see down them all the time. We had a name, Snape. We nailed it over the dark and felt safer walking. Even those who wanted rage more than safety felt fed. It helped. It didn't fix. At night, I lay with my cheek to my sleeve and tasted the iron in the air and told myself the soreness was victory. The wand in the belly of the prison hummed like a caught fly. The tremors came again, heavier, twice the torches guttered as if a giant had sighed. The guards pretended not to be nervous. Dementors have no concept of nervous. They are always full. 3 variants. Hermione murmured on the second night, sketching invisible maps on her thigh. Which we move on depends on which rumor he uses to set the mousetrap. 2 days, Ron said. I can smell it. He's itchy. Snakes don't itch, Luna said. They molt. Worse, Ron muttered. Madame Pomfrey calculated how much cloth she had left as if measuring a day's bread. Neville stood straight for the first time in a fortnight and said, I can run again. Ginny kissed his cheek because it was a tactical necessity. Sirius told a story badly enough to be interesting to 2 guards who thought they were too hard to laugh. He laughed for them, which is disarming in any language. Dumbledore moved among us like a good weather pattern. He laughed at the right places. He knelt at the beds that needed a witness. He placed his hand on 2 shoulders and a brow and made a triangle out of comfort. When we broke for work and the ring tugged us forward, he drifted to my side, his beard catching a seam of light that made him look like every picture the world ever wanted. Harry, he said, as if the next sentence would be something I would keep for decades. I'm proud you stopped a quarrel. You stopped it, I said. I only redirected it, he said modestly, which is humbler than bragging and therefore more useful. Soon, he said again. Soon. He said it like his mouth was rehearsing now. When he walked away, I felt the same warmth you get when a hand leaves your shoulder and you only then realize you preferred the weight. Bellatrix watched him go and then put her palm flat against the stone and read it. He likes being the surface everyone pushes against, she said, so he can tell which stones move. Can you read a wall like that? I asked. I am a wall like that, she said, or I was. Be more suspicious than feels attractive, Potter. Not forever.
Long enough. I said.
I hate it. Good, she said.
Weird anyway.
I knocked 3, then 2. The sound went out and came back. Echoes, answers, a dozen people telling a building we had not yet learned to be quiet. I leaned my head back and looked at the dark the way you look at a ceiling you intend to knock a hole in. Snape's out, Ron said. Satisfaction like a weight he could set down. Now we can work. Now we will work, Hermione corrected. Carefully, carefully, I echoed, because I had to put the word in my mouth if I wanted to believe it when it mattered. The traitor problem was solved. The word did a good job of pretending to be true. We were lighter. We were wrong. But wrong can be useful if you walk in it carefully enough to feel where the floor dips. I gathered the 3 plans, the dawn push, the nibble, the kitchen fire, braided them, and tucked the knot under my ribs where no one could cut it without breaking me first. Soon, Dumbledore said for the 4th time that day. Soon, I agreed and watched his eyes, not his mouth. Chapter 11. The true impostor we met where the stones never warmed. Dawn, I said, keeping my voice even. No more nibbling. No more tricks. We break for the extraction chamber and we don't stop. If we die moving. Ron nodded first, jaw tight. Good. Hermione looked around the circle, Ginny, Neville, Luna, Sirius, Bellatrix, measuring what they could actually give. We'll go light, she said. Cloth, the chisel, the hinge pin. Luna keeps the wand hidden until we're inside the chamber. Ginny and Neville, you're our runners. Sirius, Nuys. he said, grinning without humor. "I'll bring buckets of it." Bellatrix leaned forward, elbows on knees, eyes on me. "And Dumbledore?" "Not in this room," I said. "Not for this." A beat of silence. It felt like a collective flinch. "We can't." Hermione started, then shut her eyes and changed it. "All right." Ginny's gaze flicked to Bellatrix, then back to me. "We do this together," she said, as if I might forget. "We do," I said. Sirius lifted the spoon, turned Spike in salute. Then someone say something rousing. Neville exhaled through his nose. "We've already said it." Luna touched the wrapped wand, as if it might catch our intention from her fingers. "We'll bring them home," she said. "Or we'll carry them properly." That was all. We drifted back to our cots like we hadn't promised ourselves to a room with teeth. I found Dumbledore by the cracked vent, where the air had a way of sounding like a hymn and a wheeze at once. "Harry," he said, warm as always. "Tell me you've slept a little. After tonight," I said. I set my voice to cautious. It tasted wrong, and it had to. "I can't risk the chamber again. He'll be waiting. We're going for the boats. Midnight. Supply dock storm-side. The skiff they keep to check the east chains." Dumbledore's shoulders lowered a fraction, relief dressed as good sense. "You've learned to measure," he murmured. "I'm proud of you." I held the gaze that had fed me for years and made myself see it as a tool. "We'll need the beetle for the chain lock," I said. "Half an hour before. The beetle will be there," he promised. "Be careful on the catwalk. The slats are rotten. I'll make sure the guards are occupied." "Thank you," I said, and hoped my mouth didn't show its revulsion at the taste of it. His hand touched my shoulder. It felt like absolution. It felt like being tagged. "Soon," he said again, a gentle litany. "Soon."
Harry,
"Soon," I echoed, and left before the twinkle could start to mean anything again. Bellatrix was a shadow by the pillar when I slipped back. "You told him a story," she said. "The kind that makes cowards feel wise." "Is it working?" I asked. She watched my face. "You look like a boy about to pull a tablecloth and hope the plates don't notice." "I'm following him," I said. "Midnight. If I'm wrong." "You're not," she said, viciously confident on my behalf. "And if you are, that's tomorrow's wound." I let my knuckles brush her wrist. The chain made it a clumsy grace. "Stay with the others."
if I don't come back, you go anyway. I'm not good at anyway without you,"
she said, and didn't smile to make it easier.
"Try,"
I said. "I will," she said, and our foreheads touched for a breath like a signature. Midnight in Azkaban is a rumor with a schedule. The guards traded their laziness. The Dementors moved as if answering a bell we couldn't hear. The sea leaned its weight into the walls to see if today was the day stone changed its mind. I pretended to sleep. I counted breaths. Dumbledore lay like a man who dreamed tidy dreams. When the second torch hissed low, he slid to his feet with the practice of someone who had written a choreography and taught it to himself twice. He didn't look back. I kept distance like it was a religion. The barracks door had a polite hinge now. We'd taught it that. We drifted through corridors that had learned our footsteps, past the laundry's ghost steam, past the pit's slick rim. Dumbledore's silhouette never hurried. It didn't need to. People who move like they belong are rarely questioned. He turned down a service run that angled toward the east outbuildings, then cut left, not Dock Ward, but toward the underbelly of the chambery storage, rope rooms, the little altar of bureaucracy where evil keeps a ledger. I almost smiled. Boat had landed. He wanted to steer the escape to be necessary in the version he thought I'd chosen. We reached a narrow arch hung with seaweed and salt crust, a little grotto where the walls sweated and the air was copper thick. Dumbledore made a small, efficient gesture at the far wall. Casual magic, old habit. The suppression wards slept here, tamed by proximity to the ritual's own appetite. The stone side, A panel slid aside. I pinched my breath and pressed flat behind a crate that had once contained lamp oil and now held the smell like a ghost. He didn't wait long. Voldemort arrived as a stain of cold and then a man. He didn't walk, he was there. His robes made no sound. His face was eager and empty, like a boy about to break a toy and call it science. "Albus," he said, amused. "Tom," Dumbledore murmured, deferential. Not friendly, not fatherly, servant smooth. It hurt in the way a tooth does when the air is cold. "It will be tonight. The Stormside dock. They think to steal the skiff." "Ah," Voldemort said, as if presented with an unexpected dessert. "How? Consider it." His head tilted. "Your boy?" "Harry," Dumbledore said, a softness there that made my stomach turn. "Yes." Voldemort's mouth made something like delight. "He learns." Dumbledore swallowed that and carefully didn't respond. "You asked me to keep them contained."
I have.
"Good," Voldemort said lightly, and the praise made my skin crawl. "You will have your considerations when the work is complete." Yours. Considerations. He couldn't bring himself to name them the wand. A promise to spare a few. A future built on the bone of a bargain. Dumbledore's hands folded, schoolmaster still. "And you will honor." "I will," Voldemort said, lazy. Eyes reddened, unreadable. "As far as suits me." There it was. The hole in the floor Dumbledore had decided to walk over as if it were a bridge. He didn't flinch. "What remains?" Voldemort asked. "Ours," Dumbledore said softly. "The wand drinks quickly now. The bindings hum. The copper door's seams sing. In the morning, perhaps at dawn, the last pour." Voldemort's gaze drifted beyond Dumbledore, past the wall, down through the floor where the machine throbbed like a sick heart. "I will attend," he murmured. "It pleases me to begin the day with a hymn." Dumbledore bowed. "Not deeply. Deep enough. I will bring them quiet." Voldemort smiled without teeth. "You always were an excellent headmaster," he said. "Even of prisons." Their eyes held. 1,000 memories tried to surge in mine at once. The old office, the lemon drops, the beetle, Endure, his hand on my shoulder. That gentle. Soon, the way he had bent the room after the ambush and emerged without dust on him. It rearranged itself into a picture I didn't want and couldn't unsee. I nearly gasped and swallowed it so hard my chest ached. Until dawn, Voldemort breathed and unraveled into cold. Dumbledore stood alone, something like relief crossing his face, relief and calculation, married by long practice. He straightened his robe, pressed his palm to the wall. The panel slid back with the discretion of a kept secret. He left by the route he came. I gave him 5 breaths. I stepped out, legs shaky, teeth clenched until my jaw complained. It wasn't despair. It was a kind of quiet rage that made everything vivid. I knew his gait. I matched it back. In the barracks he settled onto his cot like a man laying down a gentle lie. I stood still until his breath evened, then walked the length of the room as if my chain were tethered to a useful thought and nudged Ron's ankle with mine. 3 knocks. 2. The room had learned the code the way lungs learn air. We gathered badly. No time for the corner we preferred. No cover story. Faces, all their stories in them, looking at me like a clock had struck and I was supposed to know the name of the hour. "It's Dumbledore," I said. "It's him." The words didn't echo. They landed with a heavy, hungry quiet. Ron shook his head before meaning to. "No." Hermione's mouth fell open. Her hand went to it, like she wanted to keep the world from seeing the shape of the sound. "Harry, he told Voldemort the boat," I said, fast and flat, because detail is the only kindness in a shock. "He met him. There's a panel by the East Storage. He said midnight. He said he'd keep us quiet. Voldemort said he'd consider the promise after the wand is complete." Dumbledore bowed to it. Hermione made a sound I'd never heard from her. Not a sob, not words. Something buckled. Then the words arrived, broken and precise. "Hey," he promised. He promised. To what? Bellatrix cut in, voice knifing us back to the floor. To spare us, to give him the wand, to make a world where children sit still forever. I told you. He smelled like later. Ginny pressed both hands to her head, hair tangled in blood and salt. No, no, no. She turned away, braced her hands on the wall, pressed her forehead to stone, breathed once, twice, turned back with her Weasley fury properly dressed. What do we do? Sirius let out a laugh with no joy in it. We do what we always do when old men make deals with monsters, he said. We break the deal. Neville stared at the floor where Dumbledore's steps had faded. Why? He whispered, not to me, not to anyone. Why would he?
Greater.
Good, Hermione said dully, wiping her face with the back of her hand as if to wake it up. He used to say it before he learned how to hide it. There was Grindelwald. His sister died in the middle of men like them. Hey, he wanted it to mean something, so he made it mean too much. We're guessing, Ron snapped, because anger is the easiest raft. I don't care why. I care how. How? I repeated. The words steadied me. We'll go now. We don't wait for dawn. We hit the chamber before the last pour. We catch both of them standing where they think we're not brave enough to be. We can't fight both. Hermione started, reflex engaged. We don't have another choice, I said. There is no boat. There is no later. He's selling us to buy a story he can live with. We stop it before the story decides how it ends. Bellatrix's eyes were hot and clear. Finally, she said. Ginny wiped her cheeks with her chain. Weapons. Cloth. The chisel, Hermione said automatically, because shock can't kill competence. Sirius's pin. Luna's wand until the chamber. Neville, your chain stays on your wrist. We'll need it on the runes if we can't reach the bases. What about Dumbledore? Neville asked. His voice was small and terribly present. If he's in front of us. Bellatrix answered too quickly. He dies. Hermione flinched hard. Don't. He dies? Bellatrix repeated, each letter balanced on a blade. He is not a door you talk through. Sirius's mouth worked. He spat blood into his sleeve and said rough, We don't have room for saints. Or ghosts. Ron looked at me. You say it, he said. Say it so I can hear it without wanting to throw up. I swallowed. The word cost. If it's him or us, I said, It's us. Hermione pressed her fist to her mouth and nodded once, an oath given to horror. Luna's eyes were damp and steady. She touched Hermione's shoulder as if to remind her she was in a body. Movement at the edge of the cot line, a slither of shadow becoming man. Snape. Ron lunged by reflex. Sirius blocked half a step behind him. Hermione didn't move. She watched Snape as if he were a problem you couldn't show your work on. I heard enough, he said, voice low, careful for the guard's sleep. It's him. Congratulations. Ron hissed. You get to be innocent and insufferable. Snape ignored it. He stared at me. The contempt in his face burned away to a harsh, bare purpose. He is a liar the way other men are left or right-handed. He said, quiet enough that you had to lean into the words. He thinks he deserves the truth because he can use it. He has always thought. Hermione's voice cracked. And you? Malfoy. The bread? Leverage, he said. A pound of quiet. And a draught to keep Pomfrey's hands from shaking when she stitches. I would have stolen both if I could not earn them. And the message? I asked. I told him what kept him looking at me. Snape said. So he wouldn't look at you. Ron made a sound like a kick chair. Convenient story. Snape's eyes cut to me and held. There was no pride in them now, only a tired, raw edge. I met him because he holds Lily's life like a man pinching out a candle for sport, he said. My name moved in his mouth without being spoken. I told him enough to receive exactly nothing. If you had asked, I would have said it. You preferred an easier villain. Maybe, I said, because owning the uglier part of yourself is faster than arguing with it. Help us anyway. Sirius barked a laugh. You want him with us. I want every wandless trick he remembers from being poor and mean, I said. I want every corridor he hates. I want him angry at the right man. Snape's mouth twitched. It might have been the echo of a smirk without the cruelty. At last, he said, almost kind, a use you can stomach. Bellatrix eyed him like a knife you might hand to someone you intend to watch. If you touch him. She tilted her head toward me. Spare me, Snape said. I know where my life ends. Hermione's hand found mine, and the squeeze wasn't forgiveness. It was momentum. We'll go now, she said. We'll go quiet. Sirius rolled his shoulders, testing old injuries. I'll take the left flank, he said. Ginny, stairs 2 and 4. Neville, don't be noble. Luna, sing, Luna said. Sing, Sirius agreed. Snape stepped back into the shadow and reemerged with a strip of oiled cloth, 2 nails, and a length of wire that had once held barrels together. Left, hand latch on the auxiliary door at the chamber, he said brisk. It catches if you breathe on it. Don't breathe on it. Hermione took the cloth and nails like sacrament. Thank you, she said, without adornment. It landed, it stayed true. The room didn't know whether to breathe faster or stop entirely. I looked at the faces that had become the map I used. Ron, stubborn and bleeding and funny. Hermione, brilliant and broken, and still choosing. Ginny, furious like a sunrise. Neville, braver than he enjoyed. Luna, tuned to a frequency that made sense of chaos. Sirius, ridiculous and lethal. Snape, awful and necessary. Bellatrix, impossible and mine. This ends now, I whispered. Bellatrix leaned in enough for the chain to whisper. Then ended. We moved. The corridor accepted us like a secret. The torches hissed without raising an alarm. The sea made mouth sounds behind the wall. Snape led for 3 turns, spine bent like a question mark, moving with the careful grace of a man who knows where rot gives way underfoot. Hermione ghosted behind him, memorizing angles while denying them names. Sirius drifted, shoulder checking shadow, as if daring it to be a person. Ginny's breath kept a runner's rhythm. Luna hummed so lightly it could have been the stone remembering a song. Neville's chain didn't sing, it lay in his hand like a reason. Bellatrix walked too easily for a prisoner. She chose her steps, old habit, then caught herself and followed me instead. At the copper door, the hum sat in our teeth. The runes crawled when you didn't look, the metal sweated. The auxiliary latch was where Snape said, it stuttered if you breathed. Don't, he warned. We didn't. Hermione slipped the oiled cloth into the seam and teased the catch with the nail's bent point, tongue pressed to her molars. The latch shivered, offended, and let go. The door sighed like a person, pretending they weren't about to get out of a chair. Sirius went first low, then high, shoulders a moving hinge. Luna lifted the wrapped wand to her chest and made no move to use it. That was the plan. Neville whispered the names of people he'd loved and lost, because it steadied his hands. Ginny counted guards who weren't there and apologized to none of them. Snape listened to the stone and shook his head, once surprised at himself. No one. He breathed. I believes. I's proud, Bellatrix said, almost joyful. We can step on it. We crossed the threshold into the throat of the prison's heart. The chamber's air pricked. The fields hummed. The altar glowed a little in places where it had no business. The wand on its pedestal drank without a mouth. The bodies above, too many, floated in geometries that made the eye tired. The copper circles ticked to themselves, the runes bickered. I didn't look for my parents. I knew where they'd be. If I looked, I wouldn't move. Positions. Hermione breathed. Neville, right counter ring. Ginny, left coil. Sirius, lower bolts. Snape, upper catch. Luna, ready on my mark. Ron, Harry. She turned to me. We go for the base runes and then the field anchors. And him, Ron said softly. If he's here. He is, I said. We fanned out like a memory of competence. Hermione's chisel found the first counter-stroke. It screamed, the field hiccuped, barely, and came back, insulted. Sirius slid under the altar and sawed a bolt with the hinge pin like a madman whittling pride. Snape climbed the narrow service ladder like a spider that hates being seen. Ginny wrapped her chain around a coil and leaned her whole body into the turn. Neville braced against a pillar and pulled. His bandaged side tore a little, and he didn't make a sound because making a sound would use breath. Luna unwrapped the wand and held it like a sleeping thing you don't wake until you have to. Bellatrix stood near me, the knife in her hand a promise and a story. "Harry," she said low, "whatever you do, don't hesitate for grief." "I won't," I said. The room drew a breath. We drew ours deeper. Somewhere beyond the altar, a panel sighed. Two silhouettes slid from a shadow meant to be permanent. Voldemort stepped out first, smile as small and cruel as a boy's when he has discovered an insect pinned. Dumbledore followed 2 paces back, face arranged in sorrow so perfect it could have sold tickets. "Children," Voldemort said, delighted, "you've learned the value of now." Dumbledore's eyes went to me, to Ron, to Hermione, to the others. He wore pity like a borrowed cloak. "Harry," he said softly, "what have you done?" "Stopped waiting," I said. Bellatrix laughed once, a terrible, lovely sound. "And stopped smelling like later, old man." Everything happened fast, and also in the kind of slowness that makes rooms echo. Hermione's chisel struck, Luna's wand flashed, Sirius's bolt sheared, Snape hooked the upper catch and yanked. Ginny's coil turned a half-inch that mattered, Neville's chain sang true. Voldemort lifted the Elder Wand, boredom turning to bright interest. "At last," he said, and flung the first curse. Dumbledore's hand flicked, not to stop it, to shape it, to push it low, to make it look like help and feel like doom where he wanted it to land. I moved. Toward him. Not away. Toward the man who had taught me to walk into fire and then sold me for tinder. He blinked once, the first real surprise I'd seen on his face in months. "Albus," Voldemort drawled, amused. "You didn't tell me this part." Dumbledore didn't answer. His eyes found mine and went hard. No twinkle, no gentleness, a door he'd kept locked and now allowed me to see. What lived behind it wasn't indifference. It was decision. Later, he began, voice low, and I cut him off because I'd had enough. "No," I said, and threw myself at the altar, at the runes, at the thing that made this room a god. My hammer came down. The counter stroke screamed, the field around a body. Someone's mother sagged. Sirius shouted triumph. Ginny swore prayer. Snape hissed a word so ugly it made metal shy. Voldemort's second curse dove from my heart like a swallow. Bellatrix stepped between, because she is exactly that foolish, and shoved me hard. The curse burned my sleeve, and took a bite out of the pillar. The stone spat dust. Bellatrix's teeth were bared in a smile I had never loved more or feared harder. Dumbledore moved his hand again. Another small adjustment, another little nudge, and for the first time I saw the threads he'd been pulling since the first night he said endure. "Ron!" Hermione yelled.
"Anchor 3!"
Ron dove and hit the rune hard with the chisel butt, and the anchor stuttered, and the base field flickered and then, briefly, fell. My mother's eyes fluttered. My father's hand twitched. The wand on the pedestal shrieked in a pitch only misery can hear. "This ends now," I said into the roar, into the ruin, into the exact middle of the trap, both of them, thought fit our shape, and saw in Dumbledore's face, at last, the understanding that this would not be his story. Chapter 25 Battle in the Heart of Hell. Dawn didn't look like morning in Azkaban. It looked like the torches giving up and the walls remembering they were stone. The hum from the extraction chamber deepened until it lived in our teeth. Snape showed us the side entrance, a narrow service throat above a sluice, barred by an auxiliary latch that sulked when anyone breathed on it. "Don't," he whispered, and Hermione didn't. She teased the catch with her bent nail. oiled cloth, and patience. The latch let go like a secret. Inside, the chamber was a lung of copper and shadow. The half-formed wand on the pedestal drank light. The fields above the rune, circles crawled, bodies hovering, moaning now and then, caught in sleep that wasn't sleep. My mother's hair floated as if underwater. My father's fingers twitched, then stilled. On your word, Hermione breathed. Sirius produced a stoppered vial we'd bartered from a prisoner who used to run a dodgy apothecary in Nocturne. 2 gulps of boom. 1 of smoke, he said. Artisanal. Bellatrix's mouth cut sideways. Throw it like you mean it. Now, I said. Sirius lobbed the vial at the far wall behind the altar. 1, 2, 3, and it burst with a coughing roar. Smoke boiled. The nearest Death Eaters reeled and shouted. The copper sang wrong.
We ran.
Right ring. Hermione snapped. Neville, brace. Ginny, coil. Luna, eyes on the fields. Snape, upper catch. Ron, me. Sirius slid under the altar, grinning like a man who finally had a job he liked. You and me again, he told the bolts. The hinge pin squealed against metal. I sprinted for the central circle, breathing like I meant to use it. Bellatrix peeled left without looking at me, a low snarl in her throat as she sighted the shadow climbing a staircase. Voldemort, high above, hands folded, disdainful, in no hurry. Tom, she shouted up, voice ablade. Look at me. He did. He smiled as if he'd been expecting dessert and it had arrived late but warm. Dumbledore stepped from a gallery on the right, head bent, face calm, palms open. The penitent priest at a fire he'd helped light. Hermione's chisel bit into the first counter stroke. The rune screamed. The field around a witch I didn't know buckled, then settled, then buckled again. Again, she gritted. Ron drove his weight into the chisel's haft with her. Counting on you, boss, he muttered. 2 more marks, Hermione said, because panic is math if you're good at it. Luna unwrapped the ugly little wand we'd stolen from Quiet Iron and held it like a sleeping bird. Expecto Patronum, she whispered when a Dementor drifted too close to a fallen guard. Her fox sprang out, silver and quick, and threw itself at the dark. Upper catch. Snape hissed, already climbing the narrow ladder like an irritated spider. Left, hand lips sticks. Harry! Sirius yelled from beneath the altar. The base runes, make them forget their own names. I dropped to a knee and hammered. Mum, I said under my breath, and then didn't look when I nearly did. The counter stroke flared, coughed, died. The field around my mother shuddered, once, as if someone had started her name and hadn't finished. Voldemort's voice slid down the wall. How charming, he said, to arrive before breakfast. He raised the elder wand, amused. Shall I send for tea? Get off your balcony. Bellatrix snarled and flung a curse. She was wandless, but rage put shine on everything. The bolt of raw force hammered the stone lip of the gallery a foot from his leg. Shard spat. Voldemort's smile twitched. He flicked his hand and the fragments melted mid-air and returned to the wall. Bellatrix, he said, delighted. My best pupil. Your worst mistake, she said, and threw the next curse lower, faster, meaner. It hit his shoulder, a slashing slice. He hissed, shocked. Blood dotted his robe like insult. Dumbledore's gaze slid to me as if he'd been planning it that way. Harry, he called, almost tender. Stop. You cannot hold this much breaking. We will all of us drown. You first. Sirius coughed, hauling a loosened bolt free. How about you go under? Harry. Dumbledore repeated, sharper now. Enough. Snape's voice flayed the air. You made the rules, old man. Now choke on them. He ripped the upper catch loose. A section of the containment ring sagged. Dumbledore's eyes cooled. His wand hand rose, shadow lipped. The bolt he flung wasn't pretty. It was a slab. Snape took it across the ribs and slammed into the ladder. The breath tore out of him in a sound that made Hermione's head jerk up. Severus, she shouted. Move, he rasped. Keep moving. Ginny yanked a coil a fraction more than it wanted to go. It complained. She snarled, "Don't be a baby," through her teeth. Neville set his feet, chain looped twice around a pillar, and leaned his weight back, face gone to paper, stubborn as a door. "Second mark!" Hermione gasped. "Ron, hold, hold, now!" They struck together. The field around James Potter fluttered like a heart that remembered itself, then slumped. He fell. Ron Dove caught him by the shoulders, grunting. "Got you, mate. Sorry we're late." "Don't die," Hermione told me absently, because she can't help it, and darted for the third mark. Bellatrix had driven Voldemort down from the gallery step by step, not because she was stronger, but because she knew his rhythm and her rage made it ugly. He flicked the Elder Wand, and a lash of green fire cracked the floor where she'd been standing a breath before. "You are mine," he said, incredulous and furious. "I made you. You made me a monster." She spat back. "I will unmake you." He bared his teeth, and the next curse came silent. "Bone crusher." She flung herself aside. It grazed her thigh. Something broke with a hollow crack. She stumbled and grinned. Feral missed. Dumbledore cut left, calculating the room the way water calculates the shape of rock. He didn't look at Bellatrix. He looked at me. His mouth bent, sorrow's mask tilted exactly right. "Harry, stop this, please." "After you put your wand down," I said. "After we end the machine," he said, quick, nimble. "After we save." He stopped, because lies turn to mud in a mouth that's been asked to carry too many bodies. His eyes went harder. "You do not understand cost." "I understand yours," I said. Snape, pale, burned down one side of his face, slid off the last rung and hit the floor on his knees, hands already moving. "Lily," he said once, like prayer, and flung a handful of powder he'd palmed from God knows where. It hit Dumbledore's next curse mid-air and made it burp and fall in cinders. Dumbledore's head snapped. "Pawn," he snarled. "Spy." Snape spat back. The next exchange was ugly, personal, old. Dumbledore conjured a spear of glass out of the air. Snape shattered it with nothing but will and the last of his breath, shards ripping his forearm open. Dumbledore threw a ribbon of white fire that writhed like a living thing. Snape doused it with a bottle yanked from his robe. The liquid flashed blue and ate the flame with a hungry hiss, then sputtered, splashing his cheek and burning him with his own trick. He didn't scream. He smiled, small and vicious. "That all you brought? You were always a poor boy playing at war." Dumbledore said coldly, "You mistake hatred for strategy. I mistake your love of order for mercy." Snape shot back. "I will not again." Hermione hit the third counter stroke, and the field around my mother fell. She dropped like someone had cut a string. I broke rank and caught her, stupid and right. She was warm, alive, so light. "Mum, Mum." Her eyes fluttered, unfocused. "Harry?" She breathed, a smear of sound, and then her head lolled against my shoulder, out again. "Back!" Hermione cried. "Back, both of you. Ron, take James. Harry, hand her, now." Ron staggered past with my father slung against him. "Light as a feather," he panted. "Tell him I said that if he wakes up." Ginny was there, already making a perimeter with her body. "Corner," she barked. "Behind that fallen slab. Go." Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey moved like war had asked her to dance. She took Lily from me and set her down with gentleness that cut. "Go," she said to me, eyes hard. "This will not be the last patient." Bellatrix took another curse, this one a savage flick of shadow from Dumbledore, low and mean. It smashed into her ribs and dumped her onto her side. She laughed, breathless, and struggled up again on hands and knees. Voldemort's next spell hit her like a hammer. Bone crusher, full force. Bones cracked. I heard it over everything. She folded. A gasp punched out of her. No scream, no permission. She looked over and found me with her eyes like a person finding a single star. "Don't be." She bit down on pain. Heroic.
"Finish it! Harry!"
Hermione shouted.
"Harry!"
I grabbed the hammer. ran at Voldemort, and swung for his face. He didn't expect the stupid move. It clipped his forearm. The Elder Wand flew a foot and clattered. He snarled, skittered back, snatched it up, and shot me a curse like a snake. It grazed my shoulder, cold dug in. I kept moving because stopping is a story he tells. You are nothing without prophecy, he mocked, breath a little ragged now, voice still silk. Even your courage is borrowed. Then return it, I said, and hurled a blast that was half instinct and half the room's own stolen magic. It shoved him. For the first time, he had to plant his feet. Across the chamber, Dumbledore pressed Snape, expression carved with contempt and something like grief he hated. You think you fight for love, he said, almost gently, as if teaching. You fight for a memory of yourself you can't bear to lose. Snape's eyes were wet and furious. I fight for her. That is more than you can say. He caught Dumbledore's next hex on an ugly shield that Bent then held, hissed as it burned his palm, and drove forward into the teeth of the light. Lily. Dumbledore flinched, the barest muscle flicker at her name, and his next spell went a hair high. Snape's return curse slammed into his shoulder with the ugly smack of something torn. Dumbledore gasped, stumbled, recovered fast, eyes now openly murderous. Sirius, under the altar, swore through his teeth. One bolt more, he yelled, and the belly complains. Complain. Hermione snapped at the machine and slammed the chisel into another mark. Luna's fox darted, again and again, thinner now, brave in a way that hurts to watch. Nearly there, she murmured to it. One more run, one more. Neville's chain sang as he took up slack the machine wanted back. Hold, he grunted. Hold, you, hold. Ginny ducked a curse, returned fire with a blaze that turned a Death Eater's mask into screaming metal, and stepped in front of Madame Pomfrey without asking permission. No one touches them. Bless you, Pomfrey said, and didn't look up from Lily's pulse. Voldemort's eyes slid to the pedestal, to the wand that wasn't yet entirely a wand. He saw the same thing I did. The ritual had drunk nearly all it wanted. The hum had thickened. The air prickled like sleet. He smiled, small and greedy. Fainted left. I moved with him, too slow by a breath, the breath Bellatrix didn't have. Don't, I shouted, and flung a curse he barely bothered to block. It clipped his calf. He grimaced, and that was enough for the distance to close. Dumbledore saw him see it. His mouth tightened in a calculation I'd come to recognize. He shifted his angle on Snape, pivoted, through, not at me, not at Voldemort, but past us, at Bellatrix's back. The hex was vicious barbed, the sort of spell you use on someone you hate for knowing you too well. It hit her between the shoulder blades. She jackknifed, choking, and collapsed, finally screaming because he'd given her permission to.
You coward! I roared.
Focus! Dumbledore snapped. Not at me, at Voldemort, like a colleague in a lab. And Voldemort took the invitation. He threw Bellatrix aside with a flick and stepped onto the dais. No, I lunged, but the floor heaved, the machine shrieked, and the Elder Wand cut the air between us like a barrier you can't explain. Dumbledore slammed Snape down with a gust of force. Hermione's chisel flew from her hand. Sirius vanished under the altar in a shower of sparks and profanity. Voldemort reached the pedestal, fingers extending, eyes bright as a boy's on Christmas. Dumbledore was already moving. He cut across the dais, shoulder bleeding, lip curled. Tom, he said, warning, claim, prayer. They reached together. Time did that trick where it opens like a hand and shows you everything in your pocket and then closes on your fingers. Voldemort's hand closed on the forbidden wand first. It didn't like him. It also didn't care. It wanted a master and a mouth. It took both. Power exploded outward, raw, dark, not a color, not a sound, pressure. Stone jumped. The copper circles rang like 100 bells. The fields convulsed. The torches guttered and then burned blue. Every Dementor shrieked a note that made the fox recoil and vanish. Everyone hit the floor because the floor hit us first. The shockwave smashed into me and threw me back into the runes. My head bounced off stone. Stars popped in my eyes. Air left my body in a surprised oof. For a second the world narrowed to the taste of iron and the knowledge that I had hands because they hurt. Voldemort laughed. He laughed like a man who has picked up God and found it light. The Elder Wand in his right, the Forbidden Wand in his left, both hummed. The air around him wobbled with heat that wasn't heat. Dumbledore's face went stricken and something older than stricken, betrayed by the betrayal he'd planned to manage. He took a step toward Voldemort with his own wand lifting, and the look Voldemort gave him was gentle as a murder. "I, Albus," he purred and flicked the forbidden wand in a lazy arc. The wave that rolled off it knocked Dumbledore sideways like a toy. He skidded, crashed into a pillar, coughed scarlet, and stared at Voldemort with something like awe and hatred carefully married. "Harry." Hermione coughed, and a hand found my sleeve, shook once. Up, Bellatrix lay twisted near the dais, breathing in broken little barks, eyes on me, furious at the pain for slowing her. She mouthed finish and tried to stand and fell again. Ginny dragged herself up on one elbow, blood on her lip, snarled, "Get up, get up." Snape pushed to his knees, half his face scorched, teeth red. "Potter," he said, more plea than insult. "Move." Voldemort lifted both wands like a conductor and smiled with all his teeth. The forbidden wand keened, pleased and hungry. He looked at me the way a cat looks at a bird that has stopped pretending to be a leaf. "Now," he said softly, "let us begin." The chamber pulsed with a fresh surge of power. The floor rippled, the air thickened until breath felt optional and unwise. The shock of it blew the fox out entirely, shoved the guards against the far wall like dolls, and snapped every chain in the room taut. We were going to die if we didn't stand up inside that wave. I planted my hand on the ringing, treacherous rune, pushed, and saw his eyes widen. A fraction, as if he, too, was surprised at how much we still had the nerve to want. Chapter 13 All hell breaks loose, the wand screamed, and the room bent with it. It wasn't a sound in the air so much as a pressure in the bones, like 1,000 kettles set to boil inside your ribs. Black lightning skittered off, the forbidden wand in Voldemort's hand, tore along the copper rings, climbed the pillars like ivy that had learned to bite. The fields above the runes rippled, the bound bodies groaned in time with the wand's pulse. Voldemort's pupils were pinpoints. "Yes," he breathed, wonder and greed in the same word. "Yes." The storm came out of him and the wand together. Concentric sheets of dark energy, fast as thought and cold as a sealed door. It rolled for us, for everything, with the bored certainty of a tide. "Down!" Hermione shouted, already hurling herself across Lily and James, flinging her arm out like a shield. Sirius dove for me and Bellatrix, with a swear that had laughter hiding in it. 8 to do cardio, he panted and shoved us both behind a jag of fallen stone. The wave hit. It hit the copper, the stone, the people, hit the room, and everything hit back. Sparks screamed. The fox patroness stretched thin as silk and tore with a little yip of apology. The Dementors answered the wand in a collective shudder, so violent the room went colder even by their standards. "Hold," Neville grunted. Teeth gritted, hands locked around his chain. "Hold!"
"Harry!"
Ginny's hand found my shoulder and squeezed hard enough to bruise. "With me." We pushed up into the wave together, like two idiots against the sea. The wand's current tried to knock my breath out and the thought out of my head. I relearned air in small bites. Across the dais, the storm jerked, not at us, but back through Voldemort's arm. His fingers spasmed. His smile flickered. The wand answered him with a different kind of noise, a higher, thinner keen, like a choir singing the wrong song on purpose. Faces moved in the lightning. I don't know if I saw them, or if seeing is what it felt like. An old woman with milk, white hair, a boy with his prefect badge still on, a man whose laugh made you want to laugh. a witch I didn't know who nevertheless looked like every teacher I'd ever loved. They weren't there. They were the impression of souls, held, furious, unagreeing. Obi, Voldemort hissed, and the wand shivered, and for a heartbeat the waves slackened in the space where Ginny and I had decided to live. It doesn't like him, Luna said to nobody, as if pleased. Her voice shook, and that made it sound truer. Finish your sentence. Hermione panted, knuckles white on her chisel, eyes huge. She jerked her chin toward Voldemort. He can't get the last word out. Dumbledore stepped out of smoke with the Elder Wand up, face sharp. This power was never meant for you, Tom, he snapped, and for once there was no sorrow in his voice, only envy honed into righteousness. Light burst from his wand, hot white, clean, and hit Voldemort hard between shoulder and ribs. Voldemort dropped to a knee, breath punched out of him, the forbidden wand slipping, skidding across the stone with a sick, eager hum. Now, Hermione barked. I ran. Voldemort was already pushing up, fury narrowing his face to a blade. Boy, he snarled, lifting the Elder Wand.
Expelliarmus!
The word tore out of me like something that had been waiting in my lungs for years. It wasn't elegant. It was mine. Red light cracked into his wrist and sent the Elder Wand skittering in the opposite direction, clacking off an iron ring, rolling under a lip of stone. Voldemort's lip curled. Childish trick. He didn't finish because Bellatrix slammed into him. She didn't have a wand, she had a hinge pin and a lunatic grin and enough rage to heat a city. They went down in a tangle, his hand scrabbling for nothing, hers going for his eyes with happy malice. Mine. She hissed near his ear, and head-butted him like a brawl had fallen in love with her. He flung her off with a snarl and rolled. Fast as an animal, I lunged. My fingers slapped stone where the forbidden wand had been a breath ago. A hand that wasn't mine closed on it. Dumbledore. His face in that instant looked like a man taking back a gift he'd told himself he'd only loaned. Harry, he said softly, warning and plea at once. Don't, I said, the word a knife I put between us. Voldemort spat something in Parseltongue that sounded obscene even if you didn't speak it, and reached for the Elder Wand in the shadows. The forbidden wand pulsed in Dumbledore's grip, not welcoming, testing. I saw his jaw set, his eyes narrow, that old mind tightening around a new instrument. The souls sang again, the note rasped. Dumbledore's knuckles went white. Professor. Snape called hoarsely, standing, swaying, half his face an angry red. You are not the author of this. And you never were. Dumbledore shot back, irritated honesty passing for contempt. He lifted the forbidden wand, breath held for command. Voldemort found the Elder Wand and came to his feet in one smooth, vicious motion, wounds red on his shoulder and brow, robe torn, eyes wild. Albus, he crooned, giddy. We are what we always feared. They looked like two boys who had found the door to an empty church, convinced themselves it was theirs, and argued over the altar. The next beat did not belong to either of them. The wand moved like a thing whose mind had changed. Souls poured out of it in a hurricane, an unshaped surge, faces and hands and grief all in a rush. It wasn't clean, it wasn't orderly, it was resistance. The waves slammed across Dumbledore and Voldemort both and hurled them apart. Copper hummed. Stone split. The fox flickered into existence for one stubborn heartbeat and yipped at a Dementor trying to stand up. Lily's face was not among the souls, but someone brushed my cheek like a palm pushing hair back. I swallowed a sob and turned it into a step. End him. Bellatrix gasped from the floor, clutching her ribs, eyes manic and bright. End him, Harry. Go. Voldemort staggered. Elder Wand up in a block that wasn't on time. I hit him, spell, shoulder, everything I had. We went down together, scrambling, hands, elbows, breath. He got a fist in my hair. I drove my knee into his thigh. He hissed and bit. Bit? The bastard, and I laughed like a lunatic because of course he did. I smashed my forehead into his nose. which made a noise like a drawer shutting badly. He screamed an ugly little spell at breath's length. I felt it graze my jaw like cold teeth. I put my palm flat to his chest and pushed with every story the wand had ever told me I wasn't in. Something inside me answered with a raw, untrained roar. He slid, skull cracking, against the days.
Harry!
Hermione's voice from somewhere, ragged and fierce. Finish it! Voldemort dragged himself half up, long fingers bloody, smile split. Prophecy's pet. He wheezed and gathered for something large and final. And something larger and more final than either of us arrived. Not a person. Not a ghost. An insistence. The wand howled. A woman's outline stepped out of the lightning. No face, no name, only the aching shape of a witch who had loved a child and been put into a box for it. She surged at him, hands out, not to hold, but to take back. A dozen more followed, men and women whose cores he'd eaten. Grief turned to teeth. No, Voldemort whispered, truly afraid for the first time since he learned his own name. No, the wand refused to let itself be only his. He flung a shield up and it stood, for a breath. The souls hit it and dented it, and somewhere a pillar gave up and fell like a verdict. The ceiling cracked a second line. Dust turned the light to milk. The Elder Wand's tip spat a spiral and then misfired, coughing power into the floor. The days jumped. The arch behind him groaned. Stone let go. He had long enough to look offended. The arch cracked loose and fell forward in a single, simple motion, like a door deciding which way it swung. Voldemort screamed a sound that broke halfway through, tried to move, and the arch came down on him with a weight that didn't care what he was called. Silence, like a held breath, and then the chamber exhaled. A mess of dust and copper and little lightning that didn't know where to go. He was not ash. He was not gone into romance. He was a ruined thing under stone. The part of me that had waited to feel satisfied discovered that triumph and pity are siblings that claw each other in the same chest. Tom, Dumbledore said under his breath, equal parts prayer and curse. The forbidden wand trembled in his hand, strong, thrilled, hungry. He stared at the arch and at me and at the wand and chose which one to speak to. Harry, he said, and I had never heard him so gentle. Listen to me. I was on my knees. My palms were raw. Blood stung my mouth. I was listening despite myself. With this, he said, raising the wand not like a weapon but like a chalice, we can undo it. We can pull them back. All of them. Your friends, the children, Lily and James are saved good. But the others, we can keep everyone. No more wars. No more prophecy. We can make the world grow up. He was crying. It made him look young and then older. Sirius staggered up beside me, blood down his neck, grin a skeleton's joke. We don't get the world by holding its throat, he said. Padfoot, I said, not looking away from Dumbledore. Dumbledore reached his free hand out. Never mind that the one with the wand was the only hand that mattered. I was wrong to lie. I was wrong to think I alone could bear it. Come with me, and I will put it down with you. We will put it down together, in the right place, the safe place. We will rebuild. We will. You taught me, I said, and my voice broke around it. That power is a thing you hold with your hands open. You taught me. I did, he whispered. And you learned more than I did. Bellatrix coughed a laugh that turned into a gasp and didn't stop hurting. Don't listen, she rasped. He raps poison in hymns. Shut up. Dumbledore snapped before he remembered he was meant to be kind. He caught himself hard enough to shudder. Harry, he said again, softer than breath. For a second, truly, it was a door I could have walked through. I saw, as much as you can see in one breath, Fred laughing again, Remus and Tonks rolling their eyes at a joke we'd already heard, Ginny alive forever in sunlight, Dobby not in the ground, Sirius not bleeding next to me, but sprawled on a sofa with a dog's sigh. The room tilted toward yes. Then I looked at the ruin he had made out of now. Hermione's hands shaking around the chisel. Neville white with pain, Ginny's mouth bloodied, jaw set, Madame Pomfrey's sleeves black with other people's lives, Snape with his face burned and his voice ragged, fighting the man he had followed because he had believed he was the lesser evil, Bellatrix on the floor and still choosing us, Lily and James on the stone at my feet, breathing because we had battered the machine until it forgot to kill them. "No," I said, and it wasn't a speech. It was the thing left when the rest of the words drop away. Not like this. Dumbledore's face folded in on itself. For a heartbeat I thought he would put the wand down between us like a teacher showing you the answer so you can believe in math again. Then the moment snapped. "Then I'm sorry," he said, and it was not an apology. The Elder Wand was halfway across the room, in shadow, out of reach. He didn't need it. The forbidden wand in his hand flared. "I will end this without you." He moved. Spells came fast, unornamented, efficient blades of compressed air, bolts of white, snarls of shadow, like whipcord. I threw up nothing but my want and the memory of every shield I'd ever done wrong until it became a right. The first two smashed into an invisible curve and sprayed sideways. The third was a spear that would have opened me like a book. Sirius shouldered me hard, took it square in the chest, and made a sound like surprise.
"Sirius!"
I caught him as he went down, and he grinned at me, dumb and proud, blood already in his teeth. Should have stayed under the bloody altar. He wheezed, and tried to sit up with his hand on my shoulder, like a man getting out of a chair after a long party. "Go on. Don't make me." He coughed red. "Don't make me haunt you. Moony would be furious," I said, "because sometimes a joke is a bandage." "Good," he whispered and shoved me with the last of his arm. "Go, kid." I went. Dumbledore's next curse was a net of white, humming with a language that wanted to make me small. I flung my hand up, and the net buckled like it had remembered all the holes it was made of. I felt the room turn to look at me, the stones, the copper, the souls, and I felt them decide a little not him. The forbidden wand lay 2 strides to my left, where it had skidded when the souls had shoved it away from both their hands. It pulsed, slow, terrible. It wanted. I grabbed it. It grabbed me back. It wasn't pain. It was plural. 100 lives pressed against my skin and asked a question at once. The wand surged. For a second I was standing in a street in Paris, in a field in Wales, in a kitchen in Mumbai, on a steeple in Prague, hands making bread, soil under nails, ink on fingers. The world flooded up my arm.
"Harry!"
Hermione screamed. I lifted the wand and the chamber heard me. Dumbledore's eyes widened and then went flat, calculating, choosing again. "You cannot." He began and fired off a spell so black it took the light out of the air around it. I raised the wand like a plank against a wave. The souls inside it, angry, tired, unbending, rose to meet the curse as if this was what they'd been saving their breath for. The spell hit the wall of them and slid away with a disappointed hiss. Dumbledore snarled. A chain of fire, a lunge of shadow, a lash of frost. I walked into them like weather. The wand turned my arm into a river, and the river chose its own path. "Stop," he shouted, control cracking, the headmaster voice in tatters. "Stop. Harry, listen to me. Stop." "Disarm," I said. Not Latin, not pretty. A simple word with all my breath behind it. The wand ate the request and returned it multiplied. The world popped. The Elder Wand screamed from the shadows like a rabbit in a snare and tore itself free of the stone and flew. Not to me, not to him. Up into the spinning air. Broke. Not shattered, unmade. Like a decision you wish you could take back. Light poured out of the pieces like water and sank through the floor. Dumbledore staggered as if the bone had been pulled out of his wrist. He looked up at the empty air where the wand had been, and some old grief crossed his face, and then he dragged his eyes back to me, furious, desolate. "This is not," he said, and didn't finish. "Because I lifted the forbidden wand and pushed. It wasn't a killing curse. It wasn't kindness either. It was every no I'd been told that had tried to make me smaller, gathered into a shape and thrown at the man who had taught me the word and then tried to keep it. The blast caught him center mass. The air around him howled. The floor under his heels cracked. He flew backward into the altar, struck, slid, left a smear. For a breath he was a man in a robe who had run out of verbs. I ran and dropped to my knees beside him, because love and anger sometimes sit in the same chair. "Professor," I said, and it came out a child's word, and I didn't correct it. He looked at me with eyes I had known my whole life and saw, I think, the boy he had been speaking to even when he'd been speaking to his plan. He lifted a hand, fingers trembling, and I took it. "I'm sorry," he whispered. The words were nothing like the ones a man says to save himself. They were small and late and true. I wanted to save us all. I thought I could aim it. I thought if I held it with both hands, it would be kinder for letting me. Ariana Snape said from somewhere, voice rough and reverent for a name he had not been given permission to use. Dumbledore's eyes fluttered, and in them I saw a boy and a girl and a summer that had broken wrong. I didn't mean to be this brave, he told the ceiling, and then focused on me again, frantic with one last exam. "Harry," he said, Don't let it make a law out of you." "I won't," I said, and the vow tasted like copper and rain. He smiled, a small relieved thing like a man who had finally put down a heavy bag he had convinced himself was his to carry. "Good boy," he whispered, guilty and kind and too late, and his eyes slid closed like doors that had decided to be windows for a minute and were done. The room listened. We all did. Ron began, throat hoarse. "Gone," I said, and hated that the word felt the same no matter who it applied to. There was still fighting, because noise doesn't know when to stop. A handful of Death Eaters had stayed to be devout. Ginny took 2 down with a flare of flame that kissed her hair and made her grin slightly mad through the blood. Neville's chain cracked a mask like an egg. Luna, hand on her chest where the fox had been, lifted a fallen wand and sent a stunner that hummed like a lullaby into the last guard's chest. The Dementors had lost interest when the wand screamed. They hovered at the edge like sated vultures looking for their coats. The machine finally remembered to die. The copper sank, buckled, sagged, the rune circles unstitched. The fields collapsed like bad tents and bodies fell. Madame Pomfrey swore in a language I didn't know she knew and moved faster than men half her age, dragging, catching, cushioning skulls with her hip. A slab gave up its seminar on architecture and dropped. I had exactly enough time to register the angle, the shadow, the weight. Then Sirius was there, smiling with that stupid, private delight he got when he did something reckless correctly. He shoved me with all his weight. The slab hit him across the back and pinned him to the floor with a noise that shut my stomach off. Padfoot, I clawed at the stone. It laughed at my fingers. Sirius. He turned his head enough to see me. Blood crept from the corner of his mouth like a poor joke. "Thought we agreed," he whispered. "No more curtains." "I can. I was crying the way you cry when the body you carry has decided you will be a river for a while. We can get it off. We can." "You are terrible at lying," he said, proud. His hand flopped until it found my wrist. He squeezed. "It was good," he said. "It was all better when you were there." He squinted like he wanted to see something far away, and then looked lazy about it instead. "Tell Mooney I stole back my turn. He'll sulk." My mouth couldn't do words. It found one anyway. "I love you." "Course you do," he said, like he'd been there when I learned the feeling. "Oo wouldn't." His hand slackened. He breathed once, twice, as if testing the rule, and didn't take a third. The room, the bloody, broken, miracle room, had the decency to go quiet. "Harry." Hermione's hand on my shoulder, shaking, not for me but to make the world answer. "Harry, we We have to? We have to count the living? Madame Pomfrey said briskly, voice wet, eyes dry. Potter, step back. We'll move him when I have the leverage. I stood because my body obeys good women's orders even when my thoughts are on their knees. Ginny, Neville called, voice high, and I turned in time to see the far arch belch in fury into the chamber like a rotten throat coughing up an old decision. Someone, some loyal idiot, had opened the wrong door one last time. The dead, blank and polite, waded forward. Ginny stepped in front of the line of the fallen and lifted a wand that had no right to work here. Incendio, she roared. The flame that answered was more memory than spell, but it was hers. It poured out of her like grief turned to heat, caught the front rank, climbed, made the dead remember that their clothes had once been cloth. They burned. They kept coming. Go! She snapped without looking back. Get them out. Go! Neville moved. Always forward now, chain in one hand, wand in the other, shoulder slammed into place beside her. We're not done yet, he shouted. The two of them held the line with a mathematics of muscle and nerve. Luna slid to their left and sang something that made the flames feel seen. Snape staggered to their right and flung handfuls of powder that burned green and mean. Bellatrix crawled to a knee, lips peeled off her teeth, threw her hinge pin like a curse. It buried in an Infurious's eye and made no difference, and she smiled anyway, because sometimes spite is its own hymn. We dragged the living away from the heat. Ron had James under one arm, a stranger over his back. Hermione had Lily by the shoulders and someone's nephew by the wrist. Madame Pomfrey had a way of making 3 hands out of 2. The chamber's far side coughed, sighed. Then the wave of power from the dead wand stuttered and slumped. The door that had let the Inferi in remembered it had been a wall, and the tide of them thinned, then stopped. "'Nuff," Ginny breathed, and swayed, and smiled, and fell with the kind of graceful surrender you only ever see when the body knows the bill is paid. "Neville." I shouted. "I've got her," he said, voice fierce and broken. He lifted her, and for a second it was a dance, and staggered back into Madame Pomfrey's hands. Ginny's eyes fluttered open, found Ron, found me, found nobody, found everyone, and she smiled again like sunlight is a choice. Then her chest went still. Ron made a sound I have never heard and never will forget. It wasn't language. It was kin to the noise the wand had made, and there wasn't enough air in the room for both. Hermione pressed her forehead to his temple, and he leaned into her like a tree into wind. And they stood up right there inside the ruin and did not fall. The last Death Eater dropped his wand because he had remembered his real name. The last Dementor went away because there was too much decision in the room and not enough despair to feed on. The copper groaned and held, and then, in a final small mercy, stopped singing altogether. Silence came, not tidy, not pure, a silence with coughs and whimpers and the soft, terrible plural of weeping inside it. Voldemort lay under the arch. Dumbledore lay against the altar. The machine was a carcass. The forbidden wand was in my hand and humming like a thing that had found what it wanted and was deciding whether it liked that. Lily stirred and murmured. James twitched and breathed. Madame Pomfrey looked at me once, and her eyes softened in that way that makes boys stop being brave for exactly one blink and then start again harder. "Harry," Hermione said, voice hoarse, hand on my sleeve, "we have to move the injured." "We will," I said, and my voice sounded like someone else's, older. "We will." Bellatrix dragged herself by her elbows until she could rest her head against my knee. "Did you do it?" she asked, dazed and proud and furious and crying. "Tell me you did it." "It's done," I said, and my hand found her hair and smoothed it back and came away bloody. "It's done." She laughed once, a broken thing that wanted to be whole. "Good," she said, and shut her eyes and let Madame Pomfrey bully her into a sling. Snape leaned against a pillar with his eyes closed and his mouth set in a shape I couldn't name. It looked like Grief's sensible cousin. He didn't say Lily's name, which is the kindest thing he could have done. He opened his eyes and met mine and nodded once. The smallest bow a proud man can give without choking. Ron crouched beside Ginny's body and smoothed her hair and murmured, "Sorry the way people talk to the sea." Knowing it cannot answer, and does not need to, Neville stood guard over all of us with nothing in his hands but the look he'd grown in the last year. Luna found the fox again. It came when she whispered, "Please," and it lay down with its head on her knee and breathed in time with her. The few Death Eaters who hadn't run sank to their knees, hands up, faces turned to the floor, because none of them wanted to meet anyone's eyes in this room. The Dementors were gone. The air in my lungs felt like it had been used and given back. I looked down at the wand. It was beautiful in the way knives are beautiful when they love you. The wood was black, not with stain, but with intention. The faint carvings along the shaft were not decoration, but tally marks. Souls counted. Power promised. The arithmetic of appetite. It buzzed in my palm like a living thing, like a nest of bees that had agreed, for the moment, to be one. "Harry," Hermione said again, softly, careful not to make it a question, careful to make it a door. "What now?" I stared at the ruin, at my parents breathing like new ideas, at the bodies of my friends, at the world we had, briefly, made possible by refusing to be useful to evil. "I don't know," I said, because that was the truest thing in the room. The wand's hum deepened, pleased. Somewhere inside it, 100 lives rearranged themselves to fit in the space my hand made. Ron made a noise, and I thought how much I would have given for a wand that could do what Dumbledore promised, and how little I would allow it to do in the end. Snape pushed off the pillar with a wince and caught Madame Pomfrey's eye, and nodded toward a boy with a broken leg who had nobody to carry him. She nodded back as if this was the first normal conversation anyone had had here in months. Bellatrix's fingers sought mine and closed, trembling. "Don't let it eat you," she whispered, voice wrecked. "I'm selfish. I'm asking for me." I closed my other hand over the wand as if I could smother it. It pulsed again, a cat's purr or a dragon's heart, I couldn't tell which. We moved then, because there was nothing left but moving. We lifted and carried and counted breaths and named names so the room would have to listen. We stood the living up and lay the dead down properly. We cut away loops of copper and tore cloth into bandages and spoke to people who needed to keep hearing their own names so they could keep being human. At some point, the hum of the wand faded to a low throb that only I could hear. It felt like a secret agreeing to wait. "Harry," Lily said from the pallet, voice raw and small and fierce as a first word. "Harry." I turned, and there she was, hair a hollow of filth and sweat, eyes glassed with pain and stubborn, looking at me like she had every right to. James made a noise that might someday think about being a joke, and then breathed. I went to them. I didn't kneel. My knees might not have worked. I went down until I was where their faces were. "Hi," I said, because eloquence is for later. "Hi, Mum." "Hi, Dad." Lily reached up and touched my cheek with fingers that shook and steadied. "You look like your father," she whispered, and then, with a little wicked curl of her mouth that survived this, "And you look like you've been making trouble." "Always," I said, choking on a laugh that needed to be there. James blinked at me like a man waking up into a joke. He hoped to have written. "Hope I'm not late," he croaked. "Only by about 19 years, I said, and Hermione made the noise you make when your chest forgets how heavy it was a minute ago. Madame Pomfrey shouldered me aside with professional contempt softened by love. "Let me be brilliant," she said. "You can have your reunion when their hearts are bored of frightening me." I stood, or something like it, and the chamber tilted half a degree toward a future. We were not safe. The prison still ringed us. The sea still asked questions of the walls. The ministry was a rumor at best. The dead were heavy. The living were heavier. Bellatrix shivered against my leg and pretended she wasn't doing it. My hand, and the wand I hadn't put down, hung at my side like a promise I hadn't made and a threat I hadn't decided. The hum settled against my pulse, learned it, matched it, like we were two things trying to share a heartbeat. Voldemort and Dumbledore were gone. The machine was dead. The air was full of the kind of quiet that follows thunder. I stood in it, clutching the forbidden wand, and didn't know whether to scream or weep. Chapter 410. The price of victory. The chamber smells like metal and rain. The hum is gone. What's left is breath. Keep them warm. Madame Pomfrey barks. Not hot. Warm. We'll lose them to shock if we pretend we're clever. Neville peels his cloak, soaked, torn, and tucks it around Ginny's shoulders even though she isn't cold anymore. He doesn't look at her face. Ron does. He kneels and smooths her hair and whispers to her the way he used to whisper to Pigwidgeon when the bird was ridiculous and alive. "Gin," he says, voice the sound of a man stepping through his own house in the dark. Hey, love, it's me." Hermione's hand is on his back, steadying, not fixing. She doesn't say it'll be okay. She's never lied for sport. Footsteps thunder in a corridor that used to only know drags and echoes. Then voices. Then a light that isn't cruel. By authority of the. A voice begins in the old formal cadence and stops, because the room teaches you not to pretend. Kingsley Shacklebolt takes 2 steps in, wand up out of habit, eyes taking in everything at once. Another dozen aurors fan out behind him. Hestia Jones, Proudfoot, a young witch I don't know with tears already on her face, robes singed, expressions set to work now, break later. Professor McGonagall comes with them, hair down, tartan scorched into a memory. "What?" she starts, then looks at me, and her mouth closes in a thin line, the kind you make when you must choose a decade of words and decide on none. "Secure the halls." Kingsley snaps. Healers forward. Jones. Wards down. If they're still biting, bite back. Dawlish, if a Dementor so much as thinks, you'll wish you were a Patronus. "We have wounded," Madame Pomfrey says without moving her hands from my mother's wrist. We have the other thing as well." She nods once toward the bodies arranged with care. Voldemort under the arch, Dumbledore against the altar, Ginny, Sirius. 2 faces whose names I will learn because someone loved them. McGonagall flinches once at Dumbledore. It's tiny. It's vast. She sets it down where no one can trip on it. "Mr. Potter," she says, the old title swallowing grief and handing me a job. "Status over," I say, mostly. She breathes in through her nose, a sound I have missed. "Good." Kingsley's hand lands on my shoulder, heavy, anchoring. "You did it," he says, and it isn't a praise. It's a sentence. "Help them," I say. "Help them." He lifts his hand and the room starts to move like a mind remembering it has a body. Stretchers appear. Blue light hums. Someone conjures steam that doesn't stink. Hestia steps into the broken circle and checks for traps with her wand and then with her foot, because this place doesn't respect wands. "Clear," she calls. "Dementors." I ask Kingsley. "Fled," he says. When the big one went quiet, they lost their appetite. Cowards diet. McGonagall kneels by Dumbledore and touches 2 fingers to his throat. She's the only person who could have done it without ceremony. She closes his eyes with the respect you owe to a complicated man and says nothing. Then she stands, and the line of her back says everything. We will discuss this later, or never, and both will be correct. Where do we start? Hestia asks, looking everywhere at once. Names. McGonagall says, names. We say every single one that can still answer. We write the others down like we mean it. She points. Jones, your team, that row, Proudfoot, stanchions there. Miss Granger with me. Mr. Weasley, sit down before you fall down. I'm fine. Ron says automatically and looks at his hands as if surprised to find them empty. Sit. Hermione repeats, and he does without argument. because it is her voice, and he is tired. Lily's eyes open like someone tugged a thread from behind them. They're green and glassy and magnificent. "Harry," she says, owlish and certain at once. "Hi." I manage, because the big words won't come through the door of my mouth. She reaches for me. I go to her. Her hands shake their way to my hair and make it worse, the way mothers do when they're pretending to fix what isn't broken. "You're." She laughs once and it's a sob. "You're so tall." "Trick of the light?" I say, because Sirius would heckle me if I didn't find a joke. James blinks like a man surfacing. "Is it morning?" He croaks. "Yes," I say. "Finally. About time," he mutters, tries for a smirk, and then sees me properly. His face does something I don't have words for. He reaches like he's swimming, and his hand finds my shoulder and squeezes and won't let go. "Son," he says, and the room gets smaller to make room for it. Madame Pomfrey nudges me with an elbow that has mended more bones than most wars. "Let me be brilliant," she orders again, but her mouth is kind. "Go break something heavy with your feelings somewhere else." I laugh and it breaks and I swallow the pieces. "Yes, ma'am." Kingsley crouches by Neville, who is discovering a new variety of upright. "You held," Kingsley says. I saw the line. "You held." Neville looks at him like praise might be dangerous to accept. "Ginny did," he says, and his mouth trembles, then hardens. "We did." Kingsley nods. "You did." Luna touches McGonagall's sleeve. "We need to scoop the souls back up," she says guilelessly, looking at the debris where the machine's humming once lived. But not with a spoon, more like a lullaby. McGonagall studies her for the necessary beat and decides. "We will find your lullaby," she says, not patronizing, practical. "We will ask the right questions. Today we will carry. Tomorrow we will count." Snape stands off to one side, one half of his face an angry map. He hasn't asked for help. He also hasn't stopped breathing. An aura starts toward him, uncertain. He lifts his chin enough to say not now, and the aura believes him and goes to a child instead. "Professor," Kingsley says as he passes him. "Minister," Snape says dryly, as if paying him the insult of a promotion he didn't earn. "Acting," Kingsley says. "Don't make it official." They share something that looks like a peace treaty and sounds like threat to anyone who doesn't speak the language. I find Sirius where we left him. The slab is lighter now. It's an old miracle. 3 auras, a charm, and a curse. To get it off, Remus appears at my elbow out of nowhere, as he always did, a coat too big for him, a face that looks like it remembers every winter at once. "Moony," I say, and my voice breaks and I don't apologize. He kneels without a word. His hands are gentle on Sirius's face, thumb smoothing the ridiculous hair away from the eyes that won't open again. "Always wanted to go out dramatic," Remus murmurs and smiles in the tiny, real way he kept for truth. "Angry if he knew it was a rock," I say. "Enraged," Remus agrees. He leans in, presses his lips to Sirius's temple. "You did well," he tells the body, then me. He did well. He closes Sirius's eyes. He rests his forehead on the stone beside him and breathes. I put my hand on his back and don't move it. The room lets us be stupid for a minute. "Harry," Hermione's voice small and wary. "Where's Bellatrix?" I find her where she fell after the last laugh. Madame Pomfrey has left a sling on her shoulder, a cloth under her head. Someone, Ginny, must have shoved my cloak under her ribs earlier. She's still now, all the fight spent, mouth tilted in that wicked almost smile like she'd stolen something and wanted me to guess what. "Hey," I say, sitting down like my knees know where the floor is. "I'm here." No answer. No rise. No fight. I take her hand because that's what people do in the stories, and also because it's what I want. It's cold already, ridiculous and small inside my palm. Her knuckles are swollen from hitting a god with a hinge pin. "I told you not to," I say, and laugh once, and it sounds ugly. I told you not to be heroic. You never listened. You never. Footsteps. Someone stops, then makes the wise decision to keep going. The room looks away. Even the wand in my other hand hums quieter. I don't know how to do this bit, I admit aloud, because lies are expensive and we're broke. I know how to swing. I don't know how to stop. She doesn't answer, and it's the loudest she's ever been. Thank you, I say, and realize it's the only correct sentence. For making it possible. For making me brave enough to be stupid and right. Her hair is a mess. I smooth it because my mother is busy being saved and someone should do it. I kiss her forehead, and it tastes like salt. It's not tidy. It's not fair. It's ours. When I stand, Hermione is a few paces away, eyes red, mouth set. She doesn't say she killed Sirius once or she hurt us all. She nods. We'll take her, she says. Properly, thank you, I say, and mean it with the bitter gratitude you reserve for people who understand you're out of arguments. Dementors don't haunt the door anymore. The air tastes like air again. The old charm holding magic down has cracked. A healer says, Portkeys in 10, and the word hospital falls like a promise. Kingsley barks assignments like a conductor. Steam Mungos for the worst. Temporary ward at the old lighthouse. Set up now. Dawlish. Rotations on the docks. Hestia, sweep the island again. Minerva, command here. He pauses, looks at me.
Harry, will you?
I'll be last, I say. I want to see them leave. He nods once, accepting the sentence. McGonagall steps up to me with the kind of care you use when approaching a cliff you plan to hug. Her eyes flick to the wand in my hand, and then to my face. What is that? Precisely. She asks quietly, and how soon can we throw it into the sun? There's a laugh somewhere behind us. Hestia, hysterical and righteous. I don't laugh. I tighten my hand around the wand and feel it answer like a cat leaning into a touch. We need to study it. I say too fast. Why need to know what it's got in it? Who? We can't. Snap it and tell ourselves a story about moral clarity. Hermione goes still the way she does when a piece on the chessboard says a thing she wasn't ready to hear. Harry, she says gently, we can log the magic. We can trace echoes. But you shouldn't. Alone. I'm not. I start and hear the lie inside the word. I swallow, it scrapes. I'll handle it, I say, and it's the wrong sentence, and my mouth says it perfectly. Kingsley's gaze flickers to my hand, to my knuckles white on the black wood. He doesn't reach. He doesn't order. He speaks softly, a man on a dock talking a friend off a ship he built himself. We'll need to contain it, he says. Study is not the same as stewardship. We can build a room and an agreement. You will not stand in that room alone. I'm not giving it up. I say, milk, gentle and iron. Not yet. Concern moves through the people who love me like wind through grass. No one grabs. It helps that I stopped a god and a good man. It helps that my mother's hand is on my arm. Harry. Lily says, voice raw, eyes steady. You don't have to make every hard choice today. Let someone else carry you for 1 hour. James limps up, supported by Ron and a healer who looks 12 and impossibly competent. He grins because that's what he does when his heart is broken. Come on, lad, he says softly. Home first, arguments later. I'll fight anyone who tries to nick it off you on the way. He winks. Even your mother. Lily snorts, which is a miracle. I will win, she says, and squeezes my forearm. But he's right. We can go. We can breathe somewhere that doesn't drip. I look down at the wand. It hums, mindless and purposeful, a hive that wants a keeper. I look up at the ruin and at the line of stretchers. Ginny's, Sirius's, 2 students whose names I'll learn, 3 adults I only knew by their hands in the fight. I look at Hermione, who is watching me with a ledger open in her head, ready to record without correcting. I look at Ron, whose eyes are a weather system I have never seen before. I look at Neville, who is more oak than boy now. I look at Luna, Who is humming to the air because someone needs to? I look at Snape, who isn't looking at me and is listening for a ghost. Okay, I say, and the word finds me then the other way around. Home first. Kingsley exhales. McGonagall nods once, syllable, small approval. Hermione's shoulders drop a degree. James laughs quietly and then winces because laughing is expensive when your ribs are complaining. Lily leans into me, and for a second I am a child who didn't die. We move. The Aurors line the corridor like a guard of honor. Someone, Proudfoot, I think, turns his face to the wall when the stretchers pass because his mouth won't behave in front of the dead. Hestia conjures a soft blue canopy above the injured and mutters, "That's better." To the air. On the way out, we pass the great iron gates that had learned our names in a bad accent. They stand open now, sullen and surprised. "Wet?" I say, and everyone stops in the way they stop when someone who killed a legend says wait. I turn and look back. The chamber, the rings, the place where the copper finally forgot how to sing. The smear on the altar, the arch that decided, the stretch of floor where Sirius laughed, the corner where Bellatrix smiled. "Thank you," I say, not sure to whom. Then I add, "Because it feels correct, I'm sorry." No one laughs at me. McGonagall's mouth does that thing again, thin and kind. Kingsley inclines his head like a man greeting a cemetery by name. "Let's go," Hermione says, and we do. Outside is air. Not prison air, not corridor air. Sea air that remembers salt for kindness. The sky is a bleached blue, insultingly beautiful over the ugliest place we've ever loved. Boats crowd the dock. Ministry skiffs, borrowed fishing vessels. One ridiculous purple punt that can only be Tunks's in another life. Porky stations blink like small mercies. Remus takes Sirius. Ron kisses Ginny's forehead and hands her to a witch with hands like rope and says, "Be careful," like it matters, and because it does. Neville sits down all at once on a crate, then stands up immediately because sitting feels like permission to be less than what he has become. Luna takes his hand and points at a gull as if it is a relevant fact. Snape walks past me without drama, pauses, and says to my shoulder, "You'll need a shelf for it no one else can see." I don't know if he means the wand or the grief. Maybe both. He goes without waiting for my answer. Kingsley calls orders over the slap of waves. McGonagall bends a healer with a look. Madame Pomfrey slaps a man twice as large as her when he tries to stand up too quickly. It is chaos that respects itself. Lily slips her arm through mine. James does the same on the other side. We stand like that for a breath longer than we should, 3 people who have earned it. I can feel their ribs through their clothes. They can feel my shake through my skin. "Ready?" James asks, a joke because we aren't. "No," I say. We step. At the last plank, I stop again. I look back at the gates of Azkaban, at the black iron with salt dried into scars, at the halls that ate names and learn to spit them back out. I don't wave. I'm not that romantic. I look until my eyes hurt, and then I nod to the empty that isn't. "Goodbye," I say quiet. "Goodbye." Lily echoes. "Goodbye." James says. Hermione, behind us, whispers something into her sleeve. Ron's mouth moves. Neville touches the dock with his fingers like you touch a gravestone. Luna hums 2 notes that sound like a thank you. Kingsley murmurs, "It's over." To no one and everyone. McGonagall says nothing and means everything by it. We step off the island. The skiff rocks, the sea catches us, the wind remembers us. The sun is doing its best on the horizon, washing the edges of the world with the sort of light painters lie about. It lands on my face and shows me all my dirt. I am holding my parents up. Or they are holding me up. Or we are holding each other up. Hermione's hand finds my shoulder over Lily's arm. Ron sits at my feet and doesn't look at any of us and is with us more completely than he has ever been. Neville sets his jaw like a promise. Luna leans her head to the side and the gull agrees. Kingsley gives orders in a voice that makes rooms decide to be safe. McGonagall stares forward like a general who has learned to cry only when no one else is awake. And my fingers, my stupid, stubborn fingers, are still wrapped white, knuckled around the forbidden wand. It hums like a secret I might not want and might need. I don't let go. The boat noses into the chop. Azkaban shrinks a little behind us. The sun climbs a finger width, undecided between mercy and interrogation. I stand in the middle of it. Salt blood, parents, friends, the future, and I don't know whether to scream or laugh or pray. I do none of those. I breathe. The world is saved. I am not. Not yet. The wand warms in my palm, as if it has an opinion about what comes next. I look at the horizon, jaw set, eyes stinging, light in my teeth, and the skiff cuts a line through the water that looks, for the moment, like a way out. Chapter 15. See a new dawn, a dark horizon by the time the smoke thins and the sea stops sounding like a wound. The world has already started inventing a new story. The dark, low-rd fellas, scream the evening prophet hawkers in Diagon Alley, voices cracking with joy. Fire whiskey runs out on Nocturne's edge because even the guilty want to feel clean for a night. Wands spark like fireworks over the bridge by Gringotts, red, gold, stupidly beautiful. Someone charms a dragon to dance on the white marble steps, and no one arrests them. Children are lifted to shoulders to see a sky that isn't afraid of itself. Kingsley's face floats in every window where glass still holds. No reprisals, he says, rough, voiced and steady. Trials, not torches. It isn't a speech. It's a leash for grief. People try to sing. They don't know the words yet. I watch it from a cot in a temporary ward in the ministry atrium. Ceiling patched with a charm that looks like noon. The healers floated us in overnight through a procession of horrors and thanks and silence. Mum's bed is on my left. Dad's on my right. Hermione is 2 rows down, half asleep with a ledger on her lap because she convinced herself counting is a kind of rest. Ron's arm is bandaged from wrist to elbow. He stares at the ceiling like it might give him Ginny back if he memorizes it. The forbidden wand lies in my hand under the sheet, quiet and heavy and pretending to be a secret. McGonagall appears at some hour that has no business existing, smelling faintly of smoke and peppermint. She looks like a person who has been up since 1973. Mr. Potter, she says softly. Her mouth remembers to be stern to keep its hand in. You could allow the healers to mend your shoulder properly. I like the limp, I say. Makes me look thoughtful. That would be a first, Dad mutters, not opening his eyes. Mum swats his arm without looking away from me. We are a family for 10 seconds straight and the world doesn't leak. McGonagall's gaze drops, casual as a snowfall, to the shape under my sheet. She doesn't call it by any of the names people have been trying out in corridors. She says, be careful, like she is asking me to hold a teacup properly in her office, like it is the first request she ever made of me and the last. I will. I tell her, I mean too. The funerals are a week of weather that can't pick a season. It rains the day we scatter ashes at the cliff above Shell Cottage, where the wind snatches the last of Fred's laughter and throws it back in George's face, and he laughs anyway, because love is stubborn. The next morning the sun turns the great lake to glass. We set a flotilla of lanterns across it for the students who never got to graduate into anything but a list of names. At twilight we stand on the ruined steps of Hogwarts while McGonagall reads the roll of the dead as if marking attendance for a class that will never end. Each name makes the hill lean. Ginny Weasley, she says, and Ron's hand finds Hermione's and stays. Sirius Black, she says, and Remus presses his fist to his mouth and looks sideways at me and I nod, and he nods back as if we have agreed to break a small law later. Bellatrix Lestrange, she says, quieter. People murmur, confusion, anger, an old reflex to spit. McGonagall doesn't explain it to them. She says the name with the same spine she gave them all. I stand with my hands in my pockets and my face harmless and say it back inside my mouth so it counts. There is no grave for Voldemort. The arch is his stone, and it is enough. Dumbledore lies on a hill with a view of the greenhouses. No one tells the children where. We fold our griefs like laundry and put them in drawers we don't open in front of each other. After the last blessing, I bump shoulders with Luna, and she hums a bar of something that might be for the souls who were poured into one wand and then asked to be songs again. They're quieter, she says. Like the shoreline after a storm, still noisy, but proud of themselves for holding. Good, I say, and my hand curls around the wand under my cloak and feels it purr or soak. I can't tell which, and I ignore it. Say it, Hermione says. 2 nights later in a half-repaired corridor at Hogwarts, when the candles flicker because the castle is practicing being alive. Out loud, to me. We are alone except for a portrait of a witch who's pretending to sleep. Ron waits at the far end with his hands in his pockets, pretending to look for a broom, pretending he hasn't been standing guard for 10 minutes. I'm fine, I say, and it tastes like paper. Her eyebrow climbs a 1/4 inch. You're not allowed to lie to me. It's bad for your skin. I snort despite myself. I'm not sure. I try. I wake up and it's quiet and I think's what I wanted for years. And then I get angry because it's quiet and I don't know what to put in the quiet. Grief, she says, gentle. And food. And then plans that aren't wars. I lean against a stone that remembers my back. I keep thinking I should feel happy, like I can breathe. Sometimes I do. Then my head goes loud. That wand starts humming like it's got thoughts. And then I think if I finish one more thing, break it, bury it, use it, I don't know. Maybe the noise will stop. Hermione's eyes go to my cloak like it made a sound. You're allowed to say use it in front of me, she says. I'm not going to faint. I'm not. I start too sharp. I said I'll deal with it. The echo surprises me into silence. It surprises Ron enough that he takes 2 steps forward without meaning to. Hermione only flinches on the inside. She nods slowly, like a teacher who has located the problem with your essay and is lining up the right pencil. I know you will, she says. I also know what it is will keep trying to convince you that deal with it means hold it longer. We could borrow it, contain it, build a room it can't sing in, work on it together, you and me and maybe Snape. She says the name like swallowing a pill. He understands knives. It's mine. I say too fast again and hate how that sounds. I mean, he gave it to me. No, that's wrong. I took it. It came to me. I can feel. I break off because there are too many is in the sentence and not enough air. Hermione breathes through her nose the way McGonagall does when she's choosing mercy. All right, she says. Not tonight. I'll ask you again tomorrow. And the day after. And when you get tired of me asking, I'll send Ron. Ron steps closer, eyes wet and wicked. I'll bring snacks, he says. I'm sorry, I say to both of them because I surprised myself, and that is not a thing I do to them if I can help it. It feels like if I drop it, someone will. Come take your burden, Hermione offers. We're good at that, Harry. We've been practicing since first year. Ron looks past me, out over the ruined courtyard, and the set of his mouth rearranges itself into something I don't have language for. We'll help you carry it, he says. And if you let it carry you instead, I'll break your nose. We look at each other the way we did in first year when a giant chess piece tried to murder us, and the shape of the room changes back to a place where 3 kids invented courage. I love you, I say, because I have learned to spend that sentence while I have it. Obviously, Hermione says, and pulls me in by my sleeve and doesn't let go for a long time. That night we sleep at Grimmauld Place because nobody can decide where we live now. The walls have stopped whispering slurs and started whispering recipes. Mum insists on making tea in a kitchen that once insulted her blood and the kettle obeys her like it learned manners. Dad finds an old Quidditch poster in a drawer and pretends to be offended that I've fallen for a chaser. He grins when I don't rise to it. I come down well past midnight and find the house holding its breath. The wand sits on the table like a guest who has finally bothered to arrive. I sit across from it. We stare at each other. Mum pads in barefoot, hair down, cardigan over one shoulder like a question. Couldn't sleep. She asks soft enough to let me lie. I keep hearing the machine. I admit. It's stupid. It isn't, she says. Your body is trying to help you out by replaying the worst bits. It's not clever, but it's loyal. She looks at the wand and doesn't try to hide the way her face changes when she sees it. That's the dangerous thing then. It's not a pet, I say. And it's not a god. It's a job I haven't finished. She comes around the table and sits on the edge like she used to lean on my bed when I pretended to be asleep after nightmares. Sometimes the brave thing is to leave a job for someone else, she says. Her hand drifts into my hair as if it belongs there, because it does. You spent your childhood finishing other people's work. You can stop now. Dad appears in the doorway, pulling on a jumper that fought back. We could bin it together, he says. Say a rude word and throw it into a volcano. I once knew a bloke who specialized in volcanoes. I smiled despite the way the wand warms at the word together. There aren't that many in Britain. Details, he says, and winks, and the room remembers what jokes are for. I'll soon. I say, which is close enough to the truth to pass. I promise. Mum sighs the sort of sigh you only earn after years of being alive.
All right.
But you will let other people stand around you when you do it. That is part of the promise. Yes, Mum, I say, because sometimes being a child again is a relief. They both pull me into a hug that smells like tea and laundry and the possibility of a future. My face presses against Dad's jumper. Mum's chin rests in my hair. I'm pinned in the best way. Something in my chest unclenches and breathes. Go to bed, Mum says at last. I will sit here and stare down the stick. Dad salutes the wand as if it were his least favorite captain. Don't try anything. He tells it, then kisses my forehead and leaves before either of us can be embarrassed. Mum kisses her fingers and touches them to the wand like she is blessing or scolding a pig-headed child. Soon, she tells me again and goes. I stand in the doorway to the stairs for a long minute. I look back at the table. The wand sits harmless as a snake resting in sun. I turn off the light, and then I go back and slip it under my cloak. I don't know if that's weakness or wisdom. I don't know if there's a difference yet. A week later, the great hall is a skeleton with sunlight in it. The banners hang in tatters, the long tables are stacked in corners, a raven nests in the rafters as if it has always paid rent here. The smell of dust and spells half. Caste lives in the stones. I come alone, because the itch to be alone is new and I am learning its shape. I bring the wand and a photograph Tonks rescued from the rubble, a copy of the Order's first summer. Mum's hair is bright as a dare. Dad is trying to look serious and failing. Sirius has his arm around both of them like he's stealing their pockets. Moody is already halfway out of the frame. Dumbledore's eyes twinkle at something the camera can't see. Thank you, I tell them, because I don't know where else to put this sentence. For teaching me how to stand up. For teaching me when to sit down. For teaching me that I don't have to be good alone. It feels ridiculous, talking to paper and air and a bird. It also feels correct. The wind comes through the high windows and flips a page of some ruined book. The wand warms against my palm, polite and interested. Its hum thickens, a cat that has heard the can opener. I'm not your master, I tell it. I don't know what I am. It doesn't argue. It doesn't need to. It offers. The room fills with rustle. The whisper is not a voice, but it might as well be. Not words, but a pressure on the inside of my name. You could put it right. You could make it safe. You could make it stay. It pushes pictures into me because pictures are faster. Ginny laughing, freckles like freckles. Sirius on the sofa with the dog asleep on his own foot. Remus and Tonks bickering about baby socks, smiling like they don't remember war. Colin Creevy running with his camera because joy is a kind of evidence. Fred. Fred! Stop, I say, and it doesn't.
You're not a prophecy, I tell myself.
You're a person. Persons can quit. I lift the wand anyway. A test, I say out loud, because lies are easier when you narrate them. There's a dead peony in a pot someone rescued from the greenhouses and forgot here. It's brown and defeated, head bent like shame. I point the wand at it and think of Mum's hands in the kitchen and of the way she made things be when they decided not to. The peony wakes. It doesn't bloom, it remembers blooming. Petals roll back, pink as the inside of a shell. The stem straightens, arrogant. Leaves unfurl in a whisper. The smell hits, a little pepper, a lot of June. Color flares in a room that has forgotten the word, Merlin. I whisper, and I want to laugh and cry and flee. The wand hums like sea. The peony nods in a draft that doesn't exist. I put the wand down on the flagstone like it might bite. It hums to my bones. It hums to my bones.
Harry.
Hermione's voice, far down the hall. Are you coming? Mum's voice joins, worried but light on its feet. Tease on before Kingsley arrives.
Darling, I'll be there.
I call, and my voice sounds normal, which is its own kind of magic. I pick up the photograph and tuck it inside my jacket. I look at the peony until the wonder stops being loud. I look at the wand and imagine throwing it off the astronomy tower and watch the image bounce back and then come stand next to me like a friend. Soon, I tell it. We destroy you soon. It purrs like it believes me. I slide it under my cloak. As I cross the threshold, I catch my reflection in a shard of window glass, 17 and a half and old as stone. My eyes catch the light and return it strangely. For a blink, an echo of all those souls learning the color of me. I blink again, and it's only my face, tired and sunburned and stupid with love. Down the corridor, Selhoettes wait in sunlight, my mother's hair like a spell. My father's hand in a wave that still can't do solemn. Hermione's chin set to save me from myself. Ron's shoulders, carrying a missing piece like he knows how. Luna, with a paper crown she made for no reason at all. Neville taller than the doorframe, Kingsley's shadow already telling the future to behave. I walk toward them, because that's what I have always done. The sunrise through the broken windows lifts the dust into gold. The hall glows. My hand tightens around the wand under my cloak. It is warm against my side, a second pulse, a secret I haven't decided how to keep or break.
Harry.
Mum calls again, smiling. Coming. I tell her, and I am, and I do. And as I step into the light, something thin as a blade crosses my face, a shadow with no owner, here and gone, and I feel it settle somewhere behind my heart like a question that won't stop growing. The world cheers its hero. I keep walking.